What began in 2006 as Amazon's internal infrastructure project has today grown into a $100 billion plus global cloud empire, powering giants like Netflix, NASA, Zomato, and Swiggy. In fact, AWS controls over 29% of the global cloud market, more than Microsoft Azure and Google Cloud combined. India is stepping into a new digital era powered by the cloud revolution, where cloud computing alone is expected to drive nearly 8% of our GDP by 2026. Seeing this growing demand for cloud expertise, Intellipaat has created this comprehensive AWS full course designed to help you master the technology that powers the internet itself. We will begin with the fundamental of cloud computing, move into core AWS services like IAM, EC2, S3 and RDS, and then advance to VPC, load balancing, auto-scaling and serverless computing using AWS Lambda. You will also explore AWS security best practices and finally work on real-world projects to showcase your skills. Everything is explained in the simplest, most hands-on way possible, clear, practical and beginner friendly. So, if you have ever wanted to truly understand how cloud works and how AWS power the modern digital world, let's get started.
In 2006, Amazon took a bold step that completely changed the world of technology. They launched Amazon Web Services or AWS with a simple idea. What if businesses could rent computing power and storage over the internet, just like electricity or water? Now, it might sound very obvious today, but back then it was revolutionary. Before AWS, companies had to buy expensive hardware, set it up, maintain it, and they still faced challenges if the demand suddenly increased. With AWS, businesses could scale up or down instantly, paying only for what they used. This marked the true beginning of modern cloud computing as we know it today. Today, AWS is not just a service, it's the market leader in the cloud space, powering startups, Fortune 500 companies, governments, and even global platforms you use daily like Netflix, Spotify, and Airbnb. AWS alone commands nearly one-third of the global cloud market share, which is more than Microsoft Azure and Google Cloud combined. But why is this important for you? Because as cloud adoption grows, so does the demand for AWS professionals. According to recent reports, India is facing a major skill gap. By 2026, the demand for cloud computing professionals could be almost 60% higher than the available supply. That is why in this roadmap, I will guide you step by step covering the technical skills, services, projects, and certifications you need to become an AWS cloud engineer. I will also share some free resources in the end to help you get started. So let's get started with this No BS AWS roadmap for 2025. Step 1 is core technical skills. Now, before we directly get started with AWS, you need to understand some basics as these are your building blocks of cloud. Start with Linux commands. Since most AWS workloads run on Linux, knowing navigation and basic commands is a must if you want to clear interviews and actually work on servers. Then move to networking fundamentals like IPs, DNS, request response cycles, security groups. These are core concepts, and without them, troubleshooting AWS might feel difficult. Add some basic Python programming to help with scripting and automation, which will also give you an edge in projects and interviews. And finally, learn virtualization because it's the foundation of cloud computing itself. Once you understand this, AWS services will make much more sense. Spend 2 to 3 weeks here. It'll help you understand AWS better, making interviews and hands-on practice way smoother even if you're a beginner. Once the technical concepts are clear, we move on to step 2, which is cloud and AWS fundamentals. Now, this is the time to start developing an understanding of what cloud is, what cloud computing means, why businesses are using it, and the key benefits like cost savings, scalability, and speed. So, we start with the fundamentals of cloud, like how virtualization in the cloud works, then understand 3 main cloud types: public, private, and hybrid. We also get familiar with the big 3 cloud deployment models, that is IaaS, infrastructure as a service, PaaS, that is platform as a service, and SaaS, that is software as a service. After this, start exploring AWS global infrastructure, regions, availability zones, and edge locations. Understanding this will help you make smart architecture decisions later on. Now that we understand the basics, it's time we move forward with setting up our free tier AWS account, explore the console, and get comfortable with dashboards like EC2, S3, and IAM. And then we also get an overview of the overall layout. This step is important as it provides you with the vocabulary of the cloud. Now, completing this step could take another 2 to 3 weeks. The next step on our roadmap to becoming an AWS cloud engineer is learning the core service domains of cloud. This brings us to our step 3. This is where your AWS journey really begins, with understanding the building blocks that hold everything together. This foundation is made up of 4 core pillars: compute, storage, networking, and security. These pillars define how your applications run, how your data is stored, how resources communicate with each other, and how everything remains protected. Once you have a clear understanding of these, learning the rest of AWS will become much easier because almost every other service is built on top of them. Let's start with compute. This is your execution engine where your applications actually run using services like EC2 and Lambda. Here you focus on learning EC2 instance types, AMIs, autoscaling, and use load balancers to keep your application stable and handle traffic efficiently. Next is storage, which helps organize and protect your data through services like S3 and EBS. Make sure you understand S3 lifecycle policies, versioning, hosting, and EBS snapshots. A practical project here could be deploying a blog application on EC2 while storing files in S3, giving you real experience in managing scalability and storage. Then comes networking, which ensures your resources communicate efficiently. Learn about VPCs, subnets, security groups, and Route 53 for DNS management, and use CloudFront for faster content delivery. Once you're comfortable with networking, move on to security. Here you practice creating IAM roles with least privilege access, encrypt S3 buckets using KMS, monitor activity with CloudTrail, and detect threats with GuardDuty and Security Hub. Alongside these services, it's important to understand the AWS shared responsibility model, which clarifies what AWS manages versus what you're responsible for. You should also learn the well-architected framework, which guides you in designing systems that are secure, reliable, and scalable. This stage will again take around 4 to 5 weeks, but by the end, you'll understand what each service does, how they interact, and why they exist. You'll be able to confidently build resilient, secure, and scalable basic AWS systems. These are the skills that directly translate to hands-on experience and make you interview ready. So once your applications are securely connected, the next big challenge is managing data efficiently, which brings us to our step 4, databases and serverless architectures. Databases organize your data efficiently, while serverless lets you run code without managing servers or infrastructure. Here you learn RDS for relational databases, DynamoDB for NoSQL, which helps in handling data, while serverless computes with Lambda and API Gateway. A practical project is a serverless photo uploader using Lambda, API Gateway, S3, and DynamoDB, giving you real-world experience with modern cloud architectures. Learning all the skills we just talked about could take anywhere from 2 to 3 weeks. The foundational concepts and core services we have covered so far are enough to get you ready for the Cloud Practitioner certification. If you're aiming higher, you can start preparing for Solutions Architect Associate or Developer Associate, depending on whether you want to focus on infrastructure or application development. Moving on to step 5, infrastructure as code and monitoring. This is where you shift into DevOps and automation, thinking with services like CloudFormation, which lets you define infrastructure as templates, build once, and recreate anywhere, while CloudWatch continuously monitors metrics, logs, and alarms. Also learn AWS config for compliance, and you're now operating at enterprise-grade reliability with DevOps level practices. You can practice this by automating a full application setup with CloudFormation and monitor it with CloudWatch alarms. Completing this step, you're solidifying your solutions architect skills and moving closer to the DevOps engineer professional certification. And once you're able to automate your workflows, the next step is integrating them into advanced architectures. So moving on to step 6, where we discuss advanced architectures and CI/CD. Now we move beyond individual services and start designing production-grade systems and thinking like a real cloud architect. We will now learn to build multi-tier architectures and implement CI/CD pipelines with services like Code Pipeline, Code Build, and Code Deploy. And then we experiment with hybrid cloud setups connecting on-premise systems with AWS for larger organizations. A perfect project could be deploying a 3-tier web app fully automated with CI/CD. By this point, you're ready to position yourself for Solutions Architect Associate certification and be preparing for DevOps Engineer Professional and almost job ready with all the necessary hands-on experience required. And finally, once you've built the foundation, it's time to choose your specialization, tailoring your skills to the career path you want to pursue in the cloud. Finally, the last step for a 7-step roadmap, which is specialization paths. AWS is vast and your path can be tailored to your interests and career goals. That means whether you want to become a cloud architect, a DevOps engineer, a data specialist, or a security expert, AWS has specialized services and learning paths. If you like automation and streamlining workflows, specialize in DevOps. If security excites you, pursue the AWS security specialty. For data focused roles, go with data analytics, and if AI system interests you, take the machine learning specialty certification. The goal of this step is to help you identify your area of interest, align it with the right AWS learning path, and start building expertise in that direction. And finally, as promised, some career tips and free resources to help you in your learning journey. Build your portfolio and showcase your work. What I mean by that? Upload CloudFormation templates to GitHub, record short demo videos of your projects, and share articles on LinkedIn or Medium. Add certifications to your profile, join AWS user groups, and participate in forums. This visibility will help you set apart and demonstrate your expertise. And now, some free resources. So, if you're looking to just learn and train, then AWS Skill Builder is a great platform. But if you are looking for creative ways to learn, you can do so through game modes by visiting AWS Cloud Quest. Here, you will be required to complete actual cloud challenges through games. And for the projects, we have workshops.aws, which helps you build beginner to advanced projects for free. And if you're a student or switching careers, AWS Educate will give you credits, simplified consoles, and a beginner friendly path. And right when you're ready to go deeper, well architected labs and ramp up guides let you practice real world architectures and follow role based paths like solutions architect, DevOps, or security. So, we have covered everything from absolute fundamentals all the way to specialization. Each stage builds on the last, combining concepts, certification, and hands on projects. Follow it consistently, and within a year, you'll have the skills, the portfolio, and the credibility to work confidently with AWS in real world environments. Remember, the goal isn't to learn every service, it's to master the right ones in the right order and prove your expertise with projects and certifications. Just a quick info, guys, Intellipaat is offering an AWS Solutions Architect certification course. This program is designed to help you master AWS services like EC2, S3, Lambda, CloudFront, VPC, and much more from the top 1% industry experts. With this AWS program, Intellipaat has already helped thousands of professionals achieve successful career transitions. You can check out the success stories on our Achievers channel. Link is in the description below. So if you're looking to start or grow your career in cloud computing with AWS, this course can be the perfect launchpad. Visit the course page link in the description below and take your first step towards becoming a certified AWS Solutions Architect.
Okay. Now, one thing we have to make clear whenever we are learning something, okay, we should have a clear goal in our mind why we are learning this. Okay. So now, if I would be asking this question to all of you, I know what would be the answer. Obviously, like you would be looking for better opportunities in your job. Okay. You would be looking for better hike in your package. You would be looking for better jobs in the market, and many more such reasons would be there. Okay. But why we have this concept in the market, why we have this concept in the industry, it is important to understand this. Okay, that was our need, that was our requirement, why we want to learn. But if I want to make you understand why we have this concept in the industry, let's understand that part. Okay, so first thing, if somebody is asking you, what is cloud computing? Can you explain that in one word? Okay, what is cloud computing? Okay, let's understand this. I will make you understand. Okay. So how I will make you understand? Let me generate a situation. Situation is, let's suppose there's a startup. I'm using a whiteboarding to explain you this. So let's understand in this way. For example, we have a startup. Okay. Or any new business. This startup is having a name called example.com. Any name you can take of your choice. Remember, everybody. I'm again repeating. Here I'm talking about a startup with the name example.com. Okay. Now I believe in one thing. Whenever we start something new, either it is a business, either it is a startup, we have to make some assumptions. Is it correct? It's a very general question. Whenever we start something, we have to make an assumption. Yes or no? We have to make the assumption like how much capital I have to invest. A simple assumption. Okay. So this startup has made some assumption. What's the goal of this startup? They have to come up with an e-commerce application. That's the goal of this startup. Okay. So for developing this application, they have certain assumptions in their mind. What are those assumptions? Number of servers will be 100 and number of customers will be 1,000. Means they had an initial assumption based on the survey, based on the market research. Okay. The assumption says that in order to run their application, okay, on different platforms, they need 100 servers. They have to run their application on 100 servers, and initially the customer base who will be using this application, that would be 1,000 customers. Okay. We should not say like this. Okay. One server is serving 10 customers. We can't make this calculation. Okay. For the understanding purpose, you can assume it, but we have not to say this technically, okay? Because there can be a possibility that you are having 100 servers for the distribution of traffic, okay? Yes, if you're talking about a uniform distribution, if we are uniformly distributing, in that case, you can say this, but it's not ideal in all the situation, okay? I hope that makes sense. Okay. So I hope the situation is clear. I have a startup with the name example.com. The name of the startup is this, and this startup wants to come up with an e-commerce application. Okay. As a part of a new startup, they have to make some assumptions. Assumptions are number of servers would be 100 and number of customer base would be 1,000. That is the initial assumption. Okay. Now, what I want to say with this assumption, it has started development. And what is the situation? Situation is their e-commerce application is live. Live means running in production environment. Okay. And as soon as this application is running into production environment, the customer base or customer traffic suddenly jumped from 1,000 to 2,000. Means I started my development. I started procuring the resources with an assumption in my mind that initially my customer base would be 1,000 customers. But as soon as application went live, the customer base jumped from 1,000 to 2,000. So now my question to all of you is, do you see any challenge here? My question is, initially I started developing an application, a software, anything you can use, okay? With an assumption that there would be 100 servers and this application would be having an initial customer base of 1,000. But as soon as I came up with this application in the production environment, customer base jumped from 1,000 to 2,000. So any observation or any challenge you can see here. Okay, what is the challenge? Remember, you have to understand the challenge and solution. Okay, you have to understand the challenge and solution. Okay, so challenge here is servers overloaded, server crash, performance impacted, high response time or delay in response or more response time, customers experience impacted. All these are challenges. Now, these were the challenges. If I will ask you, what is a solution? What do you say? All of these were the challenges. What is a solution? Everybody. Okay, that's fine. I will guide you. See, if I am going into a simple term, the solution is increase the server, very good, or increase the devices. If customer base is increasing, increase the devices. That is a solution, a simple solution. Okay. But try to think, is this solution a permanent solution? Is this solution a permanent solution? The answer to this question is no. This solution is not permanent solution. Why so? Because there can be a possibility that in future the traffic will decrease or the customer base will again come down from 2,000 to 500 or 200 or 100. Okay. So in that case, you have to terminate or you have to shut down some of the servers. Okay. So idea is what I want to explain you. I want to explain you here that whenever we deal with applications, okay, so here I'm talking about traditional infrastructure or traditional setup, that what used to happen before cloud, okay, or you can say before cloud computing, like this. Okay, so before cloud computing in picture, if we had to deal with these kind of solutions, okay, if we had to deal with these kind of requirement or these kind of issues. I'm talking about a traditional infra or traditional setup or before cloud computing. Okay. And here we are saying if we have to deal with these kind of issues, okay, possibilities there, we can deal with. But what is the problem? Problem is the solution you are providing that's not permanent. Okay. So lot of management is required or maintenance is required. Do you agree with that? Here you can achieve a solution, but you need a lot of maintenance. A simple example to understand this, an example I give to my candidate. Let's suppose you're working for an organization, okay? And the nature of your job is that every month you're getting a location transfer. Let's suppose today you are in Delhi. Next month you have to work from Pune. After that, in upcoming month you have to work from Mumbai or many other locations. So now my question to you is, are you going to book or are you going to buy a new house in every city every 1 month? Are you going to do that for your accommodation? If you are moving from one location to another location every 1 month, are you going to buy a new house every month? No, you're not going to buy a new house. Why so? There is lot of maintenance, there is lot of management, there is lot of complexity. Okay. Instead of that, what you will be preferring? You will be preferring to book your accommodation on rent. Either you will be booking a hotel or either you will be booking any accommodation. Okay. In terms of Airbnb, any PG or something like this. So you will be preferring a renting. Okay. So here, this is something which can help you out that why companies are adopting cloud computing. How? So before cloud computing and after cloud computing. Okay. So see, before cloud computing, companies, any company, they were dealing with hardware. After cloud computing, companies are dealing with software. Okay. So one thing all of you can keep in your mind, before cloud computing, companies were dealing with hardware. After cloud computing, companies are dealing with software. We will be understanding everything. No need to worry about it. Just remember this much for the time being. Okay. So from our previous example of a startup, we got a picture in our mind that if we have to resolve these kind of challenges, we needed to maintain a lot of things. How? Let's suppose today for 2000 customers, you purchased few more servers. Okay. But tomorrow the traffic again dropped down. The traffic again came back to 1000 or traffic dropped down more even from 1000 to 500. It means the additional servers which you had purchased, or if there are more servers which are not in use, you have to shut it down. Okay. Shutting it down does not mean you're going to get your capital back. When I'm purchasing something from the market, I have already invested a capital. I'm using or not using it, it does not mean I'm going to get my money back. I have already invested my money. Okay. Means in the traditional infra setup or before cloud computing, if we had to get the resources based on our demand, it was difficult to manage those resources. Okay. Because if you are going to procure more resources, you need more space to keep those resources or to keep those servers. And even once you have invested the capital, although you are using it or not using it, you have already paid the charges for it. Okay. Can you see the challenges here? What are the challenges? Okay. So now, if I will give you definition of cloud computing, everyone. This is the first definition of cloud computing. Cloud computing is the on-demand delivery of IT resources over the internet with pay-as-you-go pricing model. I will explain you, don't worry. Cloud computing is the on-demand delivery of IT resources over the internet with pay-as-you-go pricing model. Okay, what do you mean by that? So see here, I have written down few keywords in my definition. Okay, the first keyword is on-demand. Okay, second keyword is IT resources. Third keyword is over the internet, and fourth keyword is pay as you go. These are the four keywords. Okay. Now, these keywords are talking about what cloud computing is offering you. Okay. Let's suppose first keyword is saying on demand means whenever you need. Okay. On demand means whenever you need. Means you don't have to plan in advance. For example, currently I am not sure about that what would be my actual customer traffic tomorrow. Okay. But tomorrow, if I got an observation that traffic is suddenly increasing, I don't have to plan in advance. I can get the resources whenever I need it, or even in real time. If there is an observation that traffic is increasing, behind the scene or in the background, more servers will automatically be added. That is the meaning of on demand. Okay. IT resources means I always believe in one statement whenever I have to understand infrastructure. I say everywhere servers are present or servers are everywhere. Okay. Means in IT, I talk about infrastructure in terms of servers. I define infrastructure as servers. So whatever activity you are doing, either you are storing something, either you are creating a network, either you are creating a database, you need servers. Okay. So I'm saying servers are everywhere. Okay. So in a very simple language, I am classifying this IT resource as servers. Okay. And over the internet means online. You don't have to go anywhere to buy the resources. Like in my previous situation, when I was not talking about cloud computing, okay, I had to go to an outlet or I had to go to market to buy new servers. I had to buy new hardwares. Hardwares are physical machines, okay? And pay as you go means as much you are using, you are only paying for that. What do you mean by this? Let's suppose if I have used a server for 1 hour. If I have used a server for 1 hour, I will be paying for 1 hour of compute cost. Okay. I will not have to pay the entire cost of server. Means after 1 hour, if I terminated the server or shut down the server, I don't have to pay the cost for that running server. Okay. Or I don't have to pay the cost for that terminated server. In a very simple language, you can say. Okay. How I can compare? In the previous example, for serving additional customers or additional users, okay, I had procured or I had purchased more servers from the market. Okay. Although I was using that server or not using, I still had invested the capital in those servers. Means my money was already spent. Okay. But here in the cloud, if you are not using a resource and you have terminated that resource, that then you are not going to pay the charge for that terminated resource or terminated server. Cloud computing is the on-demand delivery of IT resources over the internet with pay-as-you-go pricing model. Now you can combine these words and you got a definition of cloud computing. Okay. You can say that you are paying only that much which you are using. Okay, so let's suppose if you are using a resource for 1 hour or 2 hours, you will be paying only for that much of time. Okay, and there are many more factors, not only the time, but let's say how much data you are storing or how much data you are transferring. So you will only be paying based on what you are using. Okay, make sense? It does not mean that you have to buy something in advance. Okay, till the time you are not sure about your business continuity. Okay, we have an options in the cloud. If you are sure about the business continuity, just to get some discount, you can get the things in advance. But if you are not sure, then you can get the things on demand. Okay, let me talk about one more definition. Let me give you one more definition. Okay, another definition I have created from my previous definition only, and this is a definition. See, cloud computing asks you to stop thinking about your resources in terms of hardware and start thinking about your resources in terms of software. Okay. I'm again repeating my next definition. What is that? Cloud computing asks you to stop thinking of your resources in terms of hardware and start thinking of your resources in terms of software. Okay. This is second definition which I have written down. Okay. This definition says that you don't have to think about your resources anymore in terms of hardware. You can think about your resources in terms of software. Very simple example to understand this. Let me give you an example. Example is, let's suppose you have to store some data. Okay. You have to store some data and you have two options, hard disk and Google Drive. Okay. Hard disk is a hardware. Google Drive is a software. Can I say that? Or I can say Google Drive you're accessing online. Idea is that these days, if you have to talk about your resources, it can be anything. It can be storage. It can be server. Okay. You don't have to think about your resources in terms of hardware. You can think about your resources in terms of software. And what is the benefit of software-based approach? It is easier to access. How? You don't have to carry a hardware all the time with you. Okay. You can access the softwares, you can access the applications online over the internet. It is easier to access from anywhere you want. Okay. Let's say I'm traveling in a train and I want to access some files. Okay. I don't have to connect the hard disk to my laptop in order to fetch that file. I can simply access that file even from my mobile. Okay. So that is another definition of cloud computing. Cloud computing asks you to start thinking about your resources in terms of software and stop thinking about your resources in terms of hardware. Okay. Okay. Now I have listed down some of the advantages of cloud computing. There are many more. I have listed down some advantages. Okay. So based on the discussion we have made, okay, first advantage which comes into picture is cost effective. How cost effective? Cost effective in terms of we are paying the cost on demand. Okay, means we are paying the cost as much we are using. If we are using any resource for a couple of hours, we are paying the cost for those hours only. Okay, we're not paying the entire cost of the service. So it is cost effective, a simple language to understand. Okay, highly available means we will be talking about this in detail. For the time being, just understand highly available means chances of downtime is minimal. Okay, or interruption is minimum. Okay, means let's suppose if you forgot a hardware to carry with you, you can still access the data, you can still access the files online. Okay, scalable means it can meet the changes in demand. I will be explaining all these technical keywords, don't worry, in detail. For the time being, just understand scalability is the ability to meet the changes in demand. So here, as I told you, the word on demand itself is telling that cloud computing provides a scalability. Means you don't have to think about in a way that whenever you need a resource, you can easily get it. Okay. You don't have to plan in advance. Okay. Flexible. You have more flexibility. Again, flexibility comes with respect to ease of use. And globally available means anywhere it is available. You can access it from anywhere. Okay. All these advantages make sense. There can be many more advantages. Okay. Now, I want to make a discussion with all of you on one task. Okay, I agree with all these advantages. Even I can keep on adding more advantages of cloud computing. Okay, but there is one major advantage which companies are believing on for the cloud computing, or I can say that one major advantage due to which companies are adopting cloud. Okay, and what is that? See, security is always a mutual responsibility. Okay. You can never justify that cloud is more secure or your traditional infra setup is more secure. Okay. Ideally, if I have to say that, companies who are having so much secure requirement or companies who are having constraints with respect to security, they prefer to keep their data with themselves. Okay, they prefer to keep their data with themselves. So you can't say that cloud is 100% secure. Okay. Cloud always say that security is a mutual responsibility. If you are choosing cloud as a secure solution, then even you needed to take the accountability, remember. Okay. Now what I want to convey, I wanted to discuss with all of you what is the major advantage, why companies are adopting or choosing cloud computing. Okay. The answer to that is be more agile and reduce time to market. This is a statement I prefer to use as a part of my discussion. Means if somebody would come to me and somebody will ask me a question straight away that can you tell me or can you elaborate the advantage or major advantage of cloud computing due to which companies are adopting cloud or companies are moving towards cloud. Okay. My straightforward answer would be more agile and reduce the time to market. That will be the straightforward answer. Okay. Now, maybe you will not be able to understand it. I'll guide you. I'm here to guide you for everything. I will make this very simple for all of you. And then you will say, sir, we were already aware about it. I will explain. Don't worry. If I will be writing the meaning of these keywords. Okay. First thing, agile means making best use of your skill set. That is the meaning of agile. Okay. And reduce the time to market means come early or launch early in market. Okay. Before I'm proceeding further, I hope these two statements are clear. I will be discussing on the statement. But for now, agile means making best use of your skill set, and reduce time to market means launch early in the market. All of you are already aware about it. See, I am taking an example of an insurance company. Any insurance company. I'm not taking a name. Okay. If I will be asking you, what is the goal of this company? Can I say the goal of this company is it to sell more and more insurance products? Can I say that? Or if I have to shorten this statement, I can say that generate more revenue. Can I say that? Do you all agree? Generate more revenue. The goal of any company is to generate more revenue, to stay up to the date, to stay ahead in the market. Okay, great. Now I'm taking two situations to make you understand. Okay, my situation number one is before cloud computing. This is my situation number one. Okay, so before cloud computing, okay, this company was focusing on two things. One is their product enhancement or product development, anything you can say. Another is infra maintenance. Okay, this company was focusing on two things. They had to work on their product development or product enhancement. Along with that, they also had to work on infra maintenance. Okay, and after cloud computing, situation number two. Okay, so situation two is after cloud computing, company is now focusing on product development. Okay, this infra maintenance will be taken care by cloud, will be taken care by cloud provider. So here in this situation, in this scenario, it will be taken care by cloud provider in situation number two. Okay, because who is a cloud provider? Who providing you services in cloud or over the internet? Okay, and being a cloud provider, they are taking care about the infra. Okay, a simple example to understand again, if I will come back to the same situation, you are working in a company where you're getting a transfer every 1 month. You are not buying a new house, you are only booking accommodation on rent. So when you are booking accommodation on rent, you will not take care about infra maintenance, house maintenance. That will be taken care by the hotel owner or house owner. Okay. So in the cloud also, in a similar manner, you are using the services on rent. Okay. Means you're only paying that much which you are using. Okay. Now my question to all of you, I generated two situations in front of you. First situation was company was focusing on product development and infrastructure maintenance because they were owning the infra. They were the owner of the infra where they were running their application. Okay. Now, in situation number two, they are only focusing on product development. They are not worried about infra maintenance. It is taken care by cloud provider. Okay. So question is, in which situation company will be more productive or company will be able to make use of the skill sets? In situation number one or situation number two? In which situation company will be more productive or company will be able to make use of their skill set? Okay. The answer is situation number two. Very correct, very simple. Situation number two, company will be more productive. So in situation number two, company will be more productive. So now come back to my statement. Can I say the statement now? Be more agile and reduce time to market. When company will be more productive, they will be launching their product early in the market. They will be able to come up with their product early. Okay. And that is the major advantage. So now if somebody is going to ask you, what is the major advantage? Why companies are adopting cloud computing? Instead of saying security, scalability, cost effectiveness, high availability, flexibility, say be more agile and reduce time to market. Okay. Agile means making best use of your skill set. Okay. In a very simple way. Agile means flexibility. Okay. Venugopal. Okay, now one more thing. If I will ask you another question, do you think are there any disadvantages of cloud computing? See, I am not a promoter of cloud. Okay, my goal is to teach you with as much as possible. Okay, and that's why I want to clear a lot of things for all of you. Why I'm discussing this? See, you have to remember one statement. Everything come up with pros and cons. Everything come up with advantages and disadvantages. Either it is activities you are doing as a part of your day-to-day life, either activities you are doing in professional world. Okay. See, why I'm telling you this, there will always be the pros and cons associated with everything. Okay, means everything come up with advantages and disadvantages. How we declare that this is meeting our need or this is meeting our requirement? So let's suppose if I'm looking for 1, 2, 3 feature, okay, and a solution is providing me all these features, for me that will become the advantage. But on the other side, there is one more solution which is not providing me my features I'm looking for. That will become disadvantage for me. Okay. So advantages and disadvantages vary as per your requirement, as per your need. Okay. Some of the disadvantages I can say here, less control. When you are not an owner, you will have a less control over infrastructure. Okay. You can't say less control over data. Why so? Data is something which you are storing, which you are adding in the cloud. So data is your responsibility, everybody. Okay. You don't have less control on data. You can say less control on infrastructure. A simple example. You have booked Uber, okay, to travel somewhere. You are not owning the Uber car. You are just a customer there. Okay. So you can ask the driver or Uber driver to switch on the AC. You can't directly turn on the AC button or you can't do the experimentation in that car if AC is not working. Okay. So idea is in a similar manner, when we are using the services on rent, we have less control over the infrastructure. Yes or no? Apart from that, you can say data privacy. I'm not saying it is 100% true or it is 100% challenge. I'm not saying it. It depends upon case to case, how critical your data is. The same happens with security. Okay. How secure your system is. So again, the disadvantages comes into picture if something is not meeting your requirement. So based on your application you want to run, you can say that these are the disadvantages which I'm not getting. Okay. Or these are the features which I'm not getting. But the idea is whenever you are learning something, not learn in one way. Okay. Also understand if you have to be a part of a discussion with someone, what can be the possible challenges, okay, or what can be the challenges which can come when you are running your applications or workload. Okay, now let's start with the next discussion. Our next discussion is types of cloud. Okay, it is also known as cloud deployment models. Okay, I'm again repeating, our next discussion is types of cloud or cloud deployment models. Okay, anything you can say. Okay, so I have classified types of cloud into multiple categories of deployment models usually. Okay. The three major categories you will see here when we talk about cloud deployment models. These categories are public cloud or private cloud or hybrid cloud. These are the three major categories. Apart from these three, I will be talking about multi-cloud, one more, that is community cloud. Okay. What all these name justifies or what is the purpose of all these deployment model? The purpose of these deployment model means how companies are using the cloud services or how companies are running their workload. Okay. So after cloud came into picture, means after we got this thing that we don't have to build the servers all the time physically. Okay, even on top of physical servers, we can run servers virtually. A simple example is work from home. Let's suppose before COVID, for example, I'm taking an example of before COVID. Every company was asking you, or most of the companies were asking you to work from the company premises. Okay. When you enter the company premises, you enter in company network. Okay. But when you do work from home, are you actually inside a company network? Physically, no. Physically, you are not inside a company network, but technology makes a setup in such a way that virtually you are inside a company network with the help of VPN. All of you must have heard about VPN. You use the VPN for your day-to-day life also. Okay, what VPN help you out with? VPN help you out, or VPN takes you in a specific network. Okay, so when the company started realizing that they don't have to do the setup physically only, they can also have their setup virtually. Okay, so companies had started thinking that how they can set up their infrastructure. Okay, and based on that, we have these models: public cloud, private cloud, hybrid cloud, multi-cloud, community cloud. So now let's start with public cloud. As the name is suggesting, you will be able to get the understand. Okay. Public cloud means public, shared by many. Okay. So public cloud says that services offered over the internet and shared across multiple organizations. Okay. Means there are some providers in the market like AWS, which stands for Amazon Web Services. And we will be talking about AWS in our upcoming discussion. But before that, I want to make your basics strong. Okay. So AWS is one of the public cloud provider in the market. Okay, which provide their services. And these services are used by many organizations or many customers. So you can say that services or infra is shared by many customers. Okay, so that is a public cloud. So services offered over the internet and shared across many organizations. So multiple users or multiple organizations share the same infrastructure. And you are paying only for what you are using. Okay. You can take an analogy in order to understand this as public bus. If I'm taking an example of a bus, let's say if I have to travel from one point to another point. Okay. And I'm using bus for traveling purpose. So bus is an example that the infra or the resources inside bus seats, and many more things that will be shared by many customers. Okay, so you can relate it with a real life example to understand what is the meaning of public cloud. So here you are using the setup created by third party provider, and that setup should be shared by many customers. So okay for that. Okay, what would be the advantages? The first advantage is cost effective, as the name is suggesting. When you are sharing the services among multiple customers or multiple organizations, you will get cost effectiveness. Or in another way, bus ticket is cheaper than cab price. Okay, if you're booking a personal cab or if you're hiring a personal cab, that will be more expensive as compared to paying the charges in bus. Okay. Second is scalable. Cloud providers, public cloud providers provide you scalability. Scalability means whenever you need the resources, you can ask and resources will automatically be provided to you or will automatically be added as a part of your infrastructure. Okay. The third thing which I have taken, that is maintenance free. As you are not owning it, you're not an owner. So it will be maintained by the provider. Okay. If I talk about disadvantages, what can be a disadvantage? It's good to learn advantage as well as disadvantage associated with something. Okay. Disadvantages are obviously less control. You're having less control. Okay. Okay. So disadvantages can be less control. Okay. How less control? When you are not an owner for something, when you are not an owner for the resources or infra, you will be having a less control. Security concerns. Security can be a concern. Again, I am not saying security is not possible. I am saying with respect to when you are owning something. Let's suppose if you are booking a private cab or private car, okay, you will be more secure as compared to when you're traveling in bus. Okay, but it is case to case. You can't say that bus is all the time more secure than car. It depends upon where you have to travel, what route you are taking. Sometimes you are not even safe in private car, but you are safe in middle of public. Okay, so that's the reason whenever you say security concern, it can be a concern based on the use cases. Okay, and third is compliance issues. Okay, compliance again is related to security. For the timing, just understand this much. Okay, private cloud, as the name is suggesting, private means dedicated to someone or dedicated infrastructure for a single organization. Okay, you are not sharing it with anyone. Okay, so idea is this dedicated infrastructure can be set up in your own facility. Means you are setting up this dedicated infrastructure in your own facility. Okay, or you can outsource the setup to a vendor. But again, that setup will be dedicated to you or your organization only. Example to understand this is owning a car. Okay, so advantages obviously, if you are using a private cloud, you will be having a more control. Okay, you will be having high security and privacy, and you can customize the things as per your need because you are the one who is owning that infra. Okay, so you can basically customize it as per your need. But when you are using public cloud, whatever features or whatever services will be provided to you, you have to make those services on. Okay, what can be a disadvantage if something is private? Obviously, it will be expensive. Okay, scalability will be limited because here you have to maintain the scalability. Okay, you have to maintain the changes in demand, and obviously you have to do maintenance. Maintenance will be there. So these are some of the disadvantages associated with private cloud. So whenever somebody is asking you a difference between public cloud and private cloud, a simple example or simple statement is public cloud is the cloud infra provided by third parties, vendors or providers. And here the resources are shared among many organizations or many customers. Private cloud is a dedicated infra set up for a single organization or single customer, and that infra can be set up in the company's facility or it can be set up somewhere else. Okay, but it should be dedicated to a single organization. Okay, example for scalability. Very simple example. Scalability means, let's say, currently there are two servers. Okay, and those servers are serving your application or hosting your application. There is a Black Friday sale when the traffic is very high on the website. So scalability says that based on the traffic, the number of servers will be added in the background to serve the customers. Okay. Okay. Examples of public cloud are these are the cloud providers: AWS, Azure, GCP. Example of private cloud is IBM Cloud. Okay. Or VMware private cloud. These are the examples of public and private cloud. When you need it, it totally depends. Let's say you are working for a company and that company wants a dedicated setup for their organization. They don't want to share any infra resource with any other customer. They have a strong security requirement. You can set up a private cloud or you can adopt a private cloud deployment model. Okay. On the other side, if you're okay to share the infrastructure with other organizations, you can adopt a public cloud model. Okay. When you are talking about Adobe, these days, all the companies have started, or most of the companies, I can say that, major big companies have started providing the cloud services. Okay. Next, we have hybrid cloud. As the name is suggesting, a simple meaning of hybrid is mixture. Okay. So here also we have a mixture. We have a combination of public cloud and private cloud. Means here we are allowing the data and application to be shared between the public cloud and private cloud. Now, if a question comes to your mind, when you should use the hybrid cloud, a very simple example, when you want to leverage the benefits of both public and private cloud, you can make use of the hybrid cloud. Okay. You can make use of a hybrid cloud. A best example with respect to a real world to understand this is taxi plus personal car combo. Means you're planning a travel. Okay. Up to some location, you have used a personal car. Okay. After that, you are hiring a taxi. In a similar manner, in the industry, there are companies who are working in the hybrid setup. Means some part of their infra is running in on-premise or running in their facility, and some part is running in the public cloud or hosted on public cloud. Okay. So whenever a company wants to leverage the advantages of public and private cloud, they can use hybrid cloud. So any company, any organization who is running their infra in public and private, that is an example of a hybrid cloud. Okay. What would be the benefits? Benefits would be flexibility. You're going to get flexibility, means you can get a flexibility of the public cloud, cost optimization, scalability, and security. On the other side, disadvantage is complex setup. Setup will be complex. You need to manage some resources in private cloud, some resources in public cloud. Okay. Higher management efforts and security gaps. Security gaps can be there. Okay. These are some of the disadvantages of hybrid cloud. If you are looking for a real world example, an example can be General Electric, GE. This is a company. You must have heard about it. If not, you can see here. General Electric, or it can be any company. I'm taking just one example. Okay. So General Electric uses a hybrid cloud approach. Okay. Means they run their critical workload in the private setup and they run less sensitive workload in the public cloud. Okay. That is the meaning of hybrid cloud. Next one is multi-cloud. Why I have introduced multi-cloud or why I have taken multi-cloud in front of you. Understand, multi means multiple or multi means multiple cloud. Okay. The difference between multiple and hybrid. Okay. Hybrid should have at least one private cloud. In a hybrid cloud setup, when you're doing a hybrid cloud setup, at least there should be one private cloud setup. In case of multi-cloud, you can have multiple public cloud. So multi-cloud means two or more cloud services from different providers. So multi-cloud is not mandatory to have a private cloud setup. That is the only difference. Just understand. And on the basis of this difference, you can relate the advantages and disadvantages. Okay. So just understand this much. Finally, I have taken one more called community cloud. Okay. What is the meaning of community cloud and what is the purpose of this community cloud? Understand. So community cloud means, as the name is suggesting, community of people. Just understand in this way. Okay. So community cloud says that you are sharing or you are creating a setup for organizations with similar goals, with similar security need or regulatory requirement. Means you are creating such setup which will be shared by organizations who are sharing a similar need or similar goals in their mind. An example, gated community. First of all, let's understand with the day-to-day work. Gated community. So multiple families lives in separate homes, in their individual homes, but they share the guarded gate. They share the pool. They share the park. They share the community rules and standard. Or if you want to take a technical example could be medical infra. Okay. Universities. There can be some universities who are sharing the similar goals. So we can set up an infra which will be shared by those universities, a group of universities or a group of colleges within a university. You can say that. Okay. So community cloud setup you can do for those customers, for those organizations who are sharing the similar need. Okay. For you, I can give one thing. You can explore this for your knowledge. Let's say there is Microsoft Government Cloud. You can explore this one. Okay. What this Microsoft Government Cloud is? It is designed for US federal state or local governments. Okay. In this context, you can use this. So the question can be any examples which provides community cloud setup. That should be the refined question. Make sense? I have given you the example. Okay, so these can be the examples. Microsoft, AWS provide you this, AWS Government Cloud. It is again for US government. Okay, from the Google perspective, you have Google Workspace for education. Okay, this Google Workspace for Education is providing the shared infrastructure and collaboration tool for schools. So whenever you want the example, the question can be examples of the companies who are operating in this model or who are providing this kind of setup. Okay. I hope that makes sense to all of you. See, actually, whenever we will be learning cloud, we are going to talk about some technical terms or we will be using some technical jargons. It's good to understand those technical jargons so that when we will be talking about them, it will be easier to understand. Okay. So I will be discussing some differences or some terminologies with all of you. Okay. My first question to all of you is there are two terms, fault tolerance and high availability. Okay. Fault tolerance and high availability. So now my question to all of you is fault tolerance versus high availability, or what is the difference between fault tolerance and high availability? Actually, why I have asked this question, because I can see sometimes we have a confusion in our mind. Okay, so I will be writing one keyword and then I will be explaining or I will be planning my discussion on this. Okay, whenever somebody is using high availability in front of you, okay, always understand high availability with a keyword called minimizing the downtime. Okay, and fault tolerance means zero downtime or backup running parallelly or running in parallel. Okay, so high availability means minimize the downtime and fault tolerance means zero downtime or backup running in parallel. So if somebody asks you, high availability means the goal is to minimize the downtime. The goal of fault tolerance is zero downtime. Okay. So high availability, I told you, minimizing a downtime, and fault tolerance means zero downtime. Okay. So now remember, I'm giving you a real-time example first of all, and then I will be giving you a technical example. A real-time example of high availability means, let's say, generator kicks in after power outage. Okay. Let's suppose you are living in any society. Okay. Or you are living anywhere where you have a generator as a backup. Okay. As soon as there will be a power outage, generator will take the load and generator kicks in. Okay. But there can be a possibility that there can be a short interruption or short downtime. That is an example of a highly available setup. On the other side, UPS battery backup kicks in instantly. Let's say I'm using a Wi-Fi, okay? And I have set up a UPS at my home. UPS means that is getting charged along with the Wi-Fi. So whenever there will be a power off, you will not be interrupted. UPS will come instantly up. Like UPS already is having a power. Now UPS will be serving your Wi-Fi. Okay. Or UPS will be serving your router with the power. Okay. So UPS is an example of fault tolerance. Generator is an example of high availability or highly available. Okay. Another example. Let's say if I'm taking an example of a bank ATM. Okay, you are using one ATM and that ATM is having some problem. So another ATM nearby, when one fails, is an example of a highly available setup. On the other side, if you are having a dual processor in the ATM, you must have seen in some of the branches have multiple ATM machines. Okay, even if one ATM machine is not working, you have the dual processors or you have another ATM machine. Okay, which will be up and running. So that is an example of a fault tolerance setup. Okay. So now let me give you a technical description or a technical example how we do a technical setup. Okay. Let's suppose I'm talking about a database. A database, I'm doing a setup in such a way, I'm making one database as the primary or master or another database as a standby. Okay. Or you can take another example. Let's say you have two data centers. Okay. One data center is primary, another data center is standby. Means you are not running both of your data centers parallelly. Second data center you would be running when first data center is not operational. That is an example of a highly available setup. But if you are running your data centers or your infra parallelly, means your infra is running parallelly all the time. That is an example of a fault tolerant setup. Okay, make sense, everybody? You can see fault tolerance means no interruption in the service. Ability of a system to continue operating even if one or more component fail. Okay, what are the key points? System should be designed to absorb the failure completely and keep running without noticeable impact. Means you should not be noticing the impact. In which situation infra run parallelly? Can you give one example? Okay. Example from your day-to-day life is aircraft, space aircraft or spacecraft. Okay. In aircraft, we have two engines runs parallelly. Example from the technical world is active setup, if you have heard about it. Okay. Or another example is, if I'm talking about the technical setup, let's take an example of a hospital or medical industry. In hospital, in the ICUs, we have monitors running parallelly. Okay, that's fine. If you haven't heard about active, that's the reason I have taken the example of a hospital. Or that's the reason I've taken an example of the aircraft. In aircraft, you have two engines running parallelly. If one engine would be failed, still there is one more engine. And why it should run parallelly? Because even a minimal downtime can cause the life issues. Another example, hospital setup. In hospital setup in ICUs, okay? Let's say a patient has to go for a surgery, okay? And during a surgery, a patient has to give an anesthesia, okay? Anesthesia should be given to a patient during surgery. So there should be a monitors running parallelly, which is measuring the level of anesthesia that should be given to a patient. Another example, okay? And I have taken more examples. UPS, uninterruptible power supply. That is an example of a fault tolerant. Okay, where your UPS device is getting charged parallelly along with the Wi-Fi router. So when the power will be off, Wi-Fi router is going to get a supply from the UPS. Okay. The same pointers I have taken for high availability. Ability to remain accessible and operational for the maximum possible time. Technical statement. Key point, brief downtime, but system recover quickly through failure mechanism. Another example of high availability, a car with a spare tire or stepney. In a car, we have a spare tire. If there would be a tire puncture, you can change the tire. There can be a downtime, but your system will come up and running. Okay. Next example or next difference, which we all will be discussing, high availability versus reliability. Now, what is high availability and fault tolerance? Okay. Whenever you have to learn something, try to relate it. Reliability. If I will be giving you a synonym of reliability, reliability means something that can be trusted. That is the meaning of reliability. High availability, you have already covered. So reliability talks about that for how long a system is running without failure. Okay. So here I'm talking about the reliability of a system. I'm talking about the feature system is giving. Let me explain this with a very simple example. Let's take an example of a watch. Okay. Let's suppose I have purchased a watch from the market. That watch is running smoothly for next 5 years without any issue. I can say that the watch is reliable. Okay. Let's say a car battery. I have a car battery which came with a car when I purchased a car from the showroom. Now that car battery is working fine for the next 5 years. I have not changed my car battery. That car battery is reliable. So 5 year is not a time and it can be any number. Okay. The idea is like when you are talking about reliability means consistent performance over the time. If I'm giving a statement. Okay. So let's suppose if we have designed any application, that application is working consistently or regularly. Okay. It's giving a consistent performance over a period of time. We can say that the application is reliable. Okay. So here the example is reliability focus on correctness, accuracy, consistency. It's the ability of a system to function correctly over time without failure. I'm not saying it's the ability of a system to function correctly or to function 100% all the time. The application should never be failed. I'm saying over a period of time or over time. Okay. Example to understand reliability is, let's say there is an elevator, okay, that rarely breaks, or the battery which rarely breaks. That is an example of a reliability. Or a waiter that really makes any error. That's an example of a reliable human being. Okay. So idea is, whenever we are talking about a system, reliability is the ability of a system to work consistently or correctly over the time without failure. Okay. So high availability is about how quickly a system can recover or stay online. And reliability is about how rarely a system fails. That is reliability. Okay. One more thing I want to clear to all of you, because this is a very common question which is in the mind of candidates. Okay. Whenever they enroll for any program, and real time hands on. Okay. Real time examples and real time experience are two different things. Always remember. Okay. I just want to make this clear for everybody. Real time experience or real time exposure will always come when you will be working in the environment, in the company environment. Okay. When you will be dealing with customers, when you will be dealing with your teammate. Real time examples or real time hands on is you are trying to mimic that experience. You're trying to simulate that experience. Means instead of company account, if I'm performing something in my account, that is a real time experience only. I'm working in a similar manner. Let's say I'm setting up a server, I'm setting up a machine. That is a real time experience only. But when you will be set up that machine in the company environment, that will give you a real time exposure. So, real time example, real time use case versus real time experience. Okay. Make sense, everybody? So, all these are systems only: your watch, generator, car, airplane, hospitals, all these are systems. They will be running inside some infra. Those infra would be maintained by someone, by cloud provider or by any third party vendors. Okay. High availability is the ability of a system, how quickly a system is recovering or staying online despite failures. Reliability is the ability how rarely a system fails. Reliability is something that can be trusted. Let's suppose if you have designed an application with 20 features, and that application is performing, or that application is having all 20 features performing correctly over a period of time, that application is reliable, that system is reliable. Okay. Next one is reliability versus fault tolerance. Reliability means zero errors, and fault tolerance means zero failure. Okay. Or zero downtime. Okay. So difference is, reliability is the ability of a system to behave correctly. Fault tolerance is the ability of a system to behave without any downtime, or ability of a system to tolerate the downtime. If there will be any downtime, you should always have a backup running parallel. Okay. That is the fault tolerance. Okay. So that is the difference. You can see here fault tolerance versus reliability. Fault tolerance is survivability during failure, and reliability is a consistency of operating accurately. Okay, great. Now we will be talking about one more difference. Okay, I will be explaining you. Okay, I will be talking about scalability first. There is a term very commonly you will be come to know, that is scalability. Okay. Scalability, if I give you a definition, ability to meet the change in demand, or ability to meet the change in traffic. Okay. Ability to meet the change in demand or ability to meet the change in traffic, that is scalability. Okay. A simple example of scalability is, let's say, Black Friday sale or ITR filing. You are filing your income tax. Okay. When you file your income tax, you must have seen that the website becomes very slow. Okay. So scalability says that if the demand is increasing, or if the load on the application is increasing, your infra should be scalable enough to meet those changes in demand. or to meet the changes in traffic, and how your infra would be scalable by adding more resources in the background. And when load will be reduced or traffic will be reduced, those additional resources should be removed from the background in order to save the cost. That is the purpose of scalability. Okay. We divide scalability, for your knowledge, into two categories. So there are two types of scaling: horizontal scaling and vertical scaling. Okay. Now, scalability can be manual or it can be automated. Remember, means you can manually scale your system or you can make it automated. Okay. In industry, we prefer to follow automation. Okay, in order to provide best experience, because when manual intervention will be there, you can expect some delay or there can be some error prone scenarios. Okay, a simple example: let's say you're working from 8 to 6 for a company. Okay, in night at 10 o'clock you're getting a call from your manager that a server is down, can you please make it up? So when there is a human intervention, when there is a manual effort, you can expect some downtime, you can expect some delay. Okay, but when the things will be automated, no one has to make a call, okay, to you. In the background, in the system itself, the things will be triggered automatically to make it happen. So scalability can be manual, can be automated for the understanding purpose, but we prefer to have the automation in place. Okay. So I talked about, or I classified scalability into horizontal scaling and vertical scaling. It is the ability to meet the change in demand for traffic. Okay. Now, if I will be starting with vertical scaling means we are dealing with size. Okay. It can be increase in size or decrease in size. Okay. Increase in size or decrease in size means you use a word scale up or scale down. Okay. So increase in size means scale up, decrease in size means scale down. So we have divided vertical scaling into scale up and scale down. Or in vertical scaling, we deals with size or change in size. What do you mean by that? Let's say you have a computer. Okay. This computer is having 8 GB RAM. Okay. Now, if you're talking about increase in size, you're making it 16 GB. If you're talking about decrease in size, it can be 4 GB. Okay. Means sometimes your problem can be solved by changing the specification of your machine. Okay. A simple example, let's say you purchased a laptop and at the time of purchasing, you had a need of 8 GB of RAM only. Okay. But now you are running some heavy applications which need more memory. Okay. Which need more performance. So instead of buying a new system for that heavy application, you can change the specification of your system. So in vertical scaling, we deal with change in size. So based on the need of application or need of workload, you can change the size of the resources. Either you can increase it if we need more specification, or you can decrease it if we need less specifications. Okay. Next is horizontal scaling. Okay. Horizontal scaling deals with count. Vertical scaling was dealing with size. Horizontal scaling deals with count. Okay. We divide horizontal scaling into scale out and scale in. Okay. As the name is suggesting, in means inward. Okay. Inward means decrease. Out means outward, means expansion. Expansion means increase. Okay. Scale out means increase the count and scaling means decrease the count. Okay. So sometimes increasing the size of server is not enough. We need to add more servers. Okay, we need to increase the count of the servers. In that case, we will be using horizontal scaling approach. Okay. Again, the best example is, let's say going to a shopping mart. Okay. In a shopping mart on weekdays, the crowd is less. So we will be having, let's suppose, 2 counters open on the weekdays because crowd is less. Over the weekend, the crowd is too much. So what the shopping mart owner does, over the weekend, the shopping mart owner opens more counters. So we are increasing the number of counters or changing the number of counters based on the need. That is an example of a horizontal scaling. Okay. So from now onwards, if anybody is going to talk you about scaling, I hope you will be able to answer what is scaling, what is scalability, what is horizontal scaling, what is vertical scaling. Okay. So now for all of you, a simple knowledge I want to give. There is one more term, elasticity versus scalability. Okay. Elasticity and scalability both are related to ability of a system to change or ability of a system to meet the changes in demand. Okay. The difference is elasticity is more focused towards automation, and scalability you can achieve manually or automatically. Or in another way, we can say automatically scalable means elastic, or automatic scaling means elastic. Okay, make sense, everybody? What is the difference between elasticity versus scalability? The difference is the degree of automation. So in elasticity, we have automation. Scalability can be achieved manually as well as automatically. Okay. So elasticity is ability to automatically adjust the resources to match the demand. Scalability can handle the growth over time. You can achieve scalability manually or automatically. Okay. A simple example to understand elasticity. Let's say any ride sharing app. A ride sharing app spinning up extra server during rush hours and spin down when demand drops. So obviously application would be running on servers only when rush hours are high, when there is a high surge. Okay. At that point of time, this application has been designed in such a way that behind the scene, more servers will be spinned up. Example I've taken of the shopping mart or any outlet. Okay. So over the weekend, more counters will be opened. Okay. Over the weekdays, counters will be closed. Less counter will be there. Okay. I'm taking my next discussion into picture. AWS. What is AWS? AWS stands for Amazon Web Services. Okay. It is a cloud computing platform and it offers on demand resources over the internet. Make sense? It's a cloud computing platform which offers on demand resources over the internet. Okay. If you want to know a little bit history, as per the documentation, it launched officially in 2006. It is owned by Amazon. Okay. It's a public cloud computing platform. Okay. Some customers are Netflix, who uses AWS widely, Adobe, Airbnb, and many more customers are there. NASA. Okay. These are some of the customers of AWS. Okay. Let's start with our next discussion now. If I would be asking you, what do you need to start in AWS? If I'm asking you this question, what would be the answer? What do you need to start in AWS? If that is a question I am presenting in front of you, what do you think? What would be the answer? The answer is you need an AWS account. Okay. So I hope all of you have created an account in AWS. Those who have not created, they can create this account. Create and activate AWS account. Okay. And you can follow the step-by-step instructions to create an account. Okay. AWS account will be required. Okay. So create an account and ensure to have an active account ready. Okay. Because I'm going to show one demo. Okay. Saying create and activate an AWS account. Okay. Usually we got an answer to this question that what do you need to start in AWS? We need an AWS account. How to create and activate an AWS account? This is a blog. Okay. Whenever you will be creating an account, you have to provide email ID and password. Means when you are creating an account for the first time, you need to provide email ID and password. Okay. So this email ID and password gives you a combination of the credentials. Remember, this email ID and password gives you combination of credentials. Okay. And this combination of credentials is known as root credentials. Okay. So quick understanding, whenever we create an account for the first time, it asks us to provide an email ID and password. This combination of credentials is known as root credentials. Okay. Means when we create an account, we create a root user. Okay. This root user will be used for first time sign in or first time login to your AWS account. Okay. Later, you can decide if you have to use this root user or you have to create another user in your AWS account. Okay. Next thing, which I will be discussing with all of you. Okay. So a user comes into picture called root user. So a root user, if somebody asks you who is a root user, you can say a root user is a super user. Okay. Who has access to everything in the AWS account. Means this root user can do anything in the AWS account. Remember, any activity can be performed by a root user. Okay. So we will be learning how can we secure our root users in the AWS account. So basically, whenever we create an account, AWS account, we provided an email ID and password. Okay. And this set of credentials is known as root credential. So any user who will be logging in with this set of credential, that user is known as a root user. A root user is a super user or a master user who has access to everything in the AWS account. So you need to secure your root credentials. Okay. Now, what happens whenever you log into your account? So let's say I have an account with me. I'm going to log into my AWS account. So I will be typing on internet AWS Management Console login and enter. Okay. I will be clicking on the first link and I will be clicking on sign in. There's a sign in button. This sign in button I would be using in order to do a sign in to my account. Okay. Now I have to use, if you're using or if you are doing a first time login, if you have not created any other user yet, okay, in your account. So other than email ID and password, other than the root user which got created by default when you create an account or when you set up an account, if you have not created any other user yet, okay, you have to use this option called sign in using root user email. So click on this. Okay. You have two radio buttons, root user and IAM user. We have to use root user. Okay. So here we need to provide our email ID, the one which you must have provided while logging in to the AWS account. Okay. We have to provide the password and then we have to provide one more code. Okay. I told you that I will teach you how to secure your account. How to secure your account means other than email ID and password, we can also set up a code. Okay. Additional code to authenticate ourselves. In a very simple way, like you can relate it with your internet banking login. Let's say if you are doing a login to your banking account online. Okay. So you must have seen there are many banks who ask you to provide an OTP from the SMS. Okay. That OTP provides an additional security to your login part. In a similar manner, this MFA code, MFA stands for multi-factor authentication. It is an additional layer of authentication. I will teach you how to set it up. I have set it up in my account already. Okay. So I will be providing a code, MFA code. Let me do that. And I will be saying sign in. Okay. As soon as I will be clicking on sign in, I will be seeing a page. This is a login page. This is a first page once you have done the login. Okay. It is also known as console home. This is a name. It's a landing page. It's the first page after you log into your AWS account. It is known as a console home. Okay. Do we need to create free or paid account? Okay. See, actually, whenever you are creating an account for the first time, it asks you to choose a plan, type of plan. Okay. The type of plan would be basic plan. You have to always create an account with a basic plan. Okay. AWS has changed their policies, and that's the reason I have taken one article. Okay. So AWS has made some changes in their offerings. Means before this announcement, okay, what used to happen? AWS used to provide us some offerings in the AWS under which we could explore the services up to certain limit without paying any charges. So AWS has made some changes in those offerings. Okay. You can go through this article in your spare time and then you can read more about it. I will not be discussing it for the time being. It's not relevant to our discussion for the time being. To our discussion, what is relevant that we need to understand that after creating an account, when we are doing sign in or when we are doing login to our account, we get a first page that is known as a console home. Okay. First thing which I will teach you, that is How to enable MFA in AWS. MFA stands for multi-factor authentication. It gives you additional layer of authentication to add security in your account. Okay. So if you have not enabled MFA, how to enable it, I will be teaching you. So once you get this first page, on the topmost right side, you will see your name. This is an account name. Okay, this account name which we give at the time of account creation. So this is my account name. Okay. If I will be expanding a drop down, there is an arrow. If I will be expanding this arrow, I will see a drop down. From this drop down, I have to click on security credentials. I will be clicking on security credentials. Okay. I will again repeat. Once you logged in to your account, there is a drop down at the right topmost side. From there, you have to expand it and click on security credentials. Okay. Within a security credentials, okay, you will see a message at the top. If you have not enabled MFA yet, MFA is not enabled, like that. You will see a warning. Okay. So how to enable MFA? Scroll down. All of you will see a section called multi-factor authentication. You can see use MFA to increase the security of your AWS environment. Signing in with MFA requires an authentication code from the MFA device. Okay. So I will be clicking on assign MFA device here. This is a button. You can give a name. Let's say I'm giving a name, my second MFA device. You can give any name. Okay. After this, it gives you a radio buttons to choose from, means how you want to enable MFA. You can purchase a hardware-based token from the market in order to enable the MFA. Okay. You can enable the MFA using like fingerprints and all, using face or screen lock, or you can enable MFA using an authenticator app. So I will be enabling MFA using Authenticator app. Authenticator app is an app which you can download and install on your mobile or computer, anywhere. Okay. So I'm choosing this radio button, second radio button, and I will be clicking on next button. Okay. Next step is you can see some authenticator application names like Google Authenticator, Dio Mobile, Auth app. You can download this on your mobile device or computer. Or if you want to see more application list, you can open this blog, and here, if you will scroll down, yes, it is there. You can check what are the applications available in Android and iOS. Microsoft Authenticator is also there. So install any one of these applications on your mobile. Once you install the application, scan the QR code in the application, like I'm doing currently. Okay. I'm scanning a QR code, and as soon as I will be scanning the QR code, my app will start generating the codes. Okay. I have to add two consecutive code, one after another. Okay. So I'm entering my first code. Now I will wait for the second code to be generated. It's like OTP. OTPs which are valid for some time. Your apps generate a code. After 30 seconds, it will generate a new code. Okay. So now I'm entering the next code my app has generated and saying add MFA. You can see MFA device assigned. So next time when I will do a sign in, okay, I already had a MFA device assigned. I have just shown you how to do it. So next time when you will sign in, other than your credentials, it will ask you for the MFA code also. So you have to add that MFA code from your app. Okay. Got an idea how to enable MFA in your account? Okay, great. Next discussion which we will be making, that is related to AWS global infrastructure. Okay, so in the AWS global infrastructure, we are going to talk about three things, okay, which we have to know. So basically, we will be seeing few terms in the AWS, and I will be using these terms as a part of my discussion, as a part of the conversation. Okay. And what are these terms? We have region, we have availability zones, we have data center, we have server. Okay. Means if I talk about AWS global infrastructure, AWS global infrastructure is very vast. Okay. These are few components of AWS global infrastructure which we are going to use as a part of our discussions. Okay. Time to time. Okay. So that's the reason I have taken this into picture. Region, availability zone, data center, and servers. First thing, AWS has the infrastructure component, by keeping in mind high availability and security. Okay. AWS wants to achieve high availability, remember. Okay. So keeping that in mind, AWS has designed their global infrastructure accordingly. Okay. How? I will teach you. So region, if I talk about, is the collection of three or more availability zones. Okay. We also define availability zone with this notation, AZs. Okay. Availability zone is the collection of one or more data center. Okay. Data center is the collection of servers. Okay. I will again repeat. Region is a collection of three or more availability zones. Availability zone is a collection of one or more data center. Data center is the collection of servers. So this keyword collection itself is talking about high availability. When we are using a word collection means at some point of time we are going to get high availability. And why security? In a traditional model, we used to talk about a term called data center. Means data center is a facility where the company infrastructure resides or where the company servers are placed. Okay. So on top of this data center, we have created some wrappers. The purpose of these wrappers are you will never get the exact location of AWS data centers or any other cloud provider data centers. There will be cloud provider data centers where the actual physical servers are placed. But due to security reasons, you will never get the location of those data centers. And that's the reason we have wrappers on top of it, availability zones and regions. Okay. Before giving you a technical definition, I will be talking about this thing. Let's say Mumbai is a region. Within Mumbai, there can be many cities. Let's say city 1, city 2, city 3. Okay. Within these cities, there can be one or more data centers. Data center 1, data center 2, and so on. Okay. And within these data centers, there are actually servers which are placed. Okay. So you have the layers. Why these layers are? These layers are for security and high availability. Okay. So you will get Mumbai as a location. You know, in Mumbai, AWS has its data center, but Mumbai is vast. Where in Mumbai that you don't know. Okay. So one thing, like how AWS represent its region, its geographical location. So now if I have to give you a definition, I can say that region is a geographical location where AWS infrastructure resides. Okay. Region is a location where AWS infrastructure resides. It's a collection of three or more availability zones. Okay. Availability zone is the collection of one or more data center. Okay. It's a collection of one or more data center. And what is the purpose of these availability zones? These availability zones are designed for fault isolation. Fault isolations means if one availability zone is down, okay, another availability zone can serve your applications or can serve your customer, or another availability zone will be providing you high availability. Okay. And this data center is the collection of servers. Okay. If AWS represent its reason like this, let's suppose if I'm talking about Mumbai. So if AWS is representing Mumbai as a region like this, AP South 1. This is a notation you will see. Inside this AP South 1, three availability zone will be represented as AP South 1A, AP South 1B, AP South 1C. Okay. So within Mumbai, these are the three availability zone. In Mumbai, we have three availability zone. In other regions, we can have more than three availability zone. There can be a possibility. But this is a notation. Okay. I can show you. If you will go to your console, this is my management console. In the management console, from this icon, you can come back to your console home. Console home is always a landing page in the AWS. Okay. If you will expand this drop down, can you see Mumbai? It is represented by AP-South-1. So AWS divides its locations, geographical locations or regions in terms of continents. Okay. So Asia Pacific is a continent. Inside Asia Pacific, all these are locations. So AP is representing Asia Pacific. Okay. South is representing Mumbai is in South, like in Asia Pacific continent. I'm not talking from India map. Okay. And -1 means you can say that it is the first region in the south. Okay. On the south side of Asia Pacific, this was the first region AWS has come up with. That's why it is -1. Okay. So this is how AWS user notation. And inside this region, let's say there are 3 availability zones. It will be represented as 1A, 1B, 1C. Okay. So you will only see this notation, but you don't know the actual location inside Mumbai. And this is because of security purpose. Okay. So I can write this definition. Region represent geographical location where AWS infrastructure resides. It is the collection of 3 or more availability zones. Okay. Availability zone is the collection of 1 or more data center. These are designed for fault isolation. And then you have data centers, collection of servers. Okay. Make sense? If you will type on internet, AWS global infrastructure, if you will open this document, okay, let me go here. If I scroll down, I can see these are the geographic regions. Okay. I can open one more diagram. Just allow me a minute. You can see here we have continent. Okay. North America, South America, Europe, Middle East, Africa, Asia Pacific. Okay. It's a world map, globe map. Okay. In Asia Pacific, somewhere on south, if you will see, India will be there on south side. This is India. Okay. We have Asia Pacific Hyderabad and we have Asia Pacific Mumbai. So Asia Pacific Mumbai was the first region which was launched in India. That's why in the name you have -1. Hyderabad is a second region which got launched in 2022. So you can see here for Hyderabad, the notation is AP-South-2. Is it clear to you? First of all, what is this 1 and 2? Now, in Mumbai, if you will hover over it, we have 3 availability zone. Availability zone means these are some locations which are designed for fault isolations. Okay. Means there are some locations inside Mumbai which has been chosen and which are apart from each other at a distance of around hundreds of kilometers to isolate it from fault. If one location is down, another location will still be operational. In these availability zones, we have data centers. So you should not say we have 3 data centers. We have 3 availability zones. Inside these 3 availability zones, we can have more data centers, 1 or more data centers. Okay. So you will not get the actual count, how many data centers. You only have to understand inside these locations, the facilities are created, and inside those facilities servers are hosted, physical servers, okay, which are managed by cloud providers. Okay, my next discussion to all of you is virtualization and virtual machines. Have you heard about it? See, what is virtualization and virtual machine? Virtualization is a technology, okay, and virtual machine is computer within a computer, or you can call them guest machines. And we have one more term called hypervisor. Hypervisor is a software which allow you to run multiple VMs or multiple virtual machines, one or more virtual machines. Okay. What is this concept? Virtualization means virtually. First thing, what is virtual? Virtual means you are talking about, if I'm using an English word, mimicking. It's not real, it's not physical, it is the virtual representation. So virtualization is a technology which is a virtual representation of something. This something can be a server, it can be a storage, it can be a database. Okay, that is a virtualization. A simple example to understand this is, let's suppose I have a computer. It can be a desktop, it can be a laptop, anything. I have a machine in a very simple language. Okay. On that machine, I have a Windows operating system running. So operating system you need to run the applications, okay, on a computer. I have a Windows-based OS running on that machine, okay. Now there is one application, okay, which needs a compatibility to Linux. I have a Windows machine, I have a Windows based machine. Okay, I have to run one application. I have a need to run one application which is compatible to Linux. Okay, so now how you are going to run that Linux based application on the Windows machine? That is a question. Okay, there are many solutions to this. One solution which can come to our mind, which is not simple to implement, but I can say that a direct thought which can come to our mind: buy a new machine, set up Linux on that machine, and run that application on that machine. Okay. Now there can be a possibility I'm getting new requirement. I have to run one application which is compatible to Mac. Am I going to buy a third machine? No, I will not do, because this process can keep on continuing. Okay. Other solution which can come to our mind: format the first machine or existing machine and set up the Linux. So format Windows and set up Linux. Again, the same problem can arise. If I need an application which needs Windows compatibility, am I going to format Linux again? No, I will not. Okay. So technology provides you a concept of virtualization. Virtualization says that instead of buying separate hardwares, or instead of purchasing multiple physical hardwares, what I can do, I can divide the capacity, or I can divide the specification of one hardware to run many machines on top of it. This concept is known as virtualization. And cloud uses a concept of virtualization, means how you run your machines or how you run your servers in the cloud. You don't have access to the physical servers. You run your servers in the cloud virtually. Means cloud provides a platform, or cloud uses a concept of virtualization, due to which you can run various machines on top of the physical server running in the cloud data center. So virtualization is a process of creating a virtual version of something. Okay. Virtual machines is the software based emulation of a physical computer, or a computer within a computer. Okay. Now we will be covering our first service for the day, and that is EC2. Okay. So we'll be talking about EC2. EC2 stands for Elastic Compute Cloud. What this service gives you in cloud? This service gives you virtual machines in cloud or in AWS. Okay. So if I'm giving you a task is you have to launch a virtual machine in AWS. So you will say, I have to use EC2, or I'm going to deal with EC2. Okay. So first thing, how to search the services in the cloud. Okay. So I will take you all to the AWS Management Console. It is a full form is Elastic Compute Cloud. So this 2 is for 2C. So instead of saying ECC, they have used EC2. Okay. It is providing you virtual machines in cloud. Okay. So one thing which I want to tell you, if you go to an AWS account, this is the AWS account. Okay. If you have to explore, or if you have to search all the cloud services, click on the square icon. Okay. And here you can see all the services. You can see the service provided by AWS as a cloud provider. There are 200 plus services. Okay. Another way is AWS divide its services under categories. Categories means if services are related to storage, it is divided into storage category. If services are related to machine learning, it will be divided into machine learning category. If services are related to compute, it will be categorized under compute. Compute means server, execution, power, anything you can say. Okay. So if you want to explore all the services, you can click on all the services. If you want to explore the services within a category, you can open a category. Okay. It's a classification in a simple language. Okay. Or another simple way is, let's say if you know the name of a service, you can simply type in the search bar EC2, and you will be navigating to EC2 dashboard. This is my EC2 dashboard. Okay. From here, I am going to launch EC2 instances. So I have been navigated to EC2 dashboard, and from here, I'm going to navigate, or I'm going to launch the EC2 instance. Okay. So after coming to this particular dashboard, okay, you can focus on a demo. What is a demo we are going to perform? The demo will be, which we will be performing today, that is launching an EC2 instance, or launching a Linux based EC2 instance and connecting to that instance. So launching a Linux based EC2 instance and connecting to that instance. Okay. So you have to type EC2 in the search bar, and you will be navigated to EC2 dashboard. Okay. In the EC2 dashboard, you can click on instances running, and at the top, you have to select a region from the drop down. So you have to always select a geographical location in which you want to create your virtual machine. So let's suppose I'm going to create my virtual machine in Mumbai, and I will be doing most of my exercises in Mumbai geographical location. So from the top, I have chosen Mumbai. Okay. Now, before I'm going to show you this demo, let me explain some of the terminology related to EC2. Okay. So I have created this Excel, and I'm going to explain some of the terms which I will be using while my demo. Okay. The first term, whenever we say we have to launch virtual machine in the AWS, okay, we use a term called we have to launch EC2 instances. So what is an instance? Instance is a virtual server in the AWS cloud. Okay. In order to relate this with the real world analogies, okay, I have taken an analogy called apartment building. Let's say I'm taking an analogy called apartment building. In this apartment building, instance is represented by a rental apartment. Okay. So, like on a physical server, we are creating the guest machines. In a similar manner, in an apartment building, a rental apartment represents an instance. It is a virtual server in the cloud. Okay. Next term, which all of you can see, that is AMI. Means while you will be launching your instance, you can see AMI. AMI stands for Amazon Machine Image, or it is a template which is containing the configurations required to launch your instance. Okay, how can you understand this? Whenever you purchase a machine, whenever you purchase a server, okay, you always do a setup. Setup in the sense, like you say that we are booting our machine, or you get a message that boot up your machine. What is the meaning of boot up? You are installing the required configurations for your machine to start up. Okay, that can be drivers, that can be software, that can be operating system. Okay, so how we do this in AWS? For that, we need a machine image. We need an image. This image is containing the configurations required to launch an instance. Okay, so how can you relate this image to understand in a real world analogy? You can say image is a furnished apartment that comes with furniture and appliances. So in order to launch an instance, in order to run an instance with prerequisite, obviously on top of that instance, you can install more software. Like when you set up your machine, you only start your machine with the required softwares. Once your machine is start up, you can connect to the internet and you can download more softwares from the internet. Okay. To use a CD or a DVD or an image for the basic setup. In a similar manner, we use AMI in order to do the setup which is required to launch an instance. On top of it, you can run the more softwares. Okay. Third thing which you have to understand, that is an instance type. So instance type, you can relate it with a device specifications or a server specifications. Okay. Whenever you will be creating a machine, whenever you will be creating a server, you need to allocate the specification, means how much RAM, how much CPU, how much storage. Okay. So based on that, AWS provides you different instance types. Okay. AWS provides you different instance types with different configurations, with different families. Let's say if you're looking for a memory optimized instance, or if a workload needs more memory, you can choose the instances from memory optimized instances. Okay. If your workload needs more compute power, you can choose the instances from compute optimized instances. Okay. So instance types talks about the specifications in terms of CPU, in terms of RAM, in terms of storage, in terms of bandwidth. Okay. An analogy which you can use in order to understand instance type is apartment size. In the apartment building, we can have many type of apartment, 1 BHK, 2 BHK, 3 BHK. That represent instance type. See, these are the terms I'm using so that you can relate the things with the day-to-day life. Okay. Next comes key pair. In terms of EC2, key pair is like a secure key. It is the access keys for secure login. Okay. You launch a machine. A machine is running in your AWS account, but you need to connect to that machine, let's say remotely. Okay. So in that case, you need some secure keys, or you need some credentials, pair of credentials in order to validate your identity. Okay. In the real world, you can say Access key or key pair is a keys to open your apartment. Let's say if you have to unlock your apartment, you need a key. In a similar way, if you have to enter to EC2 instance, or if you have to connect to an EC2 instance remotely from outside. A very simple example, if you're outside the house and you have to enter the house, you need a key to unlock the house. In a similar manner, if I am sitting remotely, or if I'm outside the AWS, I want to connect to the EC2 running in AWS, I need the key pair. Okay. And finally, security groups. Security groups are like the firewalls. These are like the set of rules which control what type of traffic can enter inside your EC2 instance. You can relate it with the building security guard who are checking visitors, who is allowed to enter inside a society, okay, or to the apartment building. And let's launch our first instance, okay? Let me tell one thing to all of you. See, AWS or any other cloud provider, currently we are learning AWS, so we'll be talking about AWS, okay? So AWS keeps on making changes time to time for improvements, okay? So these days, like there are some new announcements which are there with respect to the account setup, okay? With respect to the account layout or screen layout, even if some of you have observed, when I navigated to EC2, can you see? I'm getting an info. You can change your default landing page of EC2. If you will say change landing page, you can see it is giving me the options to change my landing page layout. Okay. So why I'm telling you this? I'm telling you this because there can be a possibility the demo which I'm going to show you, steps would be same. All the steps would be same. Okay. But few things like will be applicable for me because my account is very old. My account is 7 to 8 years old. Okay. So there would be few features which are present in my account, which AWS has launched in my account for getting a feedback for testing purpose. Okay. So don't get confused. I'm telling you this because there can be a possibility due to the recent changes or announcements which AWS is doing. Everything would be same. Only there could be some additional types which can be visible in my account, which will not be visible in your new account due to the old account and new account. Okay. I can also tell you this. See here. Let's say AWS has given an AI assistant. If you will see in the management console on every page, you will see Amazon Q. This is an icon, Q icon. Okay. Amazon Q is an AI assistant. This AI assistant you can use to ask the questions. I can ask one question. Let me show you why I'm telling you this so that there will not be any confusion. I'm asking a question to this Amazon queue in this way. Let's say, why in few account in Mumbai, T2.micro, it is an instance type. I'll be showing you, is visible as a free tier, while in another accounts or while in some account, T3.micro is or appears under free tier eligible. Okay. What is the purpose of this question? I will be showing you. Don't worry. First of all, let me show you the answer. So this is an AI assistant. Anybody can use. So my question was, I have taken two instance type. Okay. Don't worry about what is the name, T2.micro, T3.micro. My question is these days, what happens? Okay. Let's say in my account, there can be T3.micro, which will be appeared under free tier. Free tier is an offering which AWS gives when you set up an account. Okay. As a part of this offering, you can explore the AWS services, few AWS services, free up to certain limit. And when that limit will be expired, you have to pay the charges. Okay. So see here, you can see the difference you are seeing between T2.micro and T3.micro being listed as a free tier eligible can be explained by several factors. Account creation date. Old AWS account created before July 15, typically T2 micros as a free tier eligible instance type. Newer account, maybe T3 micro listed as a free tier eligible. AWS gradual transition strategy. AWS is transitioning from T2 to T3. Okay, the transitioning is not happening simultaneously across all the accountant regions. Can you see that? Can you see this answer? Why I'm telling you this? I'm telling you this because those who have not attended the session, okay, when they will be watching the recording and when they will be practicing the things on the screen, or maybe if you will be practicing, you can come up, sir, this is not visible in my account. No worries. It can happen because of these regions. Can you see that? But I will tell you what you have to choose. Okay. I want to convey while you all will practice. There can be a possibility The things, few things. I'm not saying everything. Everything will be completely different. I'm saying there can be a possibility, few things which are applicable on my screen can be appearing on your screen differently. The reason is this. Okay. Don't get confused. Just listen to the statement again. Okay. And I will show this while I will be doing a demo. Okay. So my first demo, which I'm doing, I'm launching a Linux-based instance. Okay, Linux-based instance means instance with operating system Linux. Okay, so I have to click on launch instance button to launch an instance. Okay, from here you can control the number of instances. Let's say if you have to launch 2 instances using this window, you can provide 2. If you have to launch 3 instances, you can provide 3. You can always read the info. You can see here. You can specify more than one instance to launch. All the instance will launch with the same configurations. Okay. Give a name to your instance. This name is only used for identification purpose or for filtering purpose. Okay. Let's suppose if you have many instances in your account and you want to filter a specific instance, we can search by name. Okay. Let's say I'm giving this instance a name called web server. Okay. Other than name, I can also add more tag. Tag are like name value pair. So tag is representing a name value pair means I can add a tag department finance. Okay. This department finance says that this instance belongs to a finance department in my company, for example. Okay. And what is the significance or importance of these tags? The importance of these tags are in industry, we can have many servers running. Okay. Let's suppose there are 20 servers running in finance department, 20 servers running in HR department, 20 servers running in sales department, and many more. I want to filter the instances which belongs to finance department with the name web server. I can make use of these tags. Okay. I hope this is clear to everybody. A simple statement I gave, tag or tagging is a strategy in the AWS which is used to filter, manage, or search your resources easily. So if I have multiple servers running in this AWS account, think from a company perspective. In a company, you can have many applications, many departments, many environments. Okay. Now you want to search the instances or virtual machines which belongs to a specific department. How can you apply filter on the basis of tags while searching? Okay. Scroll down. We have a section called application and OS images or AMI. Okay. I told you to start with AWS provides you AMIs. Okay. You can always create your own AMIs if you want. I'm choosing the AMI which AWS is providing to me. Now, while you will be choosing the AMI, you have to remember one thing. For this demo, I am choosing Amazon Linux as an AMI. I'm again repeating, I'm choosing Amazon Linux as an AMI. You can see many AMIs here. Okay. I'm choosing Linux, Amazon Linux. Linux is an operating system which comes up with different distributions. Okay. I'm choosing this version of Linux. And in the drop down, from the drop down, I'm choosing the top one, Amazon Linux 2023. Okay. You will be seeing a message in front of it called free tier eligible. You have to check that. Okay. In my case, it is not showing. And if I will refresh it, okay, it is not showing. But in your case, as you have created an account, okay, as a part of the new setup, you can get a free tier eligible. So you have to ensure it should be free tier eligible. Okay. Why you have to ensure? Because you are starting now with a fresh account and you want to practice the services which comes under free tier. Okay. So that you will not be charged in your account. Okay. So again, I'm giving a name. I'm giving a department, finance. Okay. Or any other tag you can give. Let's say environment. You can give as many tag as you want. Let's say development. This is a tag I'm giving. Okay. In the AMI, I'm choosing Amazon Linux 2023. Okay. Scrolling down in the instance type, whatever instance type you would be choosing, you have to ensure it is free tier eligible. Okay. In my account, it is showing T3.micro as free tier eligible. In your account, if it is showing T2.micro as free tier eligible, choose that. So instance type means like they varies in terms of configurations. You can always compare it. You can see we have 588 plus instance types available in AWS. and they varies in the configuration like memory. Okay, let's say I want to search the instances with memory 16 GB. I can see we have 58 such instance type with 16 GB of memory. They are varying in terms of CPU, in terms of architecture, in terms of storage. Okay. So based on our use case, we can choose the instance type. But for our demos, we have to choose a one which comes under free tier. Okay. So always ensure this title. Okay. Next thing is, next comes key pair. For the time being, select proceed without a key pair. We will not be creating any key pair for this demo. For today, we are not creating any key pair. So from the drop down, we have to choose proceed without a key pair. Okay. In the network setting, we have to keep everything default. Only you have to ensure that SSH is allowed. There is a concept of a security group. If you remember, I told security group are the firewalls. Okay. Firewalls mean set of rules which are defined in order to allow the traffic to your EC2 instances. Okay. Now, when you have to connect to your Linux based machine, okay, you may need a protocol called SSH protocol. These are the network protocol. Rules are the protocols, ports, IP means on which protocol, on which port I want to allow the traffic. Okay. From where? A simple example, you all have must heard about HTTP and HTTPS, Hypertext Transfer Protocol. And HTTPS is a secure version of the HTTP. These are the network protocols, okay, which help you out in order to interact with the servers, okay. So based on what activity you are doing, if you're searching something in browser, you're accessing it over HTTP or HTTPS. So HTTP or HTTPS is a protocol which is used to access something in browser or over web. Okay. SSH is a protocol which is used to connect to a Linux based machine. Okay. So it will be selected. Okay. But just cross verify. And again, we are not changing a storage. We'll keep a storage also default. So what all things we have done? We have provided some tags. We have chosen Amazon Linux 2023. You have to see that there should be a message free tier eligible. You have to choose an instance type. Again, you have to ensure free tier eligible. Okay. Key pair, you have to say proceed without a key pair. Security group, just review, allow SSH from anywhere. And other options keep default. And click on launch instance. And wait for the instance to come up and running. Can you see how faster an instance got launched in the AWS account? So think about, let's say you are doing some research work or you are doing some practice. You need a server for that. Buying a new machine from the market is going to take more time as compared to launching the resources in cloud. Okay. So you can see speed. So come back to instances and you will see an instance running in your account. How to connect? Select this instance, click on connect button, okay? And we have an interface which is used to connect to Linux instances called EC2 Instance Connect. Say connect here, okay? And you will be seeing a terminal. If you are a Linux user, you can interact with the Linux using terminal. You can also interact with the graphical user interface, but Linux administrators prefer terminal. So you've got a terminal here. Okay. And once you will be done with this exercise, what you have to do? You have to delete this instance. So you always have to follow a practice. Whatever you are creating in your account, you have to delete it. Whatever you are creating, please mark my keywords. There will be few things which will be created by AWS for you by default. You don't have to delete it. You only have to delete what you are creating here. Okay. So I created this web server. I created a security group by launching a web server. How can I get a security group information? Select a server, go to security, copy the group. Okay. Paste it somewhere in a notepad. This is a copy icon. Okay. First thing I would be doing, I will be terminating the server. It's a best practice so that you will not be charged if the users will be exceeded. Okay. So whenever you will be done with the demo, terminate it. Select it. Okay. Okay. Select it and go to instance state and say terminate and click on terminate button. Your job is done. Once you click on terminate button, it will automatically be terminated in the background. So you will not be charged anymore for this instance. Okay. Does that make sense? How to terminate this instance once we'll be done with the demo? Okay. After the instance is terminated, you can go to the left-hand side. In the left-hand side, under network and security, you can see security groups. Okay, search for the group you created, type here in the search bar. Okay, and you will get here. Select it, go to actions, and delete it. Okay, so two things you have to do: delete the instance and delete the security group. Okay, launch an instance, connect to an instance. Once you are done with this, delete the instance and delete the security group. Okay, we will be talking about launching an EC2 instance with a user data script. Okay, then we will be talking about launching a Windows-based EC2 instance and install IIS server. Windows-based EC2 instance, and we will be installing IIS server. I will be talking about what is an IIS server. You don't have to worry about it. Okay? And next demo, which will be seeing launching an EC2 instance and connecting via PuTTY. Okay. After this, we will be talking about AMI, Amazon Machine Image. We'll see a demo on AMI. Okay. Finally, if time will permit, today we will be starting with elastic load balancer. Okay. This if time will permit. Okay. Now, how we are going to proceed? So, how we are going to proceed with these demos? First of all, I will show you a demos on my screen. Few demos, I will be asking you all to do this here in the session so that you all can be comfortable. Okay. And few demos, I will be asking you to do later after watching the recording so that you can spend your own time. You can do the demo with your own pace. Okay. So now let's move towards the first part, launching an EC2 instance with the user data script. Okay. What is a user data script? Before explaining you all a user data script, let me ask you a question. The question is, I'm giving you a task. The task is, I'm asking you to launch an EC2 instance and install Java on that EC2 instance. Let's suppose it is a Linux based EC2 instance. I'm again repeating my task. I have given my task that all of you have to launch a Linux based virtual machine in AWS and install Java on the VM. How you will do it? What comes to your mind when you will listen to this task? You all will be creating or launching an EC2 instance first. Then all of you will be doing a login or connecting to that EC2 instance and start installing the Java. Is that correct? Now we are going to understand a new way of installing the software, installing the scripts. Okay. Sometimes what happens? Sometimes we need to install the softwares or install some script while I'm launching my EC2 instance. Means here in this situation, what you are doing, your EC2 instance is getting launched. Means once your EC2 instance would be ready, then you will be connecting and start doing the installation. Okay. But now I am trying to explain you. Sometimes we have a need. I want that my server should come up and running. Okay. With these installations or with these software. So here I'm not waiting for my instance to be ready first, then connect to the instance and then start doing the installation. Currently, I'm talking about that I want my machine, I want my instance to come up and running with the software. Okay. A best example to understand this. Whenever you purchase a brand new laptop, okay, in a brand new laptop, currently there is nothing. Let's suppose there is nothing. It's a packed laptop. Okay. It's a sealed packed laptop. Now you want your laptop should be started with few software. Your laptop should be started with few drivers. How you achieve this? Okay. So here the requirement is I want my laptop to come up and running with these softwares, with these installation, instead of starting my laptop first and doing the installation. Okay. There comes the role of user data. Okay. I'm again repeating, there comes the role of user data. What is a user data? User data is a script. You can call it as a script. And the purpose of user data is to allow you to pass custom configurations at an instance launch time.
Means when your instance is getting launched, you are passing a configuration script or set of commands so that your instance can come up and running with these installations, with these software. Okay. So I'm writing a definition for all of you. A technical definition, first of all. What is a user data? It's a feature. You can say Amazon EC2. Okay, and this feature allows you to pass custom configuration. Okay, this feature is allowing you to pass the custom configuration scripts, or you can say that command, anything you can say, to an instance at a launch time. Okay, and when these scripts get executed, so these scripts are executed only once during the first boot of the instance. Means when your instance will be starting, then these scripts will be executed. Okay, during the first boot of the instance. Now I'm explaining you with the real world analogy. I have taken already this analogy. I will be taking one more time. So I'm taking an analogy. Let's say your EC2 instance is a brand new computer again. Okay. And when you get it, it has the operating system installed, but it's otherwise a blank state. Means other than the operating system, nothing is installed on that operating system. It's like a blank slate. Okay. So what is the user data? In short, user data is a set of instruction. You are basically pasting a sticky note with a set of instructions on top of it. Okay. What these set of instructions will help me out? These set of instructions will help me out in order to have my laptop ready with these software. In a similar manner, the user data is the script or the configuration you are passing while you're launching the EC2 instance. And you are defining in a user data that these are the set of instructions I want my instance to come up and running with. Okay. So in short, user data is a set of instructions. It's a script, or you can say that in a real time, it's a sticky note with a set of steps. Let me ask you again two situations. My first situation to you is I'm asking you to set up a server with few software. Okay. In my first scenario, I have asked you launch a machine, connect to that machine, and then install the software. Okay. In my second scenario, I'm asking you start a machine with all these software. What is the difference in both these statements? And you can help me out, please. Please listen to it very carefully. My first statement, I want a server. Server can be a laptop, okay, to come up and running with few software. It can be Google Chrome, Microsoft Edge, any software you know, okay. Now you can achieve it in two ways. The first way is you have to start your system first. You have to make your machine ready. You have to connect to your machine, switch on your machine, log into your machine, and then do the installation. Now, second statement for you is I want the server to come up and running with software installed already. Means I don't want to connect and do the installation. I want the installation to be already there when I'm connecting to my machine for the first time. So now second statement you can achieve with the help of user data. And I gave you a real world analogy. When you purchase a brand new laptop, let's suppose from the market, some of the softwares come pre-installed or pre-configured when you are connecting to your machine. So understand user data technically in terms of a script with a set of instructions which you are passing at the time of launching an EC2 instance. Now, what is my demo? Launching an EC2 instance with a user data script. Okay. All of you had done a demo. What was the demo? You had launched one EC2 instance, okay? You had connected to that EC2 instance and you were executing some command, okay, to install the Apache HTTP server, okay? On top of that server, you were creating one index.html page, okay? Now I will show you how you can pass all these commands in the starting order. So that when you will see your EC2 instance is in a running state, all these softwares will come pre-installed or pre-configured. Okay. Let me show you. This is my management console, AWS management console. Hope all of you have an AWS account. Okay. For your understanding, I will be asking you to do this. You can see here. This is a new announcements which they have made. New customers get up to $200 in credit. Okay. New customer can get started at no cost with the AWS free tier, gain 100 USD at a sign up and up to 100 USD more to earn as you explore the key services. Okay. You can read about it. Just for your knowledge, I'm passing this. Okay. I'm coming back and this is a console home. All of you know. If you all have to launch an EC2 instance, type EC2 in the search bar. Okay. And we will be launching the EC2 instance. So search for EC2 in the search bar and then all of you will be navigated to this particular dashboard. Okay. Click on instances if you have to launch an EC2 instance. And at the top, you have to select a region. You know, region is a geographical location in which AWS infrastructure resides. So I told you I will be performing most of my demos in Mumbai region. You can make a choice of a region by yourself. It's your choice. It's up to you. Click on launch instances. Give any name to the instance. Let's say I'm giving a name, demo server. This is the name I'm giving to my instance. Okay. I'm choosing the AMI. We have different types of AMI. Okay. I'm choosing Amazon Linux. I want to launch a Linux-based EC2 instance. Okay. And here I will be choosing Amazon Linux 2023. If you want to choose any other, you can. I'm choosing Amazon Linux 2023. This is an AMI I would be choosing. Okay. After this, in the instance type, I will be choosing T3.micro. Whatever instance type you are going to choose, you have to ensure you are seeing free tier eligible in front of it. Remember, everybody. I'm again repeating. Whatever instance type all of you are going to launch, you have to ensure that it is showing free tier eligible in front of that instance type. Okay. In a key pair, I'm selecting proceed without a key pair. Under network setting, I only have to care about a security group. Okay. We know on your screen, if it is showing Mithun, you can just ensure that. On my screen, it is not showing because my free tier limit is already exhausted, Mithun. Okay. I'm not a part of a free tier anymore. I'm having this account from past 7 years. Okay. In your account, all of you can ensure that you should have an AMI with free tier eligible. Okay. The difference between T2.micro and T3.micro or any other instance type is a specification. For your knowledge, click on compare instance types. Okay. And let's say you want to compare T2.micro. Type T2.micro and T3.micro. Type T3.micro. You can see a comparison. T3.micro will be giving you 2 vCPUs. T2.micro is giving you only 1 CPU. Memory is 1 GB and 1 GB. Okay. So the difference is with respect to the specifications or configuration. So see, there can be a possibility on your screen, you all are seeing T2.micro as a free tier eligible. Okay. And I have also explained the reason behind it. The reason is AWS keeps on experimenting. Let's say I'm an old customer. Okay. I'm having this account from past 7 years. Okay. So AWS keeps on experimenting the things in the old customer's account. Okay. Just to basically provide a new experience of the dashboard. And that's the reason there would be few things which are applicable at my account and not applicable in your account. The reason is I'm an old customer and AWS will be doing an experiment, okay, in the old customer's account just to release new things, okay. If you are seeing T2.micro in your account as a free tier eligible, use that. And that's the reason I put a stress on this thing whenever you are choosing the AMI and instance type, ensure it is free tier eligible written in front of it. Okay. In the key pair, I'm choosing proceed without a key. I was explaining this network setting part. What is it, this network setting part? Okay. In network setting, we have to focus on security group for the time being. Security group is nothing but it is a firewall. Firewall means it decides what type of traffic is allowed to your EC2 instance. We know we have different protocols. Like SSH is one of the protocols. SSH is a protocol which is used to connect to Linux machine. So we will allow this protocol. One more rule I will be allowing. Either you can allow it from here or you can allow it at later stage. Okay. I am allowing HTTP traffic from the internet. So you have to select this HTTP traffic from the internet. Two checkboxes you have to ensure: allow SSH traffic, allow HTTP traffic. Okay. Finally, now see the magic. If I will scroll down, so we will not choose HTTPS. The reason I have explained you. For choosing HTTPS, we need to install SSL TLS certificate, which we are not going to do. Okay. You all will be seeing one section called advanced details. If you will expand it, in the advanced details at the bottom, you can see we have a user data. Okay, what is a user data? You can read from the input. Again, those who are not clear yet. Specify user data to provide commands or a command script to run when you launch your instance. Okay, just remember this. So I have a user data script with me. Okay, what this user data script is saying? It is saying, first of all, update the packages, required packages. There is a package manager in line. Install the HTTP, start the service, and create an index.html page. Okay. Means all these commands which were executing at a later stage in the previous demo. Now I want these commands to get executed while I'm launching the instance. HTTPD, D stands for daemon in Linux. Good work. Okay. D stands for daemon. Daemon means process. HTTP here is representing Apache HTTP, which is a web server. Okay. You have to copy the entire script and paste it here. Okay. And you have to say launch instant. After pasting the script, say launch instant. In the advanced setting, what I did, I expanded it, and finally, at the end, I could see a user data. In the user data section, I pasted this script. First of all, let me show you the complete one. Okay, my instance is running. In the earlier demo, what all of us were doing, if you remember, we were connecting and then we were installing the thing. Here I'm not going to connect to this instance to install the Apache server or to create the HTML page, because I had already provided the commands at the time of launching an instance. And how can I test it? Select the instance, copy the public IP. This is a copy button. Use a copy button. Don't click on open address. Last time also I told you, if you click on open address, everybody, it will be opened with HTTPS and we don't have SSL certificate installed on our server. So copy the IP and paste the IP in the browser. Press enter. See, it is taking it at the HTTPS due to the browser. What I will be doing, I will be searching with HTTP and you can see the response. Okay. So it's a browser setting. Now when I'm copying and pasting here, what you can do, you can see the protocol. If it is a HTTPS protocol, change it to HTTP. Can you see? This was my index page. hello world from host name. See here. Hello world from host name. From where this host name has been taken. This host name has been taken from there. You can see. This is a host name. This is a host name. Okay. So what I wanted to convey by this demo that sometimes if somebody is asking you or somebody is giving you a task that I want to have my EC2 instance come up and running with certain installation, with certain software. How can I achieve this? You can say we can achieve this with the help of user data. You have to provide a shell script or a PowerShell script based on are you using Windows or Linux, and then you will see the installation in place. Okay.
If you all are done with the demo, okay, if you all have tested it, you can terminate the instance. Select the instance and terminate it. There is an option called terminate. Your job is done. Okay. Now, few people have the queries. I suggest to my candidates, whatever you are creating, okay, remember, whatever you are creating, delete it. Whatever AWS has created for you, don't delete it. Okay. Only delete whatever you have created. Like I created an instance, I created a security group. Okay. So EC2 instance will be deleted when you will click on terminate. In the background, it will be deleted. Okay. For the security groups, on the left hand side, you can see security groups under network and security. Search for the security group ID which you have created and you can delete it like this. Okay. Sometime we get a message. It is saying that some security group can't be deleted. It is because your EC2 instance is getting terminated. It is not terminated completely. So let's wait for a minute or two and then again delete the security group. It will work. And we will be moving towards our next demo. Okay, this demo is complete. Okay. We will be doing demo number 3 first. In demo number 3, what I want to show you. So basically, see, till the time all of you are aware about EC2 Instance Connect. What is an EC2 Instance Connect? EC2 Instance Connect is an interface. Okay. Or it is, you can say that, an option or a feature which is allowing you to connect to a Linux-based EC2 or Linux-based virtual machine. Okay. Now, other than EC2 Instance Connect, we have to explore more options. Okay. Why I'm telling you this? There would be a possibility that your assignments are asking you to choose any other AMI than Amazon Linux. Currently, we are using an AMI with a distribution called Amazon Linux. Okay. But your assignments can ask you to choose an AMI other than Amazon Linux. Okay. Few AMIs does not come up with EC2 Instance Connect. Means few AMIs will not have the required installations in order to allow you to use EC2 Instance Connect. In that case, you should have other options to connect to the EC2 instance. Okay. So what is the next option? I will be teaching you PuTTY. What is PuTTY? First of all. So see, PuTTY is the SSH client. Okay. If I will be writing this, it is the SSH client. We have many other softwares like PuTTY, but we are talking about PuTTY right now. Okay. What this PuTTY is used for? This PuTTY is used in order to connect to a Linux machine remotely. Okay. Means to connect a Linux machine from Windows EC2 instance or Windows machine, anything you can say, a Linux machine from Windows machine remotely. Okay, means let's say this is my Windows machine. Okay, I want to connect to Linux machine, EC2 instance Linux machine. Okay. How can I do that? One way to do this, I can install a software on my machine, that is PuTTY. PuTTY is a SSH client. Using PuTTY, I can connect to my Linux EC2 instance. This is a remote connectivity. I'm connecting from my local to EC2. Means I'm connecting remotely. Okay. Now, some of you would be using Mac. Okay. In Mac also, you can install PuTTY if you want. If you don't want to install PuTTY in Mac terminal, you can use a Mac terminal to connect to the Linux machine or Linux EC2 instance directly. Okay, that is also an option there. So I'm telling you all different options which are available. So my second option which I will be teaching you, that is PuTTY. Okay, my next demo with all of you is PuTTY. See here. First thing, those who have not PuTTY installed on their machine, they can install PuTTY. Okay. Obviously, if you will be using a company laptop, there will be some restrictions. So type PuTTY download and you can download PuTTY. And once you have a PuTTY downloaded and launch an EC2 instance, all of you know how to do it. Give a name, provide the AMI. Okay, I'm choosing Amazon Linux 2023. Instance type, I will be choosing T3.micro. This time, we will be creating a key pair. Okay, what is a key pair? In short, key pair is a lock to your door. If you remember, I had used an analogy to teach you all about EC2, that was apartment. Okay, so key pair is a lock to your apartment in a simple way. Now, if you will convert this into technical world, key pair is a lock to your EC2 instance. To unlock your EC2 instance. Unlock means to connect to your EC2 instance securely. Okay. So usually, in case of Linux, we use key pair if we have to connect to our EC2 instance remotely. Remember. Okay. So this time, I am going to create a key pair because I have to connect to my EC2 instance remotely. Okay. So click on create a new key pair. Give a name. Let's say new key pair or any name you can give it a choice. Okay. Date. I'm appending the date to make this name unique. Okay. Now key pair has different format. Will not go into that. For your knowledge, PEM, PEM. The full form is Privacy Enhanced Mail. PPK, PuTTY Private Key. This format is specifically for PuTTY. Means if you have to connect via PuTTY, you need a PPK. Okay. If you are creating a key pair with .pem and you want to connect to PuTTY, you have to convert this PEM into PPK first. So for this demo specifically, I am creating a key pair with .ppk format. Rest all things you have to keep it as it is. Will not be going into deep dive. I'm again repeating. The purpose of key pair is to connect to your instance securely. Key pair has different type. Key pair has different format. These are the algorithms in a simple way. And these are the format in which your key pair will be created. Format means extension like .txt, .pdf. These are the extensions. Okay. You have to choose .ppk and say create key pair. As soon as you will do it, a key pair will be downloaded on a local machine. This key pair, which you have downloaded on a local machine, you will be using to connect. Okay. You can see, you can use a key pair to securely connect to the instance. If you want to read more info about it, you can see from here too. To specify a key pair in a launch template, you can select the key pair from the key pair name field. The idea is to connect to an EC2 instance securely. Okay. So after creating a key pair, if you scroll down, this time, if you want, you can allow SSH traffic from your IP. Okay, let's say you want to make it restricted. You only want to connect to this EC2 instance from your machine. Okay, you can select it from my IP. Okay, one thing you all have to ensure, and that is, if you are going to use EC2 instance connect, you have to allow SSH from anywhere. If you are using PuTTY, you can either use anywhere or my IP, both will work. Okay, but for EC2 instance connect, this is a prerequisite that you have to allow SSH from anywhere. Okay, so here I'm selecting my IP to make it restricted. From the drop down, you can simply select my IP. My IP is your IP which is provided to you by your network provider. Okay, so what all things I did, I gave a name, I chosen the AMI, I chosen the instance type, I created a key pair. I told you key pair is a type of credentials or security credentials. It is used to connect securely to your EC2 instance. As the name is suggesting, key pair, it contains two things: public key, private key. So whenever you're creating a key pair, you had seen that you got a file downloaded on your machine that was a private key. Okay, means private key will be downloaded on your machine, and AWS will keep a public key with itself. So what will happen? Next time when I will be connecting to my instance and I will be supplying or providing this private key to an interface, AWS will validate the private key corresponding to the public key AWS is holding. And if the match is found, AWS will allow you. So in a simple way, it is like a username and password, which is helping you out in order to connect. Okay. You must have seen, if you're using an internet banking, either you are typing a wrong customer ID or a wrong password, nothing will work. You have to type a correct combination. In a similar manner, you have a private key downloaded on your machine. AWS has a public key. Whenever you are going to connect, it will try to match, or it will match the public key and private key. If match found, you will be able to successfully connect. So after creating the key pair, what I did in the SSH, I allow SSH traffic from my IP. Okay, and say launch instance. We have only created a key pair in this demo and allowed the SSH from my IP just to make the call restricted. Okay. Once your instance will come up and running, search for the instance, select the instance and copy the public IP. Open PuTTY on your machine. Okay. In the host name, type public IP. Okay. On the left hand side, you will be seeing SSH. Expand it. You will be seeing auth. Expand it. And click on credentials. Okay. There is an option called private key file for authentication. Browse it. So on your laptop, you can see it is taking me to my download folder. Okay, if it's not taking you to a download folder, you can always browse. Okay, this was a key pair which got downloaded. It was a private key file. PuTTY private key. That is a full form. Open it and say open here. It will give you a pop-up accept, and you have to log in. So default user is EC2-user for Amazon Linux. Press enter. And you can see you are connected to your EC2 instance. 172.31.15.193. 172.31.15.193. So this time you connected to this EC2 instance from your Windows machine. Okay, using this software, third-party tool. Can you see that, everybody? Like, how can we connect using Mac? So see here. If you all will go back to EC2, the instance which you have created, first thing you have to ensure, if you have to connect via terminal, you need a key pair with a format called .pem. First thing all of you have to ensure, whenever we were creating a key pair, you had seen we had to format .pem and .ppk. PPK was specifically for PuTTY, as the name was suggesting, PuTTY private key. Okay. If you want to do OpenSSH, or if you are going to use terminals, you need .pem. Okay. So we need .pem format. Okay. So one way you can launch a new instance and you can create a new key pair with .pem. That is one way, a simple way. Okay. Which is a straightforward way. And then you can connect to the EC2 instance. Okay. But let's suppose, obviously, we don't want to launch a new instance. We want to use our existing instance to test the connectivity via terminal. Okay. So what we will do, we will convert .ppk into .pem. How can we do? I will be teaching you. Okay. So whenever you install PuTTY on your machine, it comes with PuTTY. PuTTY basically install few more things on your machine. One such software is PuTTY. Okay. You can open this PuTTY. This PuTTY is a PuTTY key generator. It is used to generate the keys. Okay. Now, if I have to generate PEM file from PPK, what can I do? I can, first of all, click on load an existing private key file. Click on load button. Okay. I have to load that PPK file here. After this, go to conversions and say export open SSH key. Okay. You can say, are you sure you want to save this key without a passphrase to protect it? Yes. Say yes. Okay. Give a name. Let's say I'm giving a name, new key pair. If you want to give a date, you can. Otherwise, you can say by any name and say .pem. Means I am generating PEM. I am generating a PEM format. How to do it? I will again repeat. What I did, you have to click on load after opening PuTTY. Type PuTTY in the search bar. Open PuTTY. It is a key generator. Click on load. After loading that PPK file, okay, you have to go to conversions and say export open SSH key. Okay, and export it with a file name, any file name you can keep, just add .pem after this. Okay. Now we need to change the permissions of this key pair. Okay, permissions of this file. So basically, you might have seen that there are always permissions in Linux and Windows. Who can do what? Means if I'm talking from the Windows perspective, if I will be going to the download folder, if I will be seeing the properties of this file, under properties, we have a security option. Okay. In this security option, we can change the permissions. We can edit the permissions. Okay. So in Windows, this is how you can edit the permissions. In Linux or in Mac, you can execute the command. There is a command in Linux called chmod. Okay. Chmod is used in order to change the permission. Okay. What we will do, first of all, we'll try, can we execute the same command in Windows also? We will see that. So here, I will be taking you all to my EC2 instance. I generated PEM from PPK. Now, when you will click on connect, it will go to SSH client. All these instructions are here. This is a command which you can use on Mac to change the permission. This is a Linux command, chmod command. Okay. Here you need to type the name of your PEM file. If you have saved your PEM file with a different name, provide a name. Okay. What we will do, we know if I will open CMD, okay, and if I will try to create some Linux command, if I will try to execute some Linux command like this is a Linux command. Okay. I know it will not work because CMD does not recognize Linux command. On the other side, if I will open PowerShell, okay, Windows PowerShell, and if I will be trying to do ls-ltr, okay, PowerShell also does not identify because these are the command line utilities or these are the built-in command prompts with respect to Windows. Okay. If you ever tried in Windows, we have a git bash. Okay. In git bash, if you will execute Linux command, it will work. Okay. So we have git bash. You can use git bash. That is one. Okay. And these days, if you have heard about Windows come up with WSL, Windows Subsystem for Linux. Okay. So we will not make the things complicated. What we will do, we will simply download a git bash. Okay. If you don't have a git bash on your machine, download a git bash. So CMD, PowerShell, these are the Windows native cross-platform tools or Windows native command line operators. Okay. Git bash is a software which you can install. It provides you a terminal. Okay. So what is the first thing all of you have to do? You have to change PPK to PEM. So see, what I'm telling, there are two ways. If you are a Windows user, I told for Mac user, it is pretty much straightforward. Convert PPK into PEM. Step number 1. Okay. After this, go to your instance, select the instance, go to connect button, and from here you can see the instructions. Open the Mac terminal in a folder where your PEM file is located and start executing these commands. Command number 1, command number 2. Is this part clear to you? Straightforward instructions for Mac users. Okay. Make sense? Very good. You are done. Use these commands. You are able to connect to EC2 instance. Windows user need an additional step. If you are using the built-in prompt, command prompt or PowerShell, okay, they don't allow you to execute this command. Good work for you. What you can do, launch a new instance, okay? And while launching a new instance, create a key pair with a .pem format, okay? Answer to your question, okay? And also for you, if you want, it is possible. You can install PuTTY on Mac, okay? PuTTY for Mac, for knowledge. Download PuTTY for Windows, Linux, and Mac, okay? So installing and downloading PuTTY on Mac is possible, but on Mac there is a terminal which is a Mac terminal. It directly allow you to execute Linux commands which you can use to connect your EC2 instance. Okay. So in Windows, for Windows user, one way is you can go to your PEM file, you can go to properties, you can go to security, you can change the permissions. You can edit the permissions of this file. Okay. Let's suppose if you have logged in to your machine as an administrator. Okay. If you have logged in as an administrator, only allow the administrator the permissions. Okay. For other users, you can remove the permissions if you want. You can deny like this. Okay. So it's one way in order to provide the permissions. Another way I told you, a very simple way, you can type on internet and these are the handy softwares which you should have on your machine. Download Git Bash. Okay, you can download the Git Bash from here. I'm providing you the link. Once you have installed Git Bash, what I will be doing, I will be opening Git Bash in the download folder. Okay, Git Bash is open. Let me execute my first command. This is my first command. Okay, obviously I need to change the name because my PEM file name is different. This is new keypair.pem. Content is same, the name is different. So I have to change the name here. Okay, let me use it and try to execute it here. Okay, next thing is what I will be doing. I will be using my next command in order to do SSH. So I'll be pasting this command in my notepad because I have to change the name of the key pair. And use this command. Okay, it will give you a prompt. Are you sure you want to continue connecting? Say yes. And can you see? You are connected to your EC2 instance. Can you see that? Yes or no? So if anybody has this question, why I have installed Git Bash so that I can execute Linux command one way. One way. There are many other ways. We'll not be going into that. Okay. Git Bash is a handy tool which you can have on your Windows machine. Because if you are learning DevOps or something, even you have to learn Git and GitHub. There also it will be handy. Okay. I hope that answers everybody's question, all the questions. So for Mac users, you have Mac terminal, you can install PuTTY if you want. For Windows user, you can have PuTTY, you can use Windows command prompt or Windows PowerShell or Git Bash. Okay. Type on internet WSL. Windows subsystem for Linux. Okay. How you open Git Bash in download? Go to download folder. Do a right click anywhere. Okay. Click on show more options. And it is showing me open Git Bash here. Okay. Once you have Git Bash installed. Okay. Let me move towards the next part. And that is launching a Windows-based EC2 instance and install IIS server. Okay. So till the time we have explored Linux-based instances. Okay. In this demo, I had used my existing EC2 instance. My existing EC2 instance had a key pair attached, and I downloaded that in .ppk format. I wanted to use my existing EC2 instance. That's why I converted ppk to PEM, because for terminals, I need PEM. Okay. If you want to have a fresh instance for this demo, create it, use a PEM as a key pair type, and then try to connect. Okay. You don't have to convert it. So directly you can't assign a new key pair in the EC2 console or CLI after launch. Okay. Let's move towards the next demo, which was demo number 2. Launching a Windows-based EC2 instance and install IIS server. Okay. So see here, if you are done with your previous demos, don't forget to terminate your EC2 instance. Strongly recommended and required. Okay. As soon as I will terminate my EC2 instance, it will give me a warning. Okay. What is the next demo? Next demo is launching a Windows machine. We started user data simply in a simple way, first of all, related with your real life. A sticky note with set of instructions. Okay, a simple word or simple example. Another user data, a script or a configuration with the softwares need to be configured at the time of launching your machine, launching your server, launching your instance, any keyword you can use. Okay. So we saw how can we use a user data script while launching our EC2 instance to install Apache HTTP. This is something we had seen. Okay. After this, I talked about how can we use other interfaces to connect to our EC2 instance, Linux-based EC2 instance. And two such interfaces I explained in front of you, that is PuTTY. One was PuTTY. Another was CMD or Mac terminal or Git bash. Okay. The idea is from the built-in prompt of Windows or Mac. Okay. We talked about key pair. What is a key pair? Key pair is a type of security credentials which is used in order to connect to your instance securely from remote machines. Okay. It contains two things, public key and private key. When you create a key pair, AWS keeps the public key and you keep the private key with yourself. So next time when you have to connect, you have to provide a private key. AWS will validate or AWS will match that private key with the public key AWS is having. And if match is found, you will be authenticated. Okay. This is something we have covered till now. Now we are moving towards our next set of demo, that is we want to see how can we launch a Windows server in AWS and how can we install a web application on top of a Windows server. Okay. And I am giving a name, Windows server, for example. So here we are choosing the Windows Server 2025. Instance type will be keeping the one which is free tier eligible. We will be creating a new key pair. Okay, Windows Server. If you are going to connect to a Windows Server, we use RDP. RDP is a remote desktop. We use remote desktop connection to connect to Windows Server. And that remote desktop connection need a key pair. Okay, so say create a key pair. Give a name. Let's say Windows new key pair. Any name you can give. And don't forget to select the option as .pen. We need .pen as an option. Click on create new key pair. Okay. The key pair or the private key would be downloaded. Rest all settings you can keep as it is. Okay. The only thing you have to ensure, in the Linux we have SSH. In Windows we have RDP. SSH stands for secure shell. It is a protocol to connect to Linux machines. RDP stands for Remote Desktop Protocol. It is a protocol to connect to Windows machine. With all these settings, say launch instance. Okay. So go to instances and you have to wait for your instance to come into running state. Always apply a filter and wait for the instances to in a running state. Okay. Now, once your instance will come into a running state, what is the next step you have to do? Select it, go to connect, go to RDP client. Okay. And download a file from here. This is a remote desktop file. This file will be having the machine name and username autofill. You have a username as administrator and this is a machine name. Okay. So when you're downloading a file from here and opening it, you can see it has a machine name and username autofilled. Username is administrator. The only thing you have to provide is password. And how we provide password, you can say get password. Okay. It is giving you a message. Password is not available. Please wait at least 4 minutes after launching an instance. Okay. So for Windows machine, for generating a password, you have to wait for some minutes. Okay. So click on cancel and we'll be waiting for a minute or two in order to get the option to generate a password. So now select the server, go to connect, choose the RDP client. Okay. And from here, download the remote desktop file. Okay. Once it is downloaded, open it by clicking or by doing a double click. Okay. So double click and it will open a RDP portal. Okay. This is asking for the password. How you will get a password? You can get password. It will show you a window like this. If it is giving you a message, please wait for some time. Click on cancel and come back again. Okay, in couple of minutes. You have to upload the file which you had created, PEM file. Upload it and say decrypt. It will generate a password for you. Copy this password. You can make a note of this password or you can generate it every time. Or if you want to change it, you can change it also. If you want to give a simple password, that also you can do. Say OK. And say yes to this pop-up. What will happen? You will be connected soon to a Windows EC2 instance. This is my Windows machine, or you will have a Mac machine. Now, using this RDP client or RDP software, anything you can say, you are connecting remotely to another Windows machine, which is a EC2 Windows instance. Okay. You can see this is a Windows EC2 instance. Okay. And on this Windows EC2 instance, we are going to install a web server. You can't use PPK. Okay. You need PEM for generating the password. Select your instance. Go to connect. Go to RDP client. Click on get password. Upload the private key file from a download folder and say decrypt password. Okay. You'll get a password like this. Upload it. The PEM file which you have created. Decrypt it. This is a copy button. Copy it and provide it in the window. If you are not getting a free tier for Windows Server, the reason is because of the AMI. Okay. For my 2025 base, it is showing me T3.micro. But I had already answered this question and I can prove this. How? First of all, in AWS, we have Amazon Q. Amazon Q is an AI assistant. I had talked about it. In some AWS account, like this, T3.micro looks under free tier or comes under free tier. Anything you can use seems under free tier. And in other accounts, T2.micro seems under free tier. Okay, means I am asking Amazon Q a question that why in my account T3.micro is showing as a free tier eligible and why in your account T2.micro is showing as a free tier eligible, suppose. Okay, or why we have different settings account wise. Okay, let me enter. Why I'm making all these things clear? The reason being, I don't want you have a confusion, a bit of confusion in your mind. Sir, why we are not able to see these settings in our account? First thing, my account is 7 to 8 years old account. First thing. Now, let me help you out. See, you are absolutely right about this observation. The difference appears as a free tier eligible is primarily determined by when the account was created. Okay. The first point is talking about the new announcement which AWS has made for the account created before July 15, 2025. Okay. Additional factors, it can be AWS gradual transition strategy. Remember, AWS is moving towards newer generation instances in their free tier offering gradually, not immediately in all the account. That can be the reason. First thing, why few settings are different in my account and different in your account? Tell me yes or no. Okay. Now I'm coming back to this answer. My demo was I had to launch a Windows-based EC2 instance done. I have to install the IIS server. Okay, what is IIS? IIS stands for Internet Information Service. Okay, it is a Windows-based server. Okay, or it is, you can say that a web server designed for Windows. If you type in IIS. You can see Internet Information Services. It is an extensible web server created by Microsoft for use with Windows. Okay. Means if you are looking for a web server to run on Windows, one such option is IIS. It's not the only option. It is one of the options. Okay. You can also install Apache. Okay. And there are many more web servers which you can install. Okay. So I will be showing you a new flavor of web server, that is IIS. We have already seen Apache HTTP. Okay. What is a web server? If this question comes to your mind, the simple answer to web server is it's a software. Okay. That serves the web content to users over the internet. Okay. Great. So come back to Windows machine, Windows EC2 instance. Okay. And on this Windows EC2 instance, what I will be doing, I will be clicking on the start menu. Okay. You can see some delay in performance. It would be because of machine specification. Remember, this machine is only having 1 GB of RAM. Okay. But as we want to stay in a free tier, we have to bear this performance related issue. But in real time in industry, we always choose a right specification of a machine based on our workload. Remember. Okay. After clicking on the start button, all of you have to click on server manager. Okay. Wait for this pop-up to be loaded. Close this and just wait for a minute or two. So what I did, I clicked on the start menu. After clicking on start menu, I clicked on server manager. It opened this widget. It opened this layout in front of me. Okay. Here, click on add roles and features. Okay. It is saying server manager is collecting the inventory data. The wizard will be available after the data collection finishes. That's fine. We'll wait for a minute or two. And I told you the performance is slow because of the specification. This machine is only having 1 GB of RAM. You can always check the specific performance from the task manager. Okay. When you get this red color, you can click on add roles and features. Okay. And you will be seeing a widget in front of you. This widget, we are going to add the IIS server. Okay. We are going to use to add the IIS server. So when this widget will be loaded, click on next again, and click on next. Stop on the server roles section. You can see many sections before you begin. Installation type, server selection, server roles. Okay, like a normal installation you do on Windows, you keep on clicking on next. Okay, till the time you don't have to choose something specific on a certain window. So here we are going to choose a server role. So when you will go to the server role screen, you have to take a pause. Okay, the screen is loaded. The screen is getting loaded. So I will wait. Okay, I can again try. Okay, parallelly, I will be checking one thing. What I will be doing, I will be parallelly installing one more Windows server. Okay, this time I will be choosing a different AMI. Okay, because AMI can also impact the speed. AMI has some prerequisite softwares, prerequisite processes. Okay, so there could be a possibility that on this machine more processes are running. Okay, so what I will be doing, I will be creating one more Windows server just to show you the differences. If it will be due to AMI. Okay, in Windows, this time I'll be choosing 2022 base. Okay, I will keep my instance type as it is. You can create a new key pair. If you already have an existing key pair, you can use that. Okay. I'll choose this one, Windows new key pair. Rest all things I will keep as it is and say launch instance. Okay. You can see now the screen come. So it takes time. It would be because of the AMI and the server specification. Okay. So I will be showing on Windows Server 2022 also, it is going to make a difference. But the reason is because of the machine specification and some prerequisite. Okay. So when you will be coming to the server roles, you have to select this web server IIS. There is an option called web server IIS. Click on add features. Okay. Go to next. Again, go to next. And now keep on clicking next till the time you see the install button. So what I did, I take a pause at server roles. In the server roles section, I selected web server IIS. It gave me a pop-up. I clicked on add feature. After clicking on add feature, I'm keeping on doing next till the time I'm getting this install button. And when I am getting this install button, click on install. It will be starting the installation. Okay, so you have to wait for the installation to be completed. Okay, in the meantime, we can only see if there will be any difference. Okay, so I will be connecting to this server too, just to see if pop-up is getting loaded faster. So the only reason why I have created another Windows machine just to check if AMIs are making a difference. Okay, because specifications I have chosen same. Okay, so this is my 2022. I will be checking if I can load the visit faster here. So click on Server Manager. And you have to wait for this visit to be loaded. How I identify when the color changed to red? You can see currently I'm getting this. I can track the progress of my installation. It is still giving me installation started, and this is a progress bar. Okay. Click here. Go to next. Okay. Not making much difference. Okay. Yeah. But it loaded faster as compared to 2025. Can you see that? Can you see that? Everybody? I launch one more EC2 instance with different AMI just to compare that my instance type is same. Is AMI distribution also makes a difference? What is a AMI? AMI is a machine image. Machine image which contains some softwares and operating system required to launch an EC2 instance. So different distributions will have different prerequisites. Okay, great. So the only part of this instance was to show you if it makes a difference. Okay. Yes, AMI stands for Amazon Machine Image. Okay, I will be going back to my 2025 only. And I will be waiting for the installation to be completed. In the meantime, I can terminate the additional instance which I had created. Okay, when the installation would be completed, what you have to do? That's great. You have to open the Explorer. So those who are planning to perform this demo, those who have not launched a Windows EC2 instance, they can use 2022 base. Okay, because 2025 base is very slower as compared to 2022. Okay, open the Windows Explorer, and in the Windows Explorer you have to open the C drive. Okay, under C drive there is a folder called initpub. In this initpub folder we have to open www root, and once the installation will be succeeded, okay, it is still in progress, we are going to use these files, IIS start files. IIS start means these are the startup files for IIS server. Okay. In my case, it is taking time because of the server configuration and AMI distribution. Okay. Sometimes it happens that activities are happening in the background. We need to refresh our dashboards. Okay. And how can I ensure it? As I can see this IIS file here. Okay. And even I got a message. Installation succeeded. You can see. I can close this window and I will come back to my browser. In a browser, I'm going to test if I have IIS server got installed or not. How can I test it? I have to test it via public IP. But you know, for public IP, you need to allow HTTP, traffic on HTTP. Okay. So I've not allowed it yet. Let me do that. How to do? I'm going to open my security group. After navigating to security section and doing a right click here, I'm going to say edit inbound rule. For the time being, I'm saying allow HTTP from anywhere. and say save rules. Okay. If you will copy the public IP, go to browser, type http:// and a public IP which you have copied, paste it. You can see a test page. This is a test page of IIS server. Okay. This test page shows IIS server is successfully installed. Let me use an index.html file. Okay. If you don't know how to create the HTML file, I'll guide you. See, the last step is what I did. I went to my EC2. First of all, I allowed request on HTTP. So for that, I selected my EC2, went to security, opened the security group in new tab, clicked on edit inbound rule. I add a rule for HTTP to allow from anywhere. And say save rules. Okay. As soon as I did it, I copied the public IP. I pasted the IP in browser, HTTP, and pressed enter. Okay. Okay. So now what is the query then? What is the query, please? Inbound. Clicked on inbound rule. You have to add a new rule. In the search bar, search for HTTP. Say anywhere IPv4 and save the rules. Okay, great. Okay, now we're not learning any programming. Simplest way to create or to test any web application is HTML. Okay, so if you are new to HTML, you can simply type W3 school HTML. And let's create a simple HTML file. Okay, let's create this HTML file. Copy this HTML content. Go back to your server. Okay, on your Windows server, in this folder where you have this IIS start file. How I navigated to this IIS start file? Open the C drive. In the C drive, we have initpub. Then we have www root. Okay. I'm going to create a file here. Let's say I'm creating a text document. Okay. Let me say index.html. Okay. Let me open this and paste the content. Okay. You can change few things. Let's say you're changing a thing. Title, any title you can give. This is my custom index page. Okay. Learning cloud computing. Testing EC2 Windows server. Okay. And now save it. Save it in the sense you save as, because we want to change the extension of our file. Okay. So we are changing the extension of our file to HTML. Okay. So I got a file here with index.html. Let me save it again. It is still showing me text document. Okay, it is still showing me .text as an extension. What I can do, either you can change the properties. Okay. Otherwise, best way is you can create a file on your local here like this. Let's say learning cloud computing. Yes, that you can change. There are many ways. Okay, I'm telling a simple way first. Understanding EC2 instance. Because this can be also a question. Can we copy paste? Yes, you can copy paste. Okay. Exploring Windows Server. Okay. What you can do? Let's say I'm saving this file as index.html. Don't worry, I'll provide you this file. You can use the same file. If you want to create a new one, you can. Okay. I have the file index.html with me here. I can copy this file and I can paste it here. One way, one simple way. Okay. I got this file here. Okay. And when I will be refreshing my IP address, this time I will be able to see the HTML file which I have created. Okay. Another way, you can create a file here on a local machine. You can save it as the HTML file, .html file. Okay. And then you can copy it there. Okay. Third way, you can go to properties. You can change the extension of this file. Okay. You can change the extension of this file. Okay. From here to, let's say type. Okay. So best way is what you can do. You can copy it from your local machine to here, or you can create it somewhere on a desktop and then save it as alt files.html like this. Okay. I can show you if anybody is still confused. It can be with any name. Index.html is a default name. Let me show you. If I'm creating a file in this way, this time I'm creating a file here itself. I'm giving it as a name custom, for example. Okay. Let me paste the content. This time I'm saving it. Okay. Let's suppose in this folder directly. Okay. I'm giving it as a name custom.html and saying all files. Save it. Okay. This file got saved here. If you have saved it with custom.html, what you have to do? If you have to load custom.html, you have to give a name here after the IP address. Like this. Okay. So index.html is a default name or is a default HTML file. Okay. If you want to create a file with any other name, you can. Okay. But then you have to append the name after the IP address. Okay. So see, we are going to cover two very interesting topics and we are going to have two very interesting demos. Okay. The first topic is load balancer. The second topic is auto scaling. Okay. These are the two topics we will be covering. Obviously, we have some subtopics in these two topics. I will be talking about those subtopics too. Okay. Very important concepts which are used in industry whenever we are designing or provisioning our infrastructure. Okay. In order to understand load balancing, let's understand in this way. Let's suppose I am drawing something in front of you. I'm using draw.io. Okay. Let's say we have many EC2 instances. I'm taking different EC2 instances here. Okay. And all these EC2 instances are having an application running. Okay. So let's say this is my EC2 one or instance one. Okay, this instance 1 is serving an application. In a similar manner, we have two more instances. Okay, instance 2 and instance 3. All these instances are serving the same application. Okay, or you can say that we have an application running on these three EC2 instances. Okay, there are three EC2 instances. All of you can see instance 1, instance 2, instance 3. There is an application which is running on these EC2 instances. Okay, let's suppose I have a user. Similar to this user, we can have many more users who are making a request to this application. Okay, so currently the idea is we have multiple servers and we have an application running on those servers. Application 1, let's suppose. Okay, for your understanding, you can say that these applications are connecting to same database. I will not be going into a complete 3-tier architecture. Okay, in the present situation, we have many customers. Okay, and these customers, let's suppose, have visibility of instance 1, means they know that in order to access application, they have to make a call to instance 1. Okay, it means this particular user, let's suppose, is making a request to instance 1. In a similar manner, all other users will also be making a request to instance 1. Okay, so idea is 3 instances, or there can be more instances. Okay, these instances are running in the AWS and we have an application running on all these instances. Okay, I am saying that we have users who are trying to access this application. All these users are having visibility to the application on instance 1. So now my question to all of you is, do you see any challenge here in this situation? 3 instances, let's say we have many users like this. Okay, all the users are making a request to instance 1. Okay, so we have many users, all users are making requests to instance 1, but we have the applications running on instance 2 and instance 3. So do you see any challenge? Do you see any challenge? What is a challenge? If you see that, traffic is a challenge. Okay, see, actually, when we are talking about this architecture, okay, so here the idea is, in this architecture, all the request is going to instance 1. So challenge is instance 1 is overloaded, or at certain point of time, instance 1 can be overloaded. Okay, what about instance 2 and instance 3? Instance 2 and instance 3 are underloaded or underutilized. So there are two concepts or two keywords I have used: overutilized and underutilized. Okay, so this instance is getting overutilized, you can say that, and other two instances are underutilized. Okay, how can we solve this problem? In real time, if we get this situation, how can we solve this problem? There comes in picture the concept of load balancer. Okay, as the name is suggesting, what this load balancer will do? This load balancer will balance the load. Okay, so here, now if I will draw diagrammatically, the request from this user will go to load balancer. Okay, and it's a job of load balancer in order to distribute the traffic to the backend servers. Okay, so here what you can see, earlier the request was going to individually instance 1, but now this load balancer is taking care about a request redirection to all other targets too, or all other instances too. Okay, so as the name is suggesting, the purpose of load balancer is to balance the load. Okay, or to remove the single point of failure. Because what was the challenge we had seen in the previous situation? In the previous situation, the challenge was when all the traffic was going to instance 1, at certain point of time, instance 1 could be overutilized while other instances could remain underutilized. As a result, if traffic is going to increase on instance 1, at certain point of time where instance 1 could be crashed, okay, or other instances remain intact and it will not be in use. So what we did, we created or we set up a load balancer in front of all these instances, and then the request is coming to a load balancer. Load balancer is redirecting a request to the backend targets. These instances are known as target. Target means who is actually serving the request. Okay. We will be covering concepts in load balancer, don't worry. So first of all, let me write a definition for all of you, a fresh definition. So if somebody asks you a question, what is a load balancer? You know who balances a load, okay? But if you have to give a technical definition, what is a technical definition? You can say it's a service or a feature, anything you can say, okay, that distributes incoming traffic across multiple targets. See the keywords I'm using here, okay? I'm using a keyword called targets. These targets can be EC2 instances, okay? These targets can be other AWS resources. We'll be talking about that later. Currently, we have only covered EC2 instances. That's why I'm writing other AWS resources, okay? And what is the job? What is the purpose of this load balancer? Purpose is to ensure high availability and removing the single point of failure, right? Removing single point of failure, okay? Let's understand this first of all with the help of a demo. Let's do a demo once, okay? And then I will be talking more on the load balancer side. Now, when you will be talking about load balancer in AWS, you will be seeing different types of load balancer, okay? What we are going to see in the form of a demo, that is application load balancer. I will be giving you an overview of other load balancer too, but currently I will be talking about application load balancer or ALB, okay? So application load balancer, what you have to remember with respect to application load balancer, you can say you use application load balancer if you have to route the traffic or distribute the traffic coming over HTTP and HTTPS. Okay. So let's say if you have a requirement, if somebody asks you when to use which load balancer, when to use application load balancer, when to use network load balancer, when to use gateway load balancer, okay? So starting from application load balancer, if you are dealing with any web application, okay, and you have to distribute the traffic which is coming over HTTP and HTTPS, okay, you can use the application load balancer. Remember one thing, okay? So for the time being, just remember this much. I will be giving more technical definition to all of you, okay? So I will again repeat, you can think about application load balancer, which works great for the websites and applications where different types of requests need to go to different services. Or in short, when you have to serve the request over HTTP and HTTPS, okay? Now, a few things which you have to remember when I'm going to show you a demo in the load balancer, there is two concepts I will be using. Targets group. Okay, what are these concepts? Let me talk about it. Targets group, and listeners. I will be using one more called listeners. Okay. What are these things or what are these keywords? Targets are the actual machines. Okay. You can say these are the actual machines or actual servers which responds to user request. So here, this particular load balancer is acting as an entry point. Okay, it is providing an entry point in your application and it is redirecting a request to all these targets. These are targets. These are the machines which is actually serving the user request. Means user request will be served from the machines. A simple example to understand this from your day-to-day life. All of you would be having a bank account. Okay, and all of you would be having an internet banking activated. Okay. Now, in order to log in to your banking account, you go to a bank website. From there, you enter your credentials or you add your details and then you log in to your bank account. Okay. So obviously that website will be running on multiple servers. When we have a huge customer base of any bank, let's say SBI or HDFC or ICICI. Okay. When we have a huge customer base, the bank website will be running on multiple servers. Okay. So how we manage or how the service provider manage all those servers, they would be managing with the help of a load balancer. Means user request is going to the load balancer and then the load balancer is distributing the request to the multiple servers. Okay. From the servers, load balancer is getting a response and load balancer is passing that response back to the user. So targets are the actual machines who responds to user request, okay, or from where the request is actually served, okay. Then we have target groups. What is this target group? What is a target group? Simple. Group of target means target group is a collection of target, okay. What is the role of this target group? Target group is a collection of target that serve the same type of content. Okay, means you are telling the load balancer that we have 3 servers or 3 targets that handle the website homepage. Okay, so basically, this targets, all these targets will be a part of or can be a part of a target group. Okay, so we have a target group. This target group is containing 3 targets. Okay, let's say this is a target group. It's a collection of target. So it is saying that, let's suppose when the request is coming for application 1, then redirect that request to all these instances. Okay. So a collection of target that tells load balancer that send the traffic to these targets. Okay. That's the purpose of the target group. Okay. And listener, last thing. Listener is basically, you can say that a type of configuration. Okay. In short, or rules what the load balancer listens for. Okay, so usually what happens when user is making a request to a load balancer, okay, there is a listener which comes into picture. Listener listens to the request, and based on certain parameters, let's say based on the parameter, if a request is coming on port 80 on HTTP, then send this request to this target group. So listener sends the request to a target group. Okay, and that target group will have the targets. Target group will pass the request to all those targets which will actually serve the request and send the response back. Okay. We will be understanding this with the help of very interesting demo. Okay. How? Let me show you. So what I'm doing here, let me quickly log into my AWS management console. Let me provide the MFA code. Okay. And I will be navigating to EC2 dashboard, first of all. So first thing I'm doing here, I will be launching 2 EC2 instances. Okay. One suggestion, see, load balancer does not comes under free tier. Okay. So I will be showing you a demo, and then if you want to perform that demo, you can do it later. It's up to you. Okay. Because there can be a possibility that some of you don't want to perform a demo, which is basically not coming under free, which is not coming under free tier. Some of you wants to perform a demo for your practice purpose. You can decide later. But what is the thing? I can just show you some basic rules. What I do usually, I always ask my candidate to check this. Okay. Open the free tier documentations and let's say search for load balancer. Okay. You can see they might have introduced this right now, but you can see it's good if they have. It is saying available on both plans. Let me check what they have added. You can view the details. You can see. Use credits to access elastic load balancing feature in both free and paid plans. Okay, but it is for the new thing which AWS has launched. Let me check if it comes before 15 July also. So what we can do, a best way is this. We can ask Amazon Q, because if you all have gone through the changes or new announcements which AWS has made, AWS has started giving you the credits in the account. Okay. And as a part of the credit, let's suppose if there will be certain bill, that bill will be deducted from the credit till the time credit will not be over or till the time the expiry limit will not be reached. Okay. So see here, I can say or I can ask, is ALB comes under free tier account created before 15th July? Okay. If I'm asking this question because I want to understand if ALB is included in a free tier for accounts created before 15 July. Okay. As per the announcement, everybody, you can read this. Did you create an AWS account before 15th July? Access the legacy free tier. This is a legacy free tier. And in the legacy free tier, if I will be searching for ELB, you can't see here. It's not there. Okay. So what AWS has done, if you have created an account after 15th July, you can access the new features, so you're going to get some credits. Okay. And there that credit can be used in a bill, in a form of a bill. Okay. So load balancer can also come there. But if we have an account before 15 July, then load balancer is not. Okay, so you can read. Elastic load balancer is included in the AWS free tier. Here are the specific free tier benefits. The free tier benefits for ELB are available for 12 months from the date of your account creation. You receive 750 hours per month shared between classic and application load balancer. Okay, but as per the documentation, we don't have the load balancer coming under free tier for the accounts created before 15 July. Okay. So this is, I'm telling for your knowledge, everybody. Usually I have seen that all my candidates in all my batches do this demo and they have never complained for the bills in their account, okay, or for very high bills in their account, because once you will be completing with this demo, you can terminate the resources. I will teach you how to clean the resources. But this is my job just to show you, okay, what comes under free tier or what does not comes under free tier. That's the reason I have shown, okay. If my account is created before 15th July, like my account is 7 years old, so I can expect some charges if I'm using it wisely. Okay. If my account is created after 15th July, then I will be getting 6-month trial, not 12-month free tier, 6-month free tier. Okay. What they have done, they have given you the additional offering. They have given you the credits in your account, which you can use in order to pay the bill. Okay. That is the purpose. Okay. I have searched by everything. Application load balancer, ELB, nothing is here. Okay. And for your knowledge, when you ask me what is the pricing, you can always open the documentation. Okay. So here you can see it is talking about the pricing calculator. As per this documentation, it is saying get started with elastic load balancing for free with AWS free tier. Upon sign up, new AWS customers receive 750 hours per month shared between classic and application load balancer, 15 GB of data processing for classic load balancer, and 15 LCUs for application load balancers. Okay, so you can use it if this documentation is saying it. Okay, you can complete the demo. Okay, and even if anybody wants to go into deep dive, you can read these examples. They have also given you the example. Okay, even the cost is very minimal. You can see 0.0225 hourly charge. Okay, which is almost something 1 rupees or 2 rupees. Okay, again, those who are having this question, how to check my AWS account creation date? I think you might remember that if you have enrolled for this new batch and if you have created a fresh account, it will be within this month only. But still, you can see how to check your AWS account creation date. So you can use Amazon Q as an AI assistant if you want to get something from the AWS documentations. Okay, because usually we should rely on the AWS documentations. Let's suppose if something comes, what is the practice I follow? I'm telling you the practice I follow. Okay, I have the documentations with me. I take a note of these documentations when I am performing something. Okay. And let's say if I have to connect to the customer support, if something gets wrong in my account, okay, I can pass on the screenshots that as per the screenshot, it is clearly mentioned. I can make use of this as a part of a free tier. Okay. I follow this because here in the two documentation, in this documentation, it's not talking about application load balancer. I can check if they have included something in the EC2. In the EC2 also they have not included. So I always use these documentations in order to connect to the customer support if something is wrong or if something looks wrong to me. Okay. This is the one. You can click on the account name, select my account from the drop down menu, scroll down to the account settings and look for the account created information. This is the account. Okay. So on the top right side, I had the account name and from here you can get an idea about your account. Okay. So you can check your account details from here. Okay, that's you can do. Great. Next thing is what I'm doing. Let me quickly go to the EC2 and let me launch my EC2 instances. So I'm launching my EC2 instances. Let's click on launch instance and I'm giving a name. Let's say web server. Okay. In this demo, I will be launching 2 Linux instances. So on the right hand side under summary, you can see number of instances where you can define count. Let's say if you have to launch more than 1 instances, you can define the count here. Okay. So in this demo, I'm launching 2 EC2 instances. Okay. Steps would be same. I will be using AMI. I will be using the instance type. I don't need a key pair for this demo, so I will be saying proceed without a key pair. Network setting, I will be keeping default. I will only allow HTTP. If you want to allow SSH, you can. If you have to do some troubleshooting, okay? So for this demo, I'm allowing SSH traffic and HTTP, okay? After providing all these, what I will be doing, I will be using a user data, the same user data we had used, okay? So under advanced details, in a user data section, I'm using the same user data. Let me use it and let me paste it here. Say launch instance. Please take care about format. Okay, I will again repeat. Please take care about the format, okay, of your user data. You can always apply a filter for running instances by typing running in the search bar. And I'm taking a name, let's suppose web server 1 and web server 2. Okay, so what I did, I renamed these instances to server 1 and server 2 just for classifying or just for my understanding purpose. Means, what is a demo I'm going to show you? I'm going to show you how load balancer works. So currently, if you will understand the first situation, when load balancer was not there, there were different instances. There was an application running on these EC2 instances. Means these instances were working standalone, or these instances were working individually. Okay. So here the same situation is present. I have launched two EC2 instance with a user data, and that user data is creating an index.html page. Okay. So means two EC2 instances with an index.html page running. But currently these EC2 instances are working standalone. If I have to access server 1, what I have to do? Select server 1, copy the public IP, type http:// and paste the IP. Press enter. You will get the response from server 1. Hello world from the host name of server 1. Okay. So this is my server 1 host name. How can you check that? If you scroll down, this is a host name. 172.31.4.134. 172.31.4.134. If you have to test web server 2, select web server 2, copy the public IP and paste it here. Okay. You can type HTTP in front of it if you want. Okay. And you can see it has redirected your request to the second server. So if you have to connect to server 1, you're accessing the public IP of server 1. If you have to connect to server 2, you have to access the public IP of server 2. Can you see that? Okay. So when all of you will perform this demo on your screen, what is the first thing all of you have to test? All of you have to test, are you able to access this index.html first on these two servers or first from these two servers? Okay. So launch two servers. I will be asking you when to do it. First of all, I will complete it. Okay. So launch two servers with the user data and test both the servers one by one, just to check if your application is working fine. Okay. I hope instructions are clear enough. Okay. Let me explain you what is a listener. Okay. With respect to load balancer, you can say listener listens on a specific port and protocol. The job of a listener, you can say it's a feature of load balancer or a component of load balancer which listens on a port and protocol, on a specific port and protocol. Okay. And based on that, it will forward the request to the target group. Okay. I will explain you with an analogy. Let's take an analogy called reception desk. Okay. So imagine you have a hotel with multiple phones. I'm using an example of a hotel with multiple phones. One phone for room service, one for front desk, one for maintenance. Okay. And each phone is connected to a team. So here each phone is acting as a listener. See here, everybody. So I'm using an analogy called reception desk. This is an analogy. Okay. In this analogy, assume a hotel with multiple phones. Okay. One phone for room service. Please pay attention, first of all, everybody. A humble request. One for front desk, one for maintenance, or you can take many departments. Okay. So here, assume each phone is connected to a team. Means, let's say room service phone is connected to a room service team who will providing you the room service. Front desk phone is connected to a front desk team who is going to take your queries. Maintenance phone is connected to a maintenance team. Okay. So each phone is connected to a team. Okay. So here each phone is acting as a listener. Okay. And each team is acting as a target group. Very simple. So now let's say a phone rings for room service. Okay. So this listener will decide based on the phone call or based on the info. Here in technical world, this phone call can be rules. Okay. This phone call can be protocol. It can be port number. Based on that, it will decide that to which target group it has to redirect a request. Means if the room service phones ring, it goes to kitchen team. If the maintenance phone rings, it goes to the fixed crew. So who redirect all these calls to the respective team? Listeners. Okay. Let me come back, everybody, and let me go to load balancer. So how you will go to load balancer? On the left hand side, you can see we have a section called load balancing. From this section, all of you can see load balancers. Okay. In the load balancer, when you have to create a load balancer, click on create load balancer. We have different types of load balancer. Don't worry. I will explain you other load balancers. Okay. For the time being, I will be talking about application load balancer. And just for your knowledge, we are going to do a demo on application load balancer. Okay. Other, I will be explaining you conceptually. Okay. So application load balancer, in short, choose an application load balancer when you need a flexible feature set for your application with HTTP and HTTPS traffic. Click on create. Okay. And let's suppose if you're relating it with the real world analogy we have taken, there will always be a supervisor. If kitchen team is not available or if people from kitchen teams are on leave, that supervisor will assign or supervisor will call replacement of the people for the time being. Okay. In the technical world also, these things can be possible. We have components available while we provision our infrastructure, which replace unhealthy instances with a healthy one. Okay. And there comes the concept of auto scaling. Okay. So we are creating a load balancer, application load balancer. You can read about it. How application load balancer. Okay. Client makes a request to your application. The listeners in your load balancer receive the request matching the protocol and port that you configure. The receiving listener evaluates the request against the rules you specify, and then it will be route the request to the appropriate target group. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Okay, so what we will be doing here, please pay attention, everyone. We are going to give any name to your load balancer, demo load balancer. Okay, we will be creating an internet facing load balancer. So when you have to serve the internet facing traffic, you will be creating an internet facing load balancer. Currently, the request I am making from internet. Sometimes you also need to create an internal load balancer. Okay, internal load balancer means which will be used to serve the internal traffic, not to serve the traffic coming from the internet directly. Okay, so in this case, I'm using internet facing. You don't have to focus on the load balancer IP address scheme. We will be using IPv4, default one. Okay. Network again will be default, that is default VPC. When we will be covering more on the networking side, we will understand how can you create a custom network in your AWS account. Okay. We have to choose minimum 2 availability zones. Okay. So let's say I'm choosing AP South 1A and AP South 1B. These are the 2 availability zones I'm choosing. Okay. If you are performing this demo in any other region than Mumbai, then you can choose the availability zones accordingly. I'm using 1A and 1B. Okay. For this demo, I also ensure one thing for the knowledge I'm telling. Before choosing the availability zone, I know it, that's why I have chosen. But for you, I'm telling, before choosing the availability zone, I see where my instances have been created. So my instances have been created in AP South 1B. So at least one availability zone I will be choosing where my instances are created. Because by default, when you create an application load balancer will have a visibility to those availability zone which you have configured. So let's suppose if instead of B, I would be configuring 1C. Okay. My instances are not present in 1A and 1C. My instances are present in 1B. So this load balancer will not be able to redirect the traffic to the targets because targets are available in 1B and load balancer is only having a visibility in 1A and 1C. We have a solution for this, but this is a default behavior. Okay. So currently I'm choosing 1A and 1B. Means at least one availability zone where my instances are run. Okay. Scrolling down, you have to create a security group. All of you know what is a job of a security group. The job of a security group is to allow the traffic, is to define a rules that allows a traffic. Okay. Now, if you will see this diagram, what is happening? Load balancer is accepting a traffic from the internet or from the users who are accessing the application via internet. Okay. So load balancer should have the respective rules which should be accepting a traffic on HTTP. Okay. See, I told you one thing. Keep this in mind. By default, load balancer will have the visibility to those availability zones which you are configuring while creating the load balancer. I had to choose two availability zones. You can read here. Select at least two availability zones. Okay, that is mandatory thing which you can see here. When you're creating the application load balancer, at least you have to select two availability zones. Okay. So there can be a possibility that your instances are running in different availability zone like 1A and 1B. Okay. At that point of time, you could choose 1A and 1B. Now, what I told, I'm again rephrasing my statement, previous statement. By default, load balancer will be having the visibility to those availability zone which you are configuring here. Okay. So while configuring the availability zone, what I will be seeing my instances. My instances are available in AP South 1B. So I have selected AP South 1B. Okay. Now it is asking me select at least two availability zone. So one I have already selected because my instances were present in 1B. Okay. Now second availability zone, you can choose any one of them. You are free to choose any one of them. Okay. Let's say I'm choosing 1A or you can choose 1C also. But one availability zone, you have to choose where your EC2 instances are running. Or if your EC2 instances would be running in 1A and 1B, you could directly choose 1A and 1B. In my case, as I launched the EC2 instances from same window, okay, you remember I had given the count as 2. So from there, it had taken AP South 1B, okay. So like what I did, I selected one availability zone AP South 1B, okay, because my EC2 instances were running in AP South 1B. Now I have to select more than one availability zone as per this statement. So you can choose any one of them because this is a requirement. Otherwise, it will not ask me to create a load balancer. Okay. We want to achieve a high availability. Is it good practice to have your target instances across the edges? The answer to this question is yes. If you want to achieve high availability within a region, okay, is it a good practice that we should distribute or we should launch our EC2 instances in different availability zone? The answer is yes, you should. Okay. So that if one of the availability zone is down, you could get the traffic served from the another availability zone. In this demo also, you could do the same thing. How? I'm guiding you for every single concept. Actually, when you launch the instance, one way you had chosen the number of instances here. So it means all the settings will be applicable to all the instances. But let's suppose if you want to create one instance at a time, okay, choose one. But here, when you will go to network setting, just telling you, this time you have to provide the preference. Let's say you want to launch an instance number 1 in 1A, choose 1A. Then when you're launching a second instance, you can launch it in 1B or 1C like that. Okay. Availability zone part is clear. Now security group. So earlier I had a default security group selected. I remove that default security group from here. Okay. What I'm doing for this load balancer, I'm creating a fresh security group. Okay. So I will be saying create a new security group. Always open this in new tab. It will open it here by clicking on this link. It will remove everything you have selected. It will override this window. So what is the practice I follow when I have to work parallelly in two windows? Like you see, I had to check the availability zone of my instances. So I open EC2 in different tab. In a similar manner, I have to create a new security group. I will open this in new tab. Okay. This security group I'm creating for my load balancer. So I'm giving a name. Let's say load balancer demo security group. Okay. I'm giving a description, security group to allow traffic on HTTP and HTTPS. Okay. And I'm adding a rule here. The rule is allow the traffic coming on HTTP from anywhere, IPv4. Okay. Means I will be attaching the security group to my load balancer. Okay. And as a part of the security group, I'm allowing the traffic on HTTP to be coming from anywhere. So when a user will be making a request and the request will go to load balancer, it will see, does it have the proper rules which is allowing the traffic on HTTP port 80, which will be satisfied by the security group. Click on create security group. Okay. Copy the name or ID, anything you can copy. Come back, use this refresh button. Okay. This refresh button you are using in order to get the security group reflected here. Cancel this. I don't need a default one. Search for the one you have created and select this one. Okay. So what I did, I created a security group for my load balancer to accept the traffic on HTTP port 80. Okay. Scrolling down, listeners. A listener is a process that checks for the connection request using the port and protocol you configure. Okay. So see, here I'm saying when the request is coming to a load balancer on HTTP port 80, forward this request to a target group. Now, target group is a group of targets. So let's create a target group. Again, follow the same practice. Open this in new tab. Let's create a target group. Okay. I told you we can have different types of targets, but currently focus on instances, EC2 instances. Okay. It is selected. I'm giving a name. Let's say demo target group. And in my case, I'm providing today's date just to make it unique. Okay. Protocol and port is HTTP port 80. Rest all settings I'm keeping default and I will be going to next. Okay. It's complaining about naming convention. Only hyphens are allowed. So I will be changing underscore to hyphen. Okay. I'm going to next. And it is saying that these are the available instances which you can register in this target group. So select it and say include as pending below. Okay. Means currently these instances will be added in this target group. And when you will click on create load balancer, these instances will be registered behind the load balancer. Okay, I'll show you. Click on create target group. Okay. Currently the status unused because it's not in use. It's not getting any request. It's not getting any health check request even. Okay. But when you will create a load balancer, it will get the health check request. Okay. So take your target group name, come back here, use refresh button. Okay, let me just check. I will be searching for 2007. Okay, let me again try. It's not reflecting here. Let me check. What's the challenge? I'm again checking my target group rules. Protocol is HTTP only. And what are my targets? My targets are instances only. Okay. I will be doing last thing. Okay, please pay attention, everybody. Click on create target group. I'm repeating it. I had chosen instances. I had given a target group name. Let's say demo target group new. Okay. I have kept all other settings as default on this page. Okay. I clicked on next button. I selected these instances. I clicked on include as pending below. And then I clicked on create target group. You can see here. Let me now check the previous one. Okay. Previous one is not visible here. I will check what is an error. Maybe I had missed something while creating it. Okay. So this one is here. Demo target group new. The one which I have created just now. Okay. So I'm using this one. For the safer side, I'm deleting this one. Okay. I'll be checking this later. What is wrong here? But I created a new target group and it is getting reflected. I selected it and I am saying create the load balancer. So these are the additional options which you can create. I'm not going to create all these things. Okay. For your knowledge, for the cross zone for the cross-region load balancing, global accelerator is the answer. You can see. Apply global load balancing across multiple regions. Just remember this much for the time. Okay. So I'm not configuring all these services here or all these features here. Okay. I'm keeping all other settings as default and saying create load balancer. Okay. So my load balancer is in provisioning state. Soon it will be active. And what you will be seeing here, if you'll refresh this, earlier your targets were unused. Now your targets are registration is in progress. Means it is getting registered behind the load balancer. So when your load balancer will be active, it will also declare these targets are healthy if there is no issue with these targets. Okay. If you are talking about cross-region load balancing, there is a feature or a service in the AWS called AWS Global Accelerator. It is a networking service. Okay. Load balancer will be getting a DNS. When a load balancer will be coming up, there will be a DNS associated. Okay. So behind the scene, obviously there would be IP, but what would be visible to you? You will be having a host name. Okay. And it depends upon type of load balancer. Let's suppose why you are seeing a DNS name here. For your knowledge, I'm telling application load balancer does not have a fixed IP. Okay. So we access it via DNS name. So IP behind the DNS name can change due to scaling. Okay. So that's the job of the AWS. You can also integrate your own DNS. Okay. Load balancer is a managed service. Okay. So AWS says that ELB is highly available. So AWS takes care about the availability of the ELB. You should check the status of your instances if your instances are healthy or not. Okay. Load balancer will be healthy. That is the job of AWS. Your job is to track the status of your EC2 instances. Okay. And when you will be configuring, for your knowledge, auto scaling, when you will be talking about auto scaling, and when we will be integrating auto scaling with load balancing, auto scaling will take care about it. Okay. It will automatically replace unhealthy instances with a healthy one. Okay. It is active. And as soon as it is active, it will go to our target group. It will refresh our target group. Can you see? We have two healthy targets. Both targets are healthy because both targets can accept the traffic. Okay. And how will we be testing it? Earlier, I was checking the individual IP of my EC2 instance. Now I will be taking this load balancer DNS name and pasting it in the browser. When I will be pressing enter, let me browse it over HTTP. When I will be pressing enter, and if you use a refresh button, can you see IP is getting changed? Why IP is getting changed? Load balancer is distributing the traffic to the backend target. And intentionally, I had taken IP address in my index.html page so that I can show you that traffic is getting distributed. Okay. Are we all good till here? Now, for your knowledge, I can just help you out. Okay. See, by default, load balancer use an algorithm to distribute a traffic. And that algorithm is round robin algorithm. If you hear this term, what is this round robin algorithm? Round robin algorithm means that traffic will be distributed evenly, okay, across the group of servers. So traffic will be distributed evenly across the group of servers. That is a default behavior. You can see here. When you are refreshing the page, IP is getting changed evenly. Can you see that? So it was just for extra knowledge why this is happening. Because by default, load balancer use round robin algorithm. Basically, there are two EC2 instances, very correct. On these two EC2 instances, we have an index.html page running. So it is distributing the traffic to those two EC2 instances. And why you are seeing two IPs? Because you have two EC2 instances. Okay. If there will be multiple EC2 instances, this page would be showing you multiple IPs. But obviously, in real time, you're not going to provide this information to end user. This was for understanding. It had been taken intentionally. Okay, just to show you how it works behind the scene in real time. Okay, I can tell you how to delete the resources. If you're done with the demo and test the result, the first thing you have to delete your load balancer. How? Go to actions, say delete load balancer and type confirm here. Delete it. Okay. Similarly, delete your target group. Go to target group, delete the target group. Okay. It is saying it's currently in use by a listener or rule. Let's wait and then again delete. Okay. It sometimes wait for the load balancer to be deleted completely. So this is how you have to delete it. Okay. This time it got deleted. And you know how to terminate the EC2 instances. You can terminate the EC2 instances. Okay. Make sense, anybody? So those who are done with the demo, don't forget to delete the load balancer required. And let me now move towards my next concept. Okay. See, we have a couple of things which I wanted to discuss with all of you as a part of my load balancer. I'm also writing so that you will have this thing that I'm going to discuss this with all of you. Okay. I will be talking you about network load balancer. I will be giving you an overview on network load balancer. Okay. I will be giving you an overview on gateway load balancer. Okay. I will be talking about session stickiness. Very good concept. It is also known as session affinity. I will be talking about connection draining. Okay. We got an idea about a load balancer. Okay. Now, one thing all of you have to remember, learn troubleshooting the things. Okay. Till the time you will not learn troubleshooting the things, you will not be a good cloud engineer or you will not be a good DevOps engineer, because every time chat GPT is not going to help us out. Remember, every time AI tools are not going to help you out. And troubleshooting or debugging skills come up with practice. Let's suppose in your real time, in your industry, okay, you are doing a job and you're using a chat GPT. I'm not saying that don't use a chat GPT. You can. You're free to use chat GPTs wherever required. Okay. But also try to make the concepts. Till the time you will not be making the concept, you will only be able to do a copy paste. But if you will be a part of a discussion and somebody is asking you that how can you do this or how can you troubleshoot this, you will not be able to justify or you will not be able to tell the answer without seeing again the chat GPT why this is happening. Okay. So few common errors we have got or I have seen. 503 temporarily unavailable. 503 temporarily unavailable. How to troubleshoot? Check your security group for a load balancer one. If it is fine, check your target's health. Are your targets healthy? If they are unhealthy, troubleshoot the user data. Okay. Site can't be reached. Check, are you browsing over HTTP? Okay. If yes, again check the user data. Is your user data running fine or not? Okay. So follow the state of your targets. Your target status should be healthy, one thing. Then only load balancer will redirect the traffic to those targets. Okay. And apart from that, check your security group rules. Check the availability zone where you have configured your load balancer. Have you configured your load balancer in the same availability zone where your EC2 instances are running? These are very important concepts which you have to use while troubleshooting. Okay, great. Now, I'm planning to start on my next concept called auto-scaling. Okay, auto-scaling. What do you mean by auto-scaling? So see, auto-scaling, as the name is suggesting, automatically scale. Okay, and how we use this concept in the AWS. So we are going to talk about EC2 auto-scaling. That is a concept we will be covering. Okay, how to scale EC2 instances. So in short, auto scaling is a feature that automatically adjusts the number of resources. If we are specifically talking about EC2, you can say it automatically adjusts the number of EC2 instances in your application based on demand. Okay. So I'm writing a technical statement, automatically adjust the number of instances or number of EC2 instances in your application on demand. Okay. So what are the features it provide you or what are the benefits it provide you? The first benefit would be high availability. High availability means more instances during peak time. Okay. If one instance is unhealthy, what will happen? So load balancer keeps on checking the health. Okay. And that's the reason all of you were seeing the status as healthy or unhealthy. If your instances are healthy, then only load balancer will send the traffic to those instances. If your instances are unhealthy, load balancer will not send the traffic to those instances. One thing. So high availability says that more instances will be configured or more instances will be provisioned during the peak time. Okay. Cost saving. Another advantage of auto scaling. Cost saving means fewer instances when demand drops. Okay. And resilience. Resilience means replaces unhealthy instances automatically. Okay. So very good use case of auto scaling is with load balancer. We use auto scaling groups behind the load balancer to adjust the number of instances. Okay, means in my past demo, what I did, I manually added the number of instances, or I manually registered the instances behind the auto scaling node. Sorry, I manually register the number of instances in a target group behind the load balancer. Okay. But what you could do, you could use the auto scaling group, and auto scaling group will automatically add the number of instances in your target group that will be registered behind the load balancer. Okay. I hope we all are good till here. What is the purpose of a load balancer and what is the purpose of auto scaling? Let me explain few more things. I will be explaining to all of you key components of auto scaling. Okay. First key component of auto scaling is launch template, which we will be using in our demos. Okay. What is a launch template? Launch template defines how new instance should be created. Okay. What do you mean by that? First of all, let me make your thing clear. Let's say currently, if I am asking you that launch EC2 instances, what all of you would be doing, all of you would be going to EC2 dashboard and start launching the EC2 instance. Okay. Now I want to add one more situation in front of you. This time I'm saying that create the auto scaling group in your AWS account, or set up the EC2 auto scaling group in your AWS account. What do you mean by that? It means that currently you will not be launching the EC2 instance manually. You will be creating the auto scaling group, and you will be defining in auto scaling group how many EC2 instances you need, how many EC2 instances you want to scale out when demand would be high, how many EC2 instances you want to scale in when demand would be low. And that auto scaling group will automatically launch the number of instances in your account. I will show you practically. Okay. But that is a job of auto scaling. So key component of auto scaling, how auto scaling will know that which type of EC2 instance it has to launch, or what all characteristics of EC2 instance it has to take into picture. That is achieved with the help of launch template. Means we need to create a launch template. In that launch template, we need to define the characteristics of our EC2 instances. Characteristics means AMI, instance type, security group, key pair, user data, and many more things. Means within a launch template, I'm defining a characteristics that use all these characteristics or properties while you will be launching the EC2 instances. I'll be showing you. Okay. So define how new instance should be created. Or you can say define characteristics of EC2 instances you want to create. Okay. Great. Second thing which you have to understand, that is auto scaling groups. ASG. What is this auto scaling group? So auto scaling group is a logical group of instance where you define desired minimum maximum capacity, where you define scaling policies and other features. Okay. Currently, I want to focus on desired minimum and maximum capacity. What is the meaning of desired minimum and maximum? Okay. In short, when you talk about these three keywords or these three concepts, okay, desired means the current number of EC2 instance that auto scaling group will try to maintain. Okay. I'm right. Let's say number of instances under normal condition. Okay. So these will be the instances which auto scaling will try to maintain. ASG tries to maintain. Okay. Maximum means you can say largest number of EC2 instances that ASG is allowed to scale out. I'll explain you with the example. Okay. And minimum means the smallest number of instances ASG is allowed to scale it, or you can say ASG will ever run. What do you mean by this? Let me explain you with the help of an example. Example I'm taking, let's say you have set your ASG like this. I have defined these three things. Let's say minimum configuration as 2, maximum as 5, and desired as 2. Okay, means while creating my auto scaling group, I have given these three properties. Okay, and I have mentioned if CPU usage goes above 70%, okay, for 5 minutes, add one instance. And if traffic drop means CPU utilization or CPU usage falls below 30%, remove one instance. Okay. If you read this statement, it is saying that I will be adding a policy that is known as a scaling policy. Okay. So scaling policy means where you are defining how you want to scale, on what rules, on what conditions you want to scale. Okay. So let's say I have defined a policy saying if the utilization of my CPU or if the usage of my CPU is going beyond 70% for 5 minutes, okay, I'm monitoring consecutively for 5 minutes and I'm checking if usage is going beyond 70%, add one instance, okay. If usage is dropping below 30%, remove one instance, okay. So now how this minimum, maximum and desired will come into picture. Let's say I created my auto scaling group. So initially, when you create an auto scaling group, desired will come into picture. Two instances will be launched or two instances will be running. Okay. And auto scaling group will try to maintain these two EC2 instances. It means if one instance becomes unhealthy, auto scaling group will automatically replace unhealthy with a healthy instance. Okay. Now maximum comes into picture when you have to add, when you have to scale out. Okay. Let's say I'm saying that you can add maximum or you can scale up to 5 instances. So maximum define the largest number. Okay. This maximum is defining the largest number of EC2 instance that the auto scaling group is allowed to scale up to. Okay. Means you can scale up to these instances. You can scale out to these instances. And minimum define that you can't scale in or you can't remove the instances below this number. So let's say when I'm saying when the CPU usage is dropping below 30%, remove one instance. So you can't have the instances in your group below this limit. So these are the maximum and minimum limit. Means in this example, your EC2 instance or your auto scaling group can scale out to 5 instances, okay? And it will never go below 2 instances, okay, which is minimum. It means over 2, it can add 3 more in order to achieve this limit as 5. Okay, so if traffic will go high, it can add 3 more instances. Okay, maximum 3 more instances in order to make 2 plus 3 5. Okay, scaling policy, if I talk about what is a scaling policy? Scaling policy, in short, you can say that define when to add or remove the instances. No, desired and minimum are not always the same. There is no such rule. Okay, this is a thing which you can see here. Maximum should be greater than or it can be equal to desired. Okay, or minimum can be less than equal to desired. Means you can have everything same, okay? Or you can have maximum greater than desired and desired can be greater than or equal to minimum. Is there any limit for the number of instances in ASG? Okay, whenever you want to see the limit, I will be suggesting you to see the service quota page. Every service has a quota. Okay. Quota means there are constraints. Some quotas are soft limit, means you can adjust it. You can ask for the increase by raising a ticket to the. Some quotas are a hard limit. It can't be adjusted. Okay. Make sense? Always search like this. Let's say I want to see EC2 quota. So I will be searching EC2 auto scaling quota. You can see here quotas for auto scaling resources and groups. You can see auto scaling groups per region 500, launch configurations per region 200. Similarly, they have talked about more things. Can you see here? In a similar manner, if you have to explore the quotas, you can always search for the quotas of that particular service. Let's say if you want to search the quota for ELB, always type AWS ELB quotas. Okay. And you can see the quotas for different load balancers like this. These are the quotas. Okay. So better to refer the documentations in case AWS is changing the limits. Okay. But you can see there is a column called adjustable. This adjustable column says if certain quota are adjustable or not. No means it's a hard limit. Yes means it is a soft limit. Okay. Now I was talking about a scaling policy. For the time being, Scaling policy define how to or when to add or remove the instances. Okay. For your knowledge, we have different type of scaling policy. Okay. We have dynamic scaling. We have predictive scaling. We have scheduled scaling. Okay. Let me show you a demo to make you understand better. Okay. What I will be doing here, I will be going back to my EC2 dashboard. Okay. This is my EC2 dashboard. Currently, I don't have any instance running in my account. Okay. But I will be doing, let's explore auto scaling. On the left hand side, you can use auto scaling. Okay. You can read. Amazon EC2 auto scaling help maintain the availability of your application. Auto scaling groups are a collection of EC2 instances that enable automatic scaling and fleet management features. These features help you maintain the health and availability of your application. Okay. One more thing I have seen, few candidates are using a default region. You can always select the region in which you want to perform the demo. So usually what happens whenever you create an AWS account, whatever the last region is selected in your account, when you do a logout, next time when you will do a login, that region will be reflected. So usually what I have done, let's say I know that my preferred region is Mumbai. I will be performing most of my exercise in Mumbai region. So I have make Mumbai as default. How can you do that? Go to manage regions. I'm just telling you for your knowledge. Okay, please allow me a minute, everybody. Okay, I'm just going to user settings. And in the user settings, you can make a region as default. Okay, I'm again repeating. There's a user settings. Under user settings, you can make a region as default. You can see a default region. So I have made Mumbai my default region. So this region will be selected by default in the console each time you log in. Okay, so that's how you can make it default. Okay. I'm coming back to my demo. Let me go to EC2. I will be navigating to auto scaling groups from here. And let's say I'm creating an auto scaling group. Please pay attention, everybody. Give a name to your auto scaling group. Let's say demo ASG. That is the name I'm giving. Okay. I needed to create a launch template. I told you what is a launch template. Launch template is a template that is defining the characteristics of EC2 instance. Okay. Or that is defining what type of EC2 instance you want to launch in terms of instance type, in terms of AMI, in terms of user data, and many more things. Okay. So I will be saying data launch template. Let's do it. Okay. I'm giving a name, new launch template, for example. Okay. You can specify, let's say, template version description. I'm saying version 1 or V1 of my launch template. What is this versioning? Versioning is a feature to keep track of your changes. Okay. Means at a time, you can have multiple versions of a launch template. Let's suppose currently I have defined few properties or few characteristics of my EC2 instance. Later, I want to modify the characteristics and I want to refer that launch template in my auto scaling configuration. So you can create a new version of a launch template and then you can refer that version in your auto scaling configuration. Okay. What is the purpose of this checkbox? This checkbox will provide you guidance while you are going to fill out this launch template. If you will disable this, you can see it is not showing you what is required or what is optional. But when you will enable it, it will show you what is required, what is mandatory when you're creating a launch template. Okay. So first thing would be AMI. You need to select an AMI. Okay. Let's say I'm selecting a quick start AMI, Amazon Linux, and 2023. Okay. So it is not the EC2 instance launch screen. It is a create launch template screen where you are defining the characteristics of your EC2 instance that will be created or that will be maintained via this auto scaling group. Okay. So now what do you want to do? Let's say I'm providing the instance type I want to choose. Let's say I want to choose T3.micro in my case. Okay. I'm not providing any key pair. Network setting, if you want to provide here, you can. Otherwise, you can provide it later. Okay, let's say if you want to select which VPC you want to use, you can. Let me keep it as it is. I'm selecting any existing security group or you can create a new security group. It's your choice. Let's say I'm creating a security group, new ASD demo security group. Okay. you can add the rule. Let's say want to add a rule, allow SSH from anywhere. Okay. In a similar manner, you can provide other configurations too. Let's say if you have to provide a user data, you can provide it here. So idea is you are creating a template that you will be referring in your auto scaling group. Now, whenever you click on this create launch template, it will not launch an EC2 instance. It will only create a template. Okay. It has only created a launch template. You can verify. There is no EC2 instance got created in your account yet. See, 0 instances run. Okay. We will be referring this launch template in our auto scaling section. So use this refresh button and select this launch template. From here, you can change the version. Currently, there is only one version of this launch template. That's why it is showing me one. But let's suppose if you're updating something like this, I'm showing you I'll not create it. Let's say what you are doing, you are modifying a template or creating a new version. Okay. Then you will see different versions here. Okay. I'm going to next button. Please provide feedback to help us understand why you're exiting the task. Okay. I am going to next button. Here I am providing a network setting. Okay. I've selected the VPC, default VPC, and I can select multiple availability zone if you want to achieve high availability. Okay. So I've selected 1A and 1. This part I'm keeping as it is. Purpose is auto scaling automatically balances instance across availability zone. Means when I am providing multiple availability zone, okay, we have different ways. Okay, how auto scaling is going to distribute your instances across availability zone. Either you can use balanced only, or either you can use balanced best effort. Balanced best effort and balanced only, you can read about it. Let's say balanced best effort says if launches fail in one availability zone, auto scaling will attempt to launch in another healthy availability zone. Okay, that is balanced best effort. Means it will try to make best effort to distribute the instances across different availability zone. Okay, but if one availability zone is failed, it will launch the EC2 instance in healthy. Balanced only, if launch fail in one AG, auto scaling will continue to attempt to launch in the unhealthy to preserve the balanced distribution. Okay, but I don't want it. I am choosing balanced best effort. Okay, go to next. In this demo, I'm not attaching any load balancer, but you can also attach a load balancer. Okay, attaching a load balancer will help you out to maintain the number of instances behind a load balancer. Okay. Rest all settings I'm keeping as it is. I'm not changing all other settings. Okay. Here you can provide the desired minimum and maximum. Okay. Means here you can define the configurations. Okay. So for this demo, I'm keeping desired minimum and maximum as 111. Okay. I'm not providing any scaling policy as currently I want to show you how auto scaling works. Okay. I will be having one more demo. Okay. Where you can enable a auto scaling policy if you want. Go to next. If you want to add a notification, this section is, let's say you want to notify someone in your team. You have an administrator or you have the operations team. You want to notify operations team when a new instance will be added or an instance will be removed. You can add the notification. Okay. We'll not be covering this. We will be covering this later when we will be talking about SNS, simple notification service. Okay. Go to next and quickly you can review what you have provided. Okay. What will happen in this demo? In this demo, you will see your auto scaling is updating the capacity. You can open this and you can go to instance management. Okay. You can see it has launched one instance. Can you see? One instance is launched. And who launched this instance? EC2 auto scaling group. Okay. Now, let me show you the behavior. Let's suppose if I have terminated this EC2 instance. Okay. What auto scaling will do? Auto scaling will maintain the desired number of instances under normal situation. And we have one as a desired number of instances. Okay. So this auto scaling group will automatically launch a new instance. Wait for some time. In the background, it will check your instance health and it will soon be launching a new instance. You can check the status here. You can keep on refreshing it and soon it will come into picture in service. Okay. Actually, if you're thinking that why it is taking some time, whenever we create auto scaling, we have some configuration parameters, just for your knowledge. Let's say warm up period. Okay. These configuration parameters comes into picture like when we want to count the instance as a part of our auto scaling group. What happens? Currently, we are simply using it for a testing purpose. But in real time, maybe there would be some applications running on your EC2 instances. Okay. So before declaring your EC2 instance in service, it has to ensure that all the things are in place. That's why it takes time. Okay. So you can always modify the setting. Can you see? One more instance came into running state. It is showing you the instance. You can see here activity. Under activity, you can see. This is the activity history. Okay. An instance was taken out of service in response to EC2 health check, indicating it has been terminated or stopped. An instance was launched in response to an unhealthy instance needing to be replaced. Okay. And we had talked about two services. Okay. We had talked about Elastic Load Balancer or ELB. And we have talked about EC2 auto scaling. Okay. And we had performed some demos here. I'm going to show you one very interesting demo on auto scaling, and I would like you all to perform that with me. Okay. I will be passing on the instructions when you have to start with a demo, which I will be showing on my screen first. Then we will be moving towards the next service. Okay. The first thing will be demo on auto scaling, integrating load balancer. Okay. And if you remember, I talked about, I'm going to discuss on few concepts in load balancer, connection draining, sticky sessions. Okay. And I will be giving you an overview on different types of load balancer. Okay. And finally, we will be starting with a next service for the day, that is Amazon S3. Okay. This is the agenda for. Let me move towards this demo. Demo on auto scaling, integrating load balancer. Okay. I will be dividing this demo into two parts. Part number one is launching an EC2 instance with a user data. Okay. And creating custom AMI from the running EC2 instance. What do you mean by that? I'll be guiding you. Okay. I'm showing you this with the help of a diagram. So I am using this particular tool, draw.io. This is very commonly used in industries to draw the architecture diagram. Everybody. Okay. So let me draw a diagram. I'm going to launch an EC2 instance, everybody. Let's say this is an EC2 instance I will be launching. Draw.io. Okay. Draw.io is used in order to draw the architecture diagram. You can see it here. Draw.io. Okay. Great. On this EC2 instance, I have an application running. I'm taking any application. Okay. This is just an application which is running on your EC2 instance. Okay. Okay. This is an application which is running on EC2 instance. And how we launch this application? We launch this application using user data. So idea is, in the first part of the demo, we will be launching an EC2 instance with a user data. Okay, let's see that. That's the first part. So I'm logging into my AWS management console very quickly. And I will be launching an EC2 instance. Okay. So let me do a quick login to my account. Let me provide the MFA code here. And I'm launching an EC2 instance. Okay. So you all know what all of you have to do. Click on EC2, or you can type EC2 in the search bar. Okay. And then go to the instances. Okay. I have an instance running into my account. I'm terminating it. And I am clicking on launch instance. Okay. Let's say I'm giving a name, demo web server. I'm choosing the AMI as Amazon Linux 2023. All of you have to choose this AMI only because the user data we are going to use that is compatible with this AMI means the script which we are going to use that is compatible with this AMI. So you have to choose Amazon Linux 2023. Okay. Scrolling down, instance type, you have to keep the one which is free tier eligible. In my case, it is showing me t3.micro in my account. Okay. Key pair, I'm not creating any key pair. I'm saying proceed without a key pair. That is something I'm doing. Okay. In the network setting, I am allowing SSH and allowing HTTP traffic from the internet because I will be accessing this application in the browser over HTTP. Okay. So I have to allow HTTP in the security group. Okay. So what I had done, after clicking on launch an instance, I provided the name. I chosen the AMI, which is Amazon Linux 2023. In the instance type, I had chosen the one which is free tier eligible. In the key pair from the drop down, I have selected proceed without a key pair. Under network setting, I have allowed SSH traffic and HTTP traffic from the internet. Rest all things I'm keeping default. I will be expanding this advanced details section. And in the user data at the bottom, I'm going to paste a user data script. I will be sharing this link with all of you. From this link, what you have to do, when I will scroll down, it will give you a user data script. This is a user data script. For your knowledge, this user data script will be launching a PHP application on EC2 instance. Okay, we don't have to go into what is PHP. PHP is a programming language. Okay, just for your knowledge, Facebook is launched or Facebook is developed using PHP. Okay, so this user data script is going to launch a PHP application. Okay, great. I'll be using this user data script. So this is a copy button, copying the content and pasting it here. After pasting this user data script, simply say launch instance. You have to wait for the instance to be launched to come up and running. Once it will come up and running, come back to instances, apply a filter for running instances. Okay. Select the one, choose the public IP. You have to use a copy button. This is a copy button. And in the browser, paste http:// and then that's IP address. Okay. We'll wait for the application to come up and running. I always do one thing. In the meantime, parallelly, I open the same IP address in another browser. Okay, because in the background, it would be setting up your application. And once your application will come up and running, you will be able to see this application here. Can you see this application? So this UI has been set up as a part of the user data script. Now we will be using this application twice. Okay. Once we'll be using this application as a part of our this demo. Another time we will be using this application. In this application, I'm going to make use of this functionality called load test. Let me give you a brief idea what this application is doing. This application is performing two functionalities. One functionality is it is generating the stress. Means when you will click on load test, a script has been written in the background, which will generate a stress on your EC2 instance for a testing purpose. And when stress will be going beyond the limit, we are going to auto scale our servers. Okay, that is the purpose of this particular tab. So this functionality will be helping you out to connect to a relational database. We'll be seeing that in our next time. Okay. So what we will be testing, we will be performing a load test in order to see the auto scaling behavior that in a real time in dynamic behavior, how auto scaling will come into picture when load on your server will be increased. Okay. I am going to launch an EC2 instance. An application would be running on this EC2 instance, and I will be launching an EC2 instance with user data. Now, what we will be doing as a part of our next exercise. So see, we had used an AMI in order to launch an EC2 instance. Okay. As a part of our demo, we had used an AMI. Okay. This was the AMI we had used, Amazon Linux 2023. Okay. Now, what is an AMI? All of you know, AMI gives you a template. So basically, what AMI gives you a template, which is a prerequisite to launch an EC2 instance. AMI contains the operating system and software. Now, what is my goal? My goal is AMI had certain prerequisite. Using that AMI, I launch an EC2 instance with a user data. Okay. Now, from this EC2 instance, I am going to create a custom AMI. What is a custom AMI? Custom AMI is the image of your running EC2 instance. Okay. And when you are creating the image from the running EC2 instance, that image will be containing the configuration changes you have applied. Like on top of my EC2 instance, I applied some configuration changes. I installed a user data script. Okay, that would be having an installations of some web servers, that would be having an installation of an application. So when you will be creating a custom AMI or a custom image from this instance, that AMI will already have this user data script inbuilt, or that AMI will already have this application configuration. Okay. So what we will be doing, we'll be creating a custom AMI. Okay. So let me create a custom AMI. So in this step, what we are doing, we are creating a custom AMI from running instance. Okay, this custom AMI will be created from running EC2 instance. So how to do it? We will be going to our EC2 dashboard, and from the EC2 dashboard, we'll be selecting the instance which we have just now launched. Okay, so go back to EC2 dashboard, select the instance, go to actions. Okay, from actions, you can see image and templates. Okay, and under this image and templates, click on create image. Okay, this create image, also referred to as an AMI, defines the program and settings that you are applied when you launch an EC2 instance. Can you see? Means you can create an image from the configuration of an existing instance. I launched my instance with a base image. I took it as a base image. Okay. On top of my instance, I applied some configurations, applied a user data script. Now I'm creating the custom AMI from the running instance. That custom AMI will be containing the programs and settings that are applied when you launch the EC2 instance. Okay. So I will be giving a name. Let's say demo custom AMI. Okay. I'm writing a description. Custom AMI from running EC2 instance. Okay. You can also give a tag. Let me give a tag. I'm giving a tag called PHP AMI or anything. It's your choice. Okay. And say create image. Now, as soon as we'll click on create image, at the top, it will be showing you a message. Check that the AMI status is available before deleting the instance or carrying out other actions related to this AMI. Means the first part of our demo was we had to launch an instance. From that instance, we had to create the custom image. Once this image would be available, I will be terminating this EC2 instance, and then I will be moving towards the next part of my demo. Okay. So come back here. From here, if you click on this link, you can go to the AMI you have created. Okay. And you can also filter by the name. So you have to wait for the image status to be available. Currently, it is in a pending state. Okay, you can also navigate to the AMI from the left hand side. Under left hand side within images, you have the AMI section. From here also can come to this particular page, this particular dashboard, and you can check your machine images. So as I told you, we have to wait for the AMI status to be available. Currently, it is in a pending state. Let me check the status of the AMI. It will come to the available state, will come back. Okay. Once it will come to the available state, we'll be terminating our instance. Okay. So what is the next part of the demo? Under tag, you can give anything. I had given name and PHP AMI. Okay. So I will select it. This was a tag I had given Anju. You can see here. In key, I type name. In value, I type PHP-AMI. So any tag you can give Anju. The purpose of tag is to give or is to apply the filters. It is majorly used for managing, for filtering, for searching your resources easily. Okay, great. The next part of my demo is, which I'm going to help you out with, create a load balancer and add the EC2 instances in the target group using auto scaling. Okay, means what we will be doing. In the past session, the demo which we had done, we launched the EC2 instances. We added the EC2 instances in the target group behind the load balancer. Okay. This time, we will not be manually adding the EC2 instances in the target group, but we will be integrating load balancer with the auto scaling group. So auto scaling group will add the initial number of instances, and when the load will be increased, it will automatically add more instances behind the load balancer. Okay, that is the purpose of our next part. Okay, I will be creating a load balancer. I will be creating a target group, but I will not be adding any instances behind the load balancer. I'm explaining you. See here. If I will be drawing a diagram here, one more. Okay. Let me draw a diagram. This was our previous diagram. And now what I'm doing, I'm adding ELB, elastic load balancer or load balancer. Okay. I will be creating an application load balancer, everybody. Here I can share the diagram also if you want. Okay. I can share the screenshot of the diagram. This is my application load balancer. Okay. And what I will be doing here, behind this application load balancer, I will be adding a target group. This draw.io has the AWS resources icon. Okay. So let's suppose this is a target group. Okay. Now I'm not manually adding the instances in the target group. Like, but what I will be doing, I will be using an auto scaling. Okay. I will be using an auto scaling group. What this auto scaling group will do, it will add the target in the target group. Okay. So targets would be added by the auto scaling rule. And let's suppose if load is getting changed or if load is increasing, what it will be doing? It will be automatically adding more instances. Very correct. And that will be seen as a part of this demo. Okay. Let's say it is adding more instances. Okay. I'm adding this by a dotted line and I'm writing this as an additional instances. Okay. So when load will be increased, this additional instance will be added as a part of a target group. Okay. And it will happen dynamically. Means you are not manually adding the instances as a part of the target group. Means when a user will make a request, let's say we have a user is making a request, okay, to the application. Okay. User is making a request to the application. The entry point for the user would be a load balancer. Okay. So load balancer will pass the traffic to the backend target. If the application will be having a load, change in load or increase in load, okay, additional instances will be added automatically. So let's see that. Okay. I will come back to my AMI. My AMI seems available. You all have to ensure your AMI to be available. Once it is available, I will be terminating this instance. I don't need this instance anymore. The only job of this instance was to create a custom AMI with the configuration. Okay. And I will be teaching you, or I will be telling you where exactly we will be using this custom image. Okay. Great. So come back here, everybody. Once the AMI would be available, you have to terminate the instance like I have done. The next step is what I will be doing on the left hand side. All of you can see we have a load balancing section. Within load balancing, we have load balancers. Click here. All of you have created this. Did you get any charges in your account? So you can check. It means it is almost equivalent to 1 rupees or 0.8 rupees, something like that. Okay. Or equivalent to 1 rupees maximum. That's not a major charges. If some of you have got it, okay, and later even you can submit a ticket to waive off the charge, because even you need to understand for which service you have got the charges in your account. Great. Will not be coming to that part, but I'm creating a load balancer. All of you know how to do it. I am creating an application load balancer. Okay, for the time being, just understand application load balancer you use when you want to serve a traffic on an application over HTTP and HTTPS. We had discussed that. Okay, so click on create. Give a name, let's say demo ELB. Okay, I'm choosing the internet facing network mapping. I'm choosing the availability zone. So here you are free to choose 2 availability zone. Last time, if you remember, what we had done, we were checking our instances, like in which availability zones our instances were running. Okay. And then we were enabling those availability zone while creating a load balancer, because I told you by default cross zone or cross availability zone load balancing is not enabled, or cross zone load balancing is not enabled. By default, load balancer will be redirecting a traffic in the availability zone where it is having the visibility. Okay. But currently, as I'm not manually adding the instances, so you can choose any 2 availability zone of your choice. Okay. Just for the knowledge, I'm telling. Okay. We can check that. Usually for some of you, if you are using T2.micro, if T2.micro is under free tier eligible in your account, okay, then don't choose AP South 1C. AP South 1C does not support T2.micro, just for understand. Okay. So better choose 1A and 1. So what I did, after clicking on create load balancer, I chose an application load balancer. I had explained you this flow. I had given the name. I have chosen a scheme. In the network mapping, I'm choosing 2 availability zone. and I will be creating a new security group. Do you remember? So I'm saying here LB or application LB security group. Okay. Security group for application load balancer. And what is the rule we have to allow? First of all, we have to change inbound. Outbound, we will never be changing, remember. Okay. And some of you had done this mistake last time. You had not add any rule in the inbound. So click on add rule and you have to allow HTTP traffic, everybody. Okay. Allow HTTP traffic from anywhere. And say create security group. Okay. This security group got created. Copy the name. Come back. Use this refresh button to get the changes reflected here. Okay. Cross this default one and search for the one which you have created. Select it. Scroll down. In a listeners and routing, all of you know you have to create a target group. So click on create a target group. My targets would be instances. So I will be choosing instances here. I can give a target group name. Let's say ASG demo target group. Okay. I will be keeping all other configurations as default and will say next. This time I will not be adding any instances. Remember. Okay. I'm not going to manually add any instances. Simply I will say create target group. Okay. So you can see there is no targets registered yet. We will be registering a target with the help of auto scaling group. We'll see that. Okay. Take a name. Come back. Again, use this refresh button so that changes will be reflected. Search for the target group. If there are any spaces, leading or trailing spaces, always remove it. Okay. And I am creating my load balancer by clicking on create load balancer. Your load balancer will be active. So you have to wait for the load balancer to be active. Okay. I told in the diagram also, we are not selecting any instances. We are not going to add the instances manually this time. It will be added via auto scaling. Gagan, see this diagram, please. Okay, next step is after this, now comes auto scaling group creation. Okay, so on the left hand side in the same window, from the EC2 dashboard, you can go to auto scaling group. So in the auto scaling group section, what we will be doing, we will be clicking on create auto scaling group. So what all things we have created till now, or what all things we have achieved. We started with an EC2 instance, okay? And we set up a user data on the EC2 instance, okay? Once the EC2 instance got up and running, we were able to access one application. We created a custom image of our EC2 instance and then we terminated the instance, okay? Next part of our demo was to launch or to create an auto scaling group, okay? Was to create a load balancer with a target group, okay? And we have not added any instance because auto scaling group will be adding an instance behind the target group, okay? So let's see that. What we'll be doing here, give a name. Let's say ASG demo, okay? I will be creating a launch template. I have to create a fresh launch template. And here, all of you will be seeing the significance of this custom AMI. So basically, if you remember, whenever you create a launch template, what exactly the launch template is? Launch template contains the characteristics of your EC2 instances, which you want to launch as a part of auto scaling group. Okay. So let's say I'm giving a name, ASG demo launch template. Okay, you can provide a version description, let's say first version of launch template. I told you the significance of this checkbox. If you click on this checkbox, it provides your guidance, means what is required, what is not required. Okay. Now this time in the AMI, we will be using my AMIs, the one which we have created. So we have to see my AMI. In the my AMI, you will be getting a demo custom AMI, the one which we had created. Okay. This was the image we had created. Demo custom AMI. Okay. So I will be choosing this AMI. What this AMI will do? This AMI is having the configurations of the script. This AMI is already having the configurations of the application. So when you will be launching the EC2 instances with this AMI, the application will automatically come up and running. Means you don't have to explicitly pass the user data here in the launch template. That was the significance of the custom AMI. Okay. So what I told you, while you will be creating a launch template, don't forget to choose my AMIs here. From my AMI, say owned by me, and you have to choose the one which you have created. Okay, it will be showing you in the drop down, just choose that. Okay, the purpose of custom AMI which we created. Okay, custom AMI is containing the configurations. It is containing the setting of the EC2 instance from which you have created the custom image. Okay, so now while creating a launch template, this time you have to choose custom AMI. How to choose a custom AMI? Go to this my AMI section, and then you will be seeing the custom AMI or your AMI which you have created. Okay. This custom AMI is containing a user data setting, so you don't have to explicitly pass the user data. Okay. Instance type, you can choose an instance type. Let's say in my case, I'm choosing t3.micro. In your case, you can choose a one which is free tier eligible. Okay. Key pair I don't need, so I will be selecting don't include in launch template. Means default one. Okay. Network setting you can provide later or you can provide here. Okay. Network setting means which availability zones you want to choose. We will be providing this later, so I'm keeping this as it is. The only thing I will be doing, I will be creating a security group. Okay. Now try to understand from this diagram. Actually, when we create a security group, okay, first of all, user is making a request to the load balancer. The security group which we are creating here, that will be created for EC2 instance. Okay. A question to all of you, from where these EC2 instances are getting a request? Can I say load balancer? These EC2 instances will be getting a request from a load balancer. Very correct. Why I'm telling you this? Because when I will be creating a security group, okay, let's say I'm giving a name, ASG demo security group EC2. Means this security group is for EC2. So EC2 security group. Okay. In the inbound rule, I'm adding one rule. What is a rule? Allow HTTP. But allow HTTP from where? From load balancer. See, load balancer is getting HTTP from internet, from user. So that's why we had chosen allow HTTP from anywhere. But for the security reasons, these instances are getting the traffic from the load balancer. So what we will be doing, we will be adding a rule to allow the HTTP from load balancer security group. Okay. So this was a security group which we have created for load balancer. We'll be selecting this, and in the source, we are going to provide this name. Okay. So what this setting will do, this setting will only allow the HTTP traffic on the instances from the load balancer. I'm again repeating what I'm explaining to all of you. I'm saying this load balancer is getting a traffic from the internet. So that's why while we created the security group for load balancer, we chosen allow HTTP from anywhere. But these instances are getting the traffic from load balancer. So while we are creating a security group, we needed to choose allow traffic or allow HTTP traffic from the load balancer security group. Okay. So what all things I've provided, I'm again repeating. I given the name, I given the description, any description you can give. There is no hard and fast rule. In the AMI, I had chosen my AMIs. Under my AMIs, I had chosen the one from the drop down. In the instance type, I had chosen which is free tier eligible. In the key pair, I had chosen don't include in launch template. In network setting under subnet, I chosen don't include in launch template. Security group, I created new. Okay. I have added a rule allow HTTP from load balancer security group. And rest all configurations I'm keeping default, saying create launch template. Okay. This launch template would be created. You can copy the name, come back, refresh. Refresh is required to have the changes reflected. Search and select. Okay. Now go to next button. While you will be going to next button, this time I'm choosing the availability zone. Let's say I'm choosing 1A and 1B. Okay. Two availability zones I'm choosing, 1A and 1B. Okay. If you want to choose more than, you can. And I'm saying next. See, we have a section called load balancing. This time I will be attaching it to an existing load balancer. Means I'm attaching this auto scaling group to my load balancer. Okay. How? You have two options. Choose from your load balancer target group. Means you have to choose the target group in which it will be adding a target. So what was my target group? You can get the name from the load balancer. Okay. This is my target group. I'm selecting this, searching in the drop down, and then I'm enabling this. Means this time I integrated this auto scaling group with the load balancer, and I have defined my target group that add the targets here. Okay. Rest all configurations I will be keeping as it is. In step number 2, I had only chosen the availability zones. Okay. In step number 3, I chosen attached to an existing load balancer. I chosen the target group and selected it. Okay. Scrolling down, I'm saying go to next. Okay. Now it's the time to define the capacity. I had talked about capacities, desired, minimum, and maximum to all of you. Okay. So I'm defining the capacity here. I will be defining 3 configurations here: desired, minimum, and maximum. Okay. So let me give some numbers here. Okay. So what are the capacities I will be choosing? Let's say I'm giving a number 2 in desired, 2 as minimum, and maximum as 4. Means maximum 4 instances can be there as a part of your auto scaling group. Or auto scaling group can scale out up to 4 instances. Okay. I will be attaching a scaling policy this time called target tracking scaling policy. What target tracking scaling policy does? Target tracking scaling policy basically measures your utilization. Okay, let's say I'm choosing a metric type as CPU utilization. Okay, and I'm giving the value as 30. So this target tracking scaling policy will try to maintain or will maintain your utilization to 30%. Okay. It will always have this goal that the target utilization should be 30%. If it is going beyond 30%, it will start adding the instances. If it is dropping down to the 30%, then it will start removing the additional instances. So goal is or idea is to maintain this utilization to the target value which I have given here. Okay. So what I have done in step number 4, I provided the desired capacity as 2, minimum as 2, maximum as 4. Okay. In the scaling policy, I had chosen target tracking scaling policy. In the metric type, I chosen average CPU utilization and target value is 30%. Okay. Rest all things keep as it is. Go to next. I'm not adding any notification. I'm not adding any tags, and you can review what all settings I have provided here. Okay. And once you have reviewed it, say create auto scaling group. Okay. Wait for the auto scaling group. It is saying updating the capacity. You can always check instance management. It is saying in service. One is in service, another is in pending. Now another also is in service. And how can you check that? If you will go to your target group, can you see 2 instances have been initialized? Okay. Who initialized these 2 instances? These 2 instances got initialized by auto scaling. You can also see the ID CED5 2008. CED5 2008. So these instances got added by target group, by auto-scaling group in your target group behind the load balancer. Okay. And now both the instances have turned healthy. How can we test it? Go to your load balancer, copy the DNS, paste it in the browser. And if everything is okay, you should be able to see the application. Can you? Everybody, can you see this application? So how this application came up? This application came up using that custom AMI. I did not explicitly pass the user data. That custom AMI was having the configurations. Okay. Currently, in the target group, we can see two EC2 instances. Okay. Now, actually, what was the main thing we wanted to test? We wanted to test auto scaling in real time, means how auto scaling works in real time. Okay. So in this application, there is a button called load test. This load test, what it will be doing. For the demo purpose, the user data which we had used, that has been configured in such a way that whenever you will click on load test, in the background, a script will be executed, or a stress script will be executed. That will generate a stress on your EC2 instance. So let me click on load test. As soon as I click on load test, it is saying generating CPU load. Means the CPU load will be generated. And soon you will see more instances in your target groups. Okay. So what will happen? Your auto scaling group will try to maintain your utilization to a target that was 30% which you had given. But currently it is showing more than 30%, like 72%. You can see it's increasing the load. Okay. So it will monitor this and automatically add the instances in our target group. Once the launch template would be deleted, you have to delete a load balancer. Okay. And once the load balancer would be deleted, you have to delete a target group. Okay. Load balancer URL will be finding, open the load balancer, there will be a DNS name. Okay. Great. Once it will be deleted, you have to delete a target group. Okay. Also, you have to delete a launch template. Okay. You can search it on the basis of creation time. So this is the one we created. I'm deleting it. Also, last thing, don't forget to delete the AMI which you have created. How to delete the AMI? Go to AMIs, select the AMI, go to action, and you all have to say deregister AMI, deregister. Okay. Also select delete associated snapshot. Okay. Once AMI would be deleted, go to snapshot and check if there is any snapshot or not. Okay. Now coming to AMI, I don't have any AMI yet, but select the AMI which you have to delete. Go to actions and click on deregister AMI. Okay. Once it would be done, it will show you a pop-up saying delete associated snapshot. Check that and say delete. Okay. Got an idea what you have to do? Got an idea what you have to do? Let's talk about connection draining. What do you mean by connection draining? Okay. So what is the purpose of connection draining? First of all, let me tell you. Connection draining is also called deregistration delay. I'm just telling you one more term so that if anybody is using this term in front of you, you can understand it. Okay. And what is the meaning of connection draining? Actually, sometimes, let's suppose I have an instance, okay, as a part of my auto scaling group, which is running behind the load balancer. Okay. Like this. Let me help you out. I'm explaining that with the help of diagram. So let's say I have a load balancer. This is my load balancer. Okay. And behind this load balancer, I have two EC2 instances. Okay. Behind this load balancer, I have two EC2 instances. Let's say it is redirecting a traffic to both the EC2 instances. Okay. In order to distribute the load. One. And I'm taking one more arrows. So these are the two EC2 instances load balancer is redirecting a traffic to. Okay. What I want to convey, let's say, due to any reason, I am taking this instance out of service. Okay. Taking this instance out of service means, let's say this instance I'm maintaining, or this instance I'm closing for any reason, stopping it or shutting it for any reason. Okay. So what connection draining says? Connection draining says that load balancer will serve in-flight request. Let's suppose there is a user. There are many users. Okay. And when these users are interacting to load balancer, the request is going to this server, let's say EC2 1. Okay. And also going to EC2 2. But some requests are for EC2 1. So connection draining says that load balancer will serve in-flight request. In-flight means which is already in progress. Okay. And once these requests will be served, it will stop sending any new traffic to this EC2 instance because we are taking this instance out of the service. Okay. So connection draining ensures that when an EC2 instance is removed from the load balancer target group, ELB stops sending new requests to that instance. Allow existing connections to finish within a specified timeout. Okay. That is the purpose of connection draining. Make sense, everybody? Got an idea? What is connection draining? Means if you're taking any instance out of the target group, if you're taking any instance out of the service, this can be because of many reasons. Maybe this instance is unhealthy. This instance is getting replaced by another healthy instance. Okay. So what load balancer will do? Load balancer will stop sending any new traffic to this instance. It will only serve the existing request to this instance up to certain or within certain specified time. Okay. Let's say I have defined a time period, default is 300 seconds. So for 300 seconds, it will serve the existing connections. Okay. You can also customize it up to 3600 seconds. Okay. So I'm writing the definition. Okay. What will happen? ELB will stop sending new request to that instance. Allows existing connections to finish within a specified time period or timeout. The default is 300 seconds. And you can extend it to maximum 3600. Okay. That is something you have to remember about connection draining. Okay. Now, some of you would be having a question in your mind. Let's suppose there are some traffic to an existing instance. I told this traffic will be served up to certain timeout or within certain timeout. Okay. You can decide a timeout in this range. Okay. What happens after a timeout? Let's say timeout happens and the traffic not get served. So all remaining active connections will be forcibly terminated on that instance. Okay. So I'm writing for a knowledge. what happens after timeout. Okay, all the remaining active connections on that instance are forcibly terminated. Okay, and any new connection will be forwarded to the healthy instance, will be routed to the healthy instance. Okay, last thing I will be explaining here in the connection draining for your knowledge, when to use it. Okay, when to use connection draining. Okay, so you should use it during rollout updates or during rolling updates. Means basically while you're performing the deployments, okay, or auto scaling. Okay, when deploying a new version using blue-green deployment strategy. Okay, for the time being, I will not be discussing on blue-green deployment strategy. Just understand this is one of the strategy to deploy an upgraded version or new version of an application. Okay, great. That's it, everybody. Okay, so this is something we have to understand from the connection draining perspective. What is connection draining? What is a behavior? Okay, the behavior is when your instance is taking out of the service. Okay, so don't use the keyword called failed instances or unhealthy instances. Okay, taking out of the service means, let's suppose you're taking it for the maintenance purpose, or during auto scaling you are replacing it. At that point of time you have to understand the concept of connection draining. Okay, so remember, connection draining only applies to the instances being gracefully removed. So one thing I'm writing for all of you, connection draining only applies to the instances being gracefully removed. Means you are removing it from the target group. Okay, here you means you can do it manually or it can be done automatically using auto scaling. Okay, okay, so that is the concept of connection draining. I also explained this with the help of diagram. This EC2 instance we are taking out of the service. Okay, this EC2 instance we are replacing, we are removing from our target group. What will happen? Load balancer will stop sending any new traffic which is coming from the users to this instance, and it will serve the existing traffic to this instance within a specific timeout. Okay, default value is 300 second, maximum is 3600 second. Okay, okay, let me now explain you sticky session. Very important concept, a very good concept. Okay, next is sticky session. Okay, first of all, when we enable sticky session, let me write one thing. Sticky session is also known as session affinity. Why I'm telling you these extra keywords? So that if somebody is using these keywords in front of you, you will be able to relate it. It is something related to this. Let's say if instead of connection draining, if anybody is using like deregistration delay, you will be able to understand it is connection draining. Okay. Let me help you out. What is the purpose of this? Actually, we use sticky session as a part of a session management. Okay, I give a very good example to my candidates to understand this. Let me help you out too. Okay, let's say there's an application. Okay, this is a front page of the application. It's a login page. Okay, in this login page, you are entering your customer ID and you're entering your password. Okay, it's a login page. Okay, now once you have entered these details, you'll be navigated to another page I can say that that's your landing page of your internet banking application. Okay. Now in this page, let's suppose you have several functionalities. Okay. Just for the understanding purpose, I'm taking some of them. It is only for the understanding purpose. Okay. Let's say the first functionality is account statement or balance. Let's make it simple. Second functionality is, let's say, card services. Okay. Third functionality is add funds. Like this. Okay. In a similar manner, there can be many more functionality. What I want to tell you, I entered to my application by adding the customer ID and password. Okay. Now, what is happening from the end user perspective? You are clicking on all these buttons. And when you are clicking on all these buttons, you are getting the result in front of you. But what is happening in the background? Let's suppose when an end user who is not a technical user, who is a non-tech user, okay, that end user is clicking on check balance, let's say. Okay, this end user is clicking on check balance. At that point of time, in the background, there are few fields which are required. Okay, a developer need to get a customer ID and account number. Okay, developer need a customer ID and account number. Now, let's say you are the end user and I am a developer. I have developed these services in such a way that when you will be clicking on balance, in the backend, I will be looking for customer ID and account number to fetch the balance. Okay. Now, one way is every time the end user will have to pass the customer ID. Okay. Or every time a customer ID needed to be fetched to pass in the request. Okay. Or what is the second possibility? Second possibility is first time when user enter the customer ID. Okay. We have stored the customer ID in the session. Means I being a developer have developed my application in such a way that instead of calling the customer ID again and again, I stored this customer ID in session. Okay. And whenever I require a customer ID, I'm fetching it from the session. Okay. That is one way. What do you mean by session? In very simple way, you can relate session with, let's suppose you want to log into your social media account, Facebook. In the browser, when you enter username and password, it gives you a pop-up at the top, save the credentials for this site. And when you say okay or save, next time when you will come back, you will not have to enter the credentials again. You will be directly getting your landing page. So those info got stored in browser cache or browser session. In a similar way, there are certain applications in industry which requires a session management. Okay. So sticky session basically allow the load balancer to stick the request of the user to a particular server, to a particular target where they had made a request. Till what time? Till the time the user session is expired or user has logged out. Okay. So what this will do, this will maintain the user session on a particular server. Because let's suppose this user made a request. Okay. And the request goes to EC2 1. Now, this user is performing some functionality, okay, in the application. If the load balancer will move the request of this user to another server while this user is performing some functionality, okay, the session information of this user will be lost because session information of this user is present here. This user has performed a login action on this server. Okay, so in order to ensure that load balancer will basically route the traffic to the same backend of a client till the time the client is not logging out or till the time the client session is not expired. Okay, this is a concept of sticky session. Are we all good till here? And what is the purpose behind this session management? But there are certain disadvantages also. I'll be talking about the disadvantages. Okay. So first of all, let me write a definition. The definition is sticky session allows a client to consistently connect to the same backend. Okay, same backend instance for the duration of session till the time a session is active or till the time the customer or a client is not logged out. Okay, and where it will be important, it will be important when application stores the session specific data locally in memory. Okay, means it is storing locally on server itself, locally in memory. Okay, so where it is important, I'm also writing this. When the application stores the session specific data locally in memory. Okay, there the sticky session will come into picture. Means same client is always routed to the same backend instance for a session, and it will allow app that store user session state locally to work properly. Okay, that is the purpose behind the sticky session. Okay, I'm again repeating a real world analogy which I have taken in front of you. Okay, the concept of sticky session is to maintain the request of a client, or is to maintain the session of a client to a specific server when your application stores the session specific data locally in memory. In this diagram, let's say user 1 has made a request to the application. Request navigated to load balancer. Load balancer has passed a request of user 1 to EC2 1. Okay. Now, when the user is making a request to the application which is served by EC2 1, okay, user information is stored on this server. Okay. So now, what load balancer will do? For a specific duration of session till the time session will not be expired, or till the time user will not be logged out, all the requests of this user will go to this particular server. Okay, and where we enable this setting, we enable this setting for application who wants to maintain the session specific data locally in memory. Okay, so that session will not be lost. Okay, a simple example I've given to you of this. We have an internet banking application. Let me give you again the real world analogy. Imagine a bank where each customer is assigned to one specific teller when they walk in. Okay. You as a client are given a ticket. Okay. Every time you come back, you are directed to the same teller. This avoids confusion because a teller already knows your case. Okay. Related in the application side also. I have an application. That application is basically storing the session information on server locally in memory. Okay. So when a user is making a request to the application, the user request got saved on that server. Okay. So till the time user session is active, that request from the session will be taken from that server only. Otherwise, every time user has to provide a lot of information. I have related this with the example of a bank and customer. You are a customer, okay? You are visiting to a bank. You have been given a ticket, okay? Means the ticket is saying that this is a teller or this is a person who will be attending to you. If every time you will be given another person for your case, you need to explain your entire case history to that person. It will be a time-taking process. Similar thing happens from the technical perspective. So we have one such solution called Enable Sticky Session on the load balancer. Let me talk about now different types of load balancers. Okay, this we have to understand from the overview perspective. What are the different types of load balancers? Okay, so usually when we categorize load balancer, we categorize into three main types. Okay, we have one more called classic load balancer, but that is a legacy one. Okay, that is a legacy one. So I am talking about the load balancers overview. Let me help you out. Okay, so I will be writing different load balancers. One is application load balancer, which all of you had seen. Then we have network load balancer. And we have gateway load balancer. Okay, we have one more for classic load balancer, but not used these days. It's a legacy or old approach, we can see. Okay, I'm using an Excel sheet in order to differentiate on the basis of certain parameters. Okay, we will be taking certain parameters. Okay, I will only be explaining when to use what, when to use which load balancer. Okay, what is a decision matrix, like when to use what, that will be understanding. Okay, so see here. First of all, if somebody asks you, what is an application load balancer? If that question comes to you, how you are going to define an application load balancer? Okay, you can say it is the load balancer which is used for web application. When you want to serve the traffic on HTTP and HTTPS. Okay, I will not be going into deep dive because it requires a lot of prerequisite from your side, and I know like there will be some of the prerequisite which will be missing. Anyhow, this is not a part of that detailed discussion. Okay, for your understanding, if anybody wants to explore, I will suggest you to go through OSI model once. Okay, if anybody is interested. Okay, but for the time being, just understand this much. Application load balancer is best for the web application where you want to serve the traffic over HTTP and HTTPS. Okay, analogy which you can use in order to understand it, like a receptionist in a hotel who knows exactly which department to send you based on what you say. Okay, let's say you have to meet someone who belongs to finance department. So receptionist will be able to understand where to send your request. Okay, network load balancer will come into picture whenever you are looking for high performance, low latency. Okay, usually used for real-time applications like gaming application. Okay, and one more important concept which you have to understand from network load balancer is apps requiring static IPs or elastic IPs. Elastic IPs are the public static IPs. Okay, so analogy you can use for understanding network load balancer is switchboard operator. Okay, switchboard operator. It provides you fast direct connection. Okay, means whenever the requirement is with respect to high performance with low latency, whenever you are having you're looking for a static IP or elastic IP assignment, you can go for the network load balancer. Okay, classic load balancer is a legacy load balancer which is not used these days. Okay, it's a legacy load balancer which is used for the web app hosted on EC2 without auto scaling. Okay, so you can say it was best for, let me explain classic first, older applications using EC2, classic or legacy AWS setup. Will not go into deep dive. You can understand this is something from related to network. Okay, we have different network types. Okay, so it would be providing a basic HTTP, HTTPS load balancing. I can give you certain example of basic and advanced. When we say basic HTTP, HTTPS load balancing, what do you mean by that? Okay, There are some advanced features. Currently, what we are doing, okay? Currently, we are basically accessing a DNS name, and then using the DNS name, load balancer is redirecting your request to the backend targets, to the backend EC2 instances. There can be a possibility that application load balancer, which provides you the advanced HTTPS load balancing, it means that the request coming from the user can be redirected to the different type of target. Let's say we have different EC2 instance. On one EC2 instance, I have an application A1 running. On another EC2 instance, I have an application A2 running. Okay. Or you can also take it in form of services. Okay. So let's say a user is requesting for add to cart option. So load balancer will send your request to application 1. A user is looking for login option. So load balancer will send your request to the application 2. This is one of the advanced HTTPS load balancing. Okay. Other than this, we have other options too. But I have just explained you when you're seeing this thing that basic HTTPS load balancing. Okay. Make sense? Okay. Make sense? I'm taking the analogy for this. Let's say here I'm using a word old receptionist or old school receptionist. I'm taking the example of receptionist only, but here I'm taking old school receptionist who only ask web or non-web and forward you, but does not know modern workflows. Modern workflows, I gave you one example, microservices based workflow. Okay. So who only asks web or non-web, but does not follow modern workflows like path-based routing or host-based routing. Okay. And finally, we have gateway load balancer. Gateway load balancer, if I will talk about, this is a load balancer purpose built for security appliances. Okay. It is built for security appliances. Okay. Let's say like firewalls, traffic inspection. Means it is best for deploying third-party virtual appliances. Okay, that is gateway load balancer. You can take an analogy to understand, let's say, you're talking about an airport scanner. It is like an airport scanner. Okay, airport scanner means, let's suppose you're going to a gate 12, which is a destination. But before you go, security pulls you aside, checking your bag, and then letting you go to your gate without changing your ticket or seat. Okay, means the purpose of gateway load balancer is to inspect the third party virtual appliances. So it is basically designed, or it is best for third party virtual appliances when you want to do the inline traffic inspection or packet filtering. Okay, that is the purpose of gateway load balancer. Okay, great. Okay, now my question is, when to use what? Means what is a decision metric on the basis of which you decide which one to use? Okay. I will be giving you certain use case. Okay. And I'm categorizing application, I'm writing LB. LB means load balancer. Okay. Network and gateway. Okay. Classic I'm not taking because not used these days. Okay. So let's say my first use case is modern web apps. Modern web apps. Which type of load balancer should I use? Application, network, or gateway? Very good. Really appreciate it. Application. Okay. Advanced HTTP routing. I was explaining you the concept of advanced, like path-based, host-based, header-based. Which one to use? Which one to use? I am not talking about performance anywhere. Don't get confused. See this keyword HTTP and gateway will be related to firewalls. Whenever I'm talking about security appliances or traffic inspection, I will be talking about gateway. Here, the simple keyword to relate is HTTP routing. Okay. So it's not a multiple choice questions where I'm doing a testing that first question answer would be application, second would be network, and third would be gateway. And again, we'll repeat the sequence. No, we're not going in that fashion. Okay. But good attempt, everybody. Really appreciate. Okay. Now see here. High performance. Need static IP or elastic IP? Which one? Why legacy? I told we don't use legacy these days. Static IP is again related to network load balancer, everybody. It is very important for your certifications too. Okay. If you are planning to appear for architect certification, AWS architect certification, these can be the questions. There would be a hint given to in the question related to static IP, and then you have to identify. Okay. Great. I am taking another example. Run security appliances. Which one? Very good. Very good. Gateway. So this is how you can identify when to use what. This is a decision metric. Obviously, there can be many more use cases. I have taken some of them. Okay. There will be many more use cases. I have taken some of the use cases, everyone. Okay, great. Next topic, which I'll be starting. Obviously, we're not going to continue much on that topic, but I'll be starting just. Okay. That is S3. S3 stands for Simple Storage Service. Okay. As the name is suggesting, it's a storage service. EC2 is a compute service which is giving you computing, which is giving you server or a VMs. Okay. S3 is giving you storage. Okay. What are the fundamental components required to design any software? What are the fundamental components required to design any software? Fundamental components. Okay, very good. But I believe, let me help you out. Let me share my understanding with all of you. Okay. So I believe there are 4 fundamental components which are required for any software. There will be more on top of it, but I'm talking about fundamental. Remember, I'm not saying there can't be more on top of it. First is compute. Compute means you need power, you need server. Okay. Second is storage. You need storage, obviously. So you need storage. Third is you need networking. Okay. And fourth is based on the nature of an application. If I talk about a modern application these days, we need databases. Do you agree? These are the 4 fundamental components which are required for any software to run. On top of it, you can have many more. You can have security, you can have monitoring, whatever you have written like code, runtime, all are coming under compute. Okay. Servers are everywhere. Servers are everywhere. Even when you are going to create a database, even when you're going to create a network, even when you're going to create a storage, there will be servers. Okay. But sometimes you will have a control on the server. Sometimes you will not have a control on the server. So we'll be seeing that. Why I'm telling you this, like what are the fundamental components required to design any software? Because we started our journey with compute. We understood how can we create machines in cloud? How can we run the applications on top of it? How can we install softwares on top of it? Okay. Now, next module we are studying, that is storage. And under storage, the first service which we are studying, that is S3. Okay. If I will show you the symbol of S3, this is S3. Can you see? Bucket. S3 is represented with the help of bucket. So bucket itself is giving you storage. The symbol itself is defining that here we are talking about storage. Okay. So here we are talking about storage, everybody. Now every service has an identifier. So for S3, the identifier is bucket. Means we identify S3 with the help of bucket. And inside this bucket, we create the objects. Means we store our data. We call data in form of object. Okay. So two things which you have to remember. If you can understand, S3 stands for simple storage service. Okay. It provides a cost-effective storage option in AWS where you can store any amount of data at any time and you can access it from anywhere on the web. Okay. So I'm writing one definition. That is, it is a scalable, durable, object storage service. Okay. By AWS. It is used to store and retrieve any amount of data at any time from anywhere on the web. Okay. Don't worry, we'll be understanding everything. Scalable means it will meet the change in demand. Meet the change in demand means S3 provides you unlimited amount of storage. So if your storage need would be increased, it will automatically be scaled. Means you can store any amount of data in the S3. So this any amount of data or unlimited amount of data proves S3 as a scalable. Durable means chances of data loss is very minimal, or chances of data loss is very less. Okay. Object storage means when we use a term object storage. Okay. So first thing, here we store the data in its native format or raw format. Okay. Means here we can store any amount of data. We are not following a structure. Let's suppose I'm not storing a data in the form of files and folders, or I'm not storing the data in the fixed size block. I'm storing the data in a native format or raw format, in any format. Okay. That's a reason we are using the word called object storage. Okay. Means you don't need to store the data in form of files like you will store in the file storage system. You don't need to store the data in form of blocks like we store in the block storage system. Here we are basically storing the data in its native form, in its original form. Okay. So object storage means it is this data storage architecture, you can say. Okay. That manages data as objects. Okay. Each object will be having, like when we say object, it means each object includes the data. Data means actual content. This data can be video, document, image, any data you can store in any format. Okay. Metadata. What is the metadata? Metadata is info about the data. A best way to understand is, let's say you have a file, text file. What could be the info about the text file? The text file author, who created the text file, that extension of the file, .txt, okay? Size of the file, all these can be metadata, info about the data. And a unique identifier. Unique identifier will be a name of the file. You also call it as ID. Means every object in the S3 will include a data, metadata, and a unique identifier. When we are storing a data in the S3, it will be stored in a form of the object, and it will be containing all these things. It will be identified by all these things. Okay.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat is offering an AWS Solutions Architect certification course. This program is designed to help you master AWS services like EC2, S3, Lambda, CloudFront, VPC and much more from the top 1% industry experts. With this AWS program, Intellipaat has already helped thousands of professionals achieve successful career transitions. You can check out the success stories on our Achievers channel, link is in the description below. So if you're looking to start or grow your career in cloud computing with AWS, this course can be the perfect launchpad. Visit the course page link in the description below and take your first step towards becoming a certified AWS Solutions Architect.
Guys, there are two types of cloud. Okay, actually there are three types, but mainly there are two types: private cloud and public cloud. Okay, private cloud and public cloud. What is public cloud? Public cloud is basically your cloud like Amazon, AWS, Microsoft Azure. Okay, these are public cloud. Means what? Public cloud are those cloud where you utilize the data center of some other company. That is Amazon. This AWS is what? AWS is nothing but AWS have their own data center all over the world and you are using them. Okay, and private cloud is the cloud created by a company. Okay, let's say you are working for one organization, they created their own private cloud. In private cloud, does people from outside get access? No. In public cloud, outside people can create their account, not in private cloud, right? Now, can we say private cloud is by default in theory? Private cloud is more secure than public cloud. Do you agree with this? Public cloud, everyone is using. NASA uses AWS. Okay, NASA uses AWS. So does it mean they are anywhere less in security? No. In fact, I would argue public cloud provide much better security than your private cloud. Okay, but how? VPC is the answer. VPC is a AWS service that provide that security. Okay, VPC is a service that basically make your public cloud into a private cloud for you. Okay, VPC is a AWS service that makes sure that even if you are working on public cloud, okay, let's say I create my account and Tarang also created his account, and both me and Tarang are working from, let's say, North Virginia region, and let's say coincidentally my server and Tarang server is created from the same hardware. Behind the scene, the hardware is same. Okay, now even though Tarang's server is coming from same hardware as my server, it doesn't mean that his server and my server will get mixed up. It doesn't mean that our server will get mixed up, right? It doesn't mean that our data will get exchanged. How we are getting those security? We are getting those security because of VPC. VPC is the service that basically give you the experience of private cloud, even though you are working on public cloud. Got the understanding? Okay. See, to understand VPC, we'll understand first the problem that all of us are working on AWS cloud. Okay, all of us created our AWS account, right? All of us are working in North Virginia region. There are thousands of people that are working in North Virginia region. Then isn't it making any issue? Isn't it causing any issue when all of us work on the same hardware from the same region? No. Why? See, the concept is simple. This is AWS cloud. Okay, let's say this is entire worldwide AWS cloud. This is my account. In my account, I create a database in North Virginia region. Okay. Similarly, this is somebody else account and they created EC2 in their account. Now, since their EC2 and my database are from the same region, isn't there any chance that they might access my database? The answer is no. This will never happen. Why this will never happen? Because when you work on AWS, when you create your AWS account, okay, you get your own dedicated VPC. Okay, you get a VPC in your account. Actually, this is inside account, but I'm keeping it outside as of now. Okay, every AWS account in every AWS account in AWS gets its own dedicated VPC. Okay, it gets its own dedicated VPC. Why? This is by default. And what is this VPC? This VPC is the private network boundary. This VPC is the private network boundary within which you operate. Okay, within which you operate. Now, when you so what happens? Even though you and your another AWS account are working from the same region, even though both of your, let's say, underlying hardware is exactly same, still they cannot access your account. Why? They cannot access your account because every account is protected by VPC. So no other and nothing from outside of that VPC can access your resource. No other AWS account can access your resource in your VPC. VPC provides you a private cloud. Okay, so you can understand in a way that when you work on AWS, which is a public cloud, in that public cloud you get your own. Okay, your account, my account, all of our accounts are protected by VPC. That's why even though we are working on public cloud, nobody from outside can access our account. You got the answer for why public cloud is as secure or even more secure than private cloud. This is the answer. VPC is the answer. I will not compare it with social media account because it might confuse you in the technical part. That's a little different thing because the social media account comes at a software level. Here we are understanding things at the platform level. Okay, so we operate within VPC. Now, what happens if I go to my account? I will go to the VPC here. If we create our AWS account, we get a default VPC in every region. Okay, we get a default VPC in every region. Right? So you see in my North Virginia, there is one VPC. If I go to any random region, let's say I go to Tokyo, here also you will see a VPC. So this is called as default VPC that we get in every region by default. And this same VPC you have in your account. Okay, this same VPC is there in my account in every region, and the same VPC you got, I mean, same configuration VPC you got in your account. Okay, now please don't go and check it right now. You can trust me, it is there in your account as well in every region. Okay, but this default VPC we cannot use for our real world project because default VPC gives you a lot of things. That's a good point. Okay, default VPC gives you a lot of things by default, but it cannot be modified much. It cannot be used for our purpose. Okay, so if you are working on a new project, the better thing is to create a new VPC, custom VPC. VPC ID will be different. ID is a unique identifier, so it will always. Okay, now see, I will come back here. So before I get into custom VPC and all, I will explain you few more things. So I'll first of all tell you why VPC. VPC is such a tough service because VPC includes so many things. On your screen, you can see a VPC architecture. And you can see VPC is not just one thing. It's a collection of so many things on that you see on your screen. That's why people find it very difficult. Okay, but do not worry. I will show you VPC from scratch. In fact, I will create one diagram right now, and we'll understand the entire introduction. I mean, we'll understand the entire overview. Okay, and after that overview, we will do a deep dive into each and every topic, and then we will do the practical as well. Okay, but first of all, I will give you a good overview. So let's say this is my VPC. Okay, this is my VPC, and my VPC is a regional service. Okay, this is my VPC. Okay, this is a VPC in any of the region. Let's say we are creating a VPC in a Ohio region. Okay, now VPC is made up of few things. VPC is at the region level. Okay, so if VPC is like a region, then what do we have inside? Within region we have AZ. Okay, so here I will write within region we have AZ, and within VPC we have something called as subnets. Okay, what is subnet? Region is a bigger area, AZ is a smaller area, VPC is a bigger network, subnet is a subnetwork or smaller network. Alright, VPC is a bigger network, subnet is right. So here you see in this VPC we have called as, yes, you can say logical subdivision at a network level, right? So here in VPC we have one subnet, or let's say two subnet. We can have sorry, we can have even more subnet, but I'll put right. So subnets are of two types. There's a public subnet, okay, and then there is a private subnet. Subnets are of two types. Right now, just understand. See, detail we will see later. Right now, just understand subnets are of two types. There's a public subnet, there's a private. Okay, public subnet, private subnet. Now, what is the meaning of public and private subnet? Or what is the use of it? See, the EC2 server we can create are of two. Okay, EC2 server we can create, they are of two types. We can create a public server and we can create a private server. The server you create in public subnet is called as, this is a EC2. The server you create in public subnet will be a public server, and the server that you create in private subnet will be a private server. Okay, again, what is the technical difference between public server, private server? What is the technical difference? We'll see later. But right now, just understand, servers are according to subnet. If you create a server in public subnet, you'll get a public server. If you create a server in private subnet, okay, so this is public server, this is private server. Now, here I will ask you guys one question. Let's say in public subnet, we have two public server. Can I say this two server can easily talk to each other? Compared to public server, gateway is a different thing. But see, what I want you guys to think in a way is that if there are two server in public subnet, means both of them are public server. These two server can easily communicate with one another compared to public server in public subnet and private server in, right? Because see, the logic here, I mean, I will give you an analogy. If me and my colleague, both of us are working from office, do we need any tool like Microsoft Teams or Zoom for? No. We are working from same office, we can directly talk to each other. But let's say me and my colleague, both are working from home. Okay, my colleague is working from their home, I'm working from my home. Now can I say now that we need something extra for communication, like some on, now we good. Okay, so now we need something extra. So here you see, this two server can easily communicate because they are in same subnet. But when it comes to server in different subnet, there we need something called as implicit router. Here we need implicit router. What is implicit router? Implicit router is basically a tool, and we don't use this tool. This is used by AWS. It is created by AWS. It is used by AWS for its internal communication. Implicit router is a tool that provide communication between server from different subnet. Okay, it helps between communication. It helps for communication between server from different. Okay, we don't configure implicit router. That's why it is called as implicit. Implicit router will be created by default because we don't even use it. Okay, our the communication that we set up, they are done separately. This is for internal communication between server in different subnet, and this is created and used by AWS themselves. That's why it is called as implicit, so that we don't need to set router. Now here I will ask you one more question. Let's say in this public server, okay, we want to, let's say we are creating a website, we are running a web application, and in this public public server, we have our web application running. Now we want to download something. Do you think we will have access to public? The answer is no. Guys, think about it. Here we are talking about private network. In private network, if you have public internet, don't you think that will, do you agree with this? That if we are talking about a private network, virtual private cloud, then having public internet there defeat the entire purpose. If we have a default access to public internet, don't you think it will defeat? I'll come to that. So, but do you also agree that, okay, we require internet? There is nothing like private internet. We require internet. Otherwise, if we do not have internet, then how we will download any library for our development? If we do not have internet, then how we will update our database with the latest security patch? If we do not have internet, then how we will do any of our work? Without internet, we cannot do anything in server, right? So we don't, now the fact is we don't have access to public internet. Okay, that's a fact. We don't have access to, on top of it, we require internet. So how do we get it? So for that, we have something called as internet gateway. Earlier, some people were talking about this. For that, we have internet gateway. What is internet gateway? Internet gateway is a component that brings internet in your VPC. Okay, how do you get internet in your home? How does all the device in your home get internet? When you add a Wi-Fi router, then you get internet. Similarly, when we add a VPC router when we add internet gateway in this VPC, okay, when we add internet gateway in this VPC, then we get internet for our underlying server. Internet gateway is that component that will bring the internet for our server. By default, we don't have access to internet, but we need. How do the server of same subnet communicate with each other? We'll see. Right now, just focus on what I'm covering. As I said, right now I'm just giving you overview. One by one, we will see all of this thing in detail, and I will also show you practical. But right now, just focus on what I'm showing you. Just understand the introduction of all the components. Then we'll see each and every component in. Right. So internet gateway, you can compare this with your Wi-Fi router. You apply Wi-Fi router at your home, and all of your devices get internet. You apply internet gateway to VPC, and all the component in VPC. Right. But here comes. Okay, how does my public server knows that there is something called as internet gateway that is giving? How does it knows about it? Because your server have no idea about internet gateway, no idea. It's just that's how it works. So how to make sure, how to already know? For this, we will use something called as root table. Okay, let me put a diagram here. For this, we will use something called as root table. In root table, we will have target and destination. Okay, and here we will add the root that if anybody wants internet, then go for internet gateway. If anybody wants internet, then go for internet gateway. Okay, this is the root we will add. Now, whenever EC2 server wants internet, it doesn't know about internet gateway. It have no idea about internet gateway. So what this EC2 will do? This EC2 will go to root table. Any component in VPC always go to root table first. And when it goes to root table, there it will see that if you want internet, then go for IGW. So that's how it reaches to internet gateway. And when it reaches to internet gateway, my EC2 will get internet. Okay. EC2 requires something through which it can get internet. It goes to root table. There it see if you want internet, go to IGW. Then it get the IGW. As simple. Younger folks, this is like a Google map. Let's say I'm moving to London for, let's say, for few months. Okay, and I want to drink coffee. I don't know any cafe in London. I don't know where I can get the coffee. So what I will do, in my Google map, I will just type coffee or cafe near me, and Google map will give me the list. So can I say Google map is like this route table where all the routes of all the places is there as a directory? Okay, so route table also we discuss. But did you notice I was talking only about, you can give route for anything. All the components in your VPC, you can give route for, right? Now in this VPC, did you notice I was talking only about public server? What about private server? In this private server, we might be hosting a database also. What if tomorrow a new version of our database? Okay, we need to update the data. Okay, now talking about private server. In private server also I need internet. So can private server use the same method? The answer is no. Okay, the answer is no. Okay, technical reason we will see later. Right now, just understand that if my private server needs internet, it cannot follow the same approach as public server because it's not a public server. Public server have different approach. Private server have, right? Now, how does private server get internet? Private server gets internet using something called as NAT gateway. Okay, and understanding NAT gateway concept is little difficult for most people. So I will give you a simple example. Okay, I will give you a real world example. Okay, up until now, I have given you real world example in many places. I've given you real world example for implicit router that me and my colleagues are working from our respective work from home. So we require something like Microsoft Team for communication. For internet gateway, I give you the example of Google Map. And now for, I will give you one more example. So let's say this is my home. Okay, this is a home. Now this home is divided into, let's say, two parts. Okay. Now, let's say I got infected by COVID. Okay, nowadays COVID cases are again rising. Okay, so let's say I get infected by COVID. Now what I'll do in this home, this is my, let's say, bedroom. This is my private bedroom. Bedrooms are private, but yes, this is my private room. Okay, so I got infected by COVID. So can I say the very first thing I should do is to isolate myself here? Okay, I will isolate myself, and in other rooms my other family member will be there. Okay, in other rooms other family member will be there, right? Now let's say here is my brother. Okay, my brother is not infected by COVID, so he lives in different room. Now near my home, I know this example sound very silly, but trust me, you will understand everything. Near my home there is a pizza shop, and the sole purpose of this pizza shop is to provide pizza, nothing else. Near my home there is a pizza shop, and the sole purpose of this pizza shop is to provide, right? Now can I say my brother who is not infected by COVID, he can easily go out and get the pizza from this shop? Yes, but can I go out? No, I'm infected. If give me the answer, how can I get the pizza? The person who is in, I can I say I can ask my brother, since he can go out, he will go out and bring the pizza for me. This is the right. Everyone pay attention. Can I say this home is like the VPC? And if this home is like VPC, can I say this private room is like a private? And if this private room is like private subnet, can I say the person isolated here is like a private sub? Can I say if this is a private subnet, other room we can consider them as public subnet? Can I say this pizza shop whose sole purpose is to provide pizza is like internet gateway whose sole purpose is to provide here? So what do we call this brother who is bringing that pizza for our private server? This brother is called as NAT gateway. NAT gateway is that brother who will live in public subnet. And since NAT gateway is in public subnet, it can go and get the internet like your public server, like this. But unlike public server, it will not use internet Okay, it will not use internet for itself. Rather, what it will do? It will bring the internet for private server. Okay, so to answer the question, how does our private server gets internet in VPC? Our private server gets internet through. Now see, if I show you, give you one example here. Let's say 192.136.11.22/32. If I give you this example, this is an example of a IP address. Okay, but how many IP does it represent? It represents only one IP address. Okay, it represents only one IP address. See, this part is called as network. Okay, and this part is called as host ID. This 32 is called as host ID. Now, what is host ID? See, network ID, we know it's an IP address. It is made up of 4 blocks, and every block have a range 0 to good. Okay, you get a range from 0 to 255. Every block in this IP have a range from 0 to 2. Okay, but why this is one IP total? See, host ID represent the range of your IP addresses. How many IP you get? That is defined by how many IP you get is defined by, right? Now 32 does not represent any range. I know I just said that it represents range. I said host ID represent range, but 32 represent no range. Here we get only one IP. Okay. Now everyone pay attention and try to understand the pattern. Okay. 192.136 or 163 anything .11.22/24. Now 24 represent the change in last one block. 24 represent change in last one block. So you get a range from where to where? You get a range from 192.163 or 53 whatever .11.0 up to 192.163 or sorry 153.11.255. Okay, your last block will change, and of course if it change, it will change completely. So total how many IP we are getting? We are getting total 256 IP, correct? Didn't get it? No problem. I will give you more example. Okay, so 255 plus this 0, you get 256 IP. Okay, one more example. 192.163.11.22/16. Now 16 means what? Anybody would like to answer? 16 means last two block will. So if last two blocks are changing, then we will get from 192.163.0.0 192.163.255.255. Now all the permutation and combination of this, that many IP address you will get, or somewhere around 65,000 IP address you will get. 65,000. Here you got 256 IP, and here you will get around 65,000 IP. Yes, 65,536. Here, anyone? Do you see any mathematical? Yes, octet, right? One more example. 192.163.11.22/8. Now, what does 8 represent? 8 represent change in last 3 block. So you get a range from 192.0.0.0 up to 192.255 dot 255 dot 255, and whatever the permutation combination, that many IP, right? So this is called a CIDR, classless inter-domain routing. See, CIDR is a very big networking concept. Okay, it includes a lot of things. It includes a lot of things, but we don't need to understand all of that. We will understand only this concept. What is the concept? The concept is, if you change the host ID, your network ID, your range of IP address will, okay, your IP address, the range of IP address, how many IP address you will get, that will, this, if you want to see, I will share something with you. I will share an online tool where you can verify all of this. Okay, let me. Okay, look at this. Let's take 32. Okay, 10.0.0.0/32. If I calculate this CIDR, how many hosts we are getting? We are getting only one host. 10.0.0.0 is our starting address, and 10.0.0.0 is our last IP. Because we have only service, Ankit. Instead of 32, if I go with 24, what will happen? Can I say last block will change if I go with 24? Do you see last block is changing? So how many IP we got? We got 256 IP. If I go with 16, what will, your last two block will change, guys. See, and we are getting 65,536 IP. Okay, here if I put 8, last 3 block will change, and this many IP. But does it mean only this number will work? 8, 16, 24, 32. Does it mean only this? No. Other number will also work. It's just that this number represent complete change. 24 represent complete change of last block. 16 represent complete change of last 2 block. But what if I, when I provide 24, you see last block is changing. When I provide 23, you will see the second last block will begin to change. Look at this one. When I provide 23, the second last block begin to change. When I provide 22, you will see it will change even more. See, now it changed to 3. And you see our number of hosts are also increasing. If I provide 21, you will see it will change even more. It changed to 7. If I provide 20, it will change even more. There is no how here. That's how it works. That's how it works. This is the concept of CIDR. That when you manipulate, when you change the host ID, your network ID will change. Your number of IP address you are getting will change. How your number IP address changing? Because these blocks are changing. Okay, as you can see, as I'm lowering the number, the second block is changing more and more. Earlier, now it was 15. Now it is 31. If I make it, let's say 18, now it is from 31, it changed to 63. If I make it 17, it changes to 127. And when I make it 16, it will change completely to 250. All right. So today we will see all of this component in detail. Okay. We will see all of them one by one in detail. And we will also do their practice VPC. Okay. So what I will do, I will go to VPC. In last session, we created VPC demo, right? Demo VPC, we look at this. Here, what I will do now, you see, we have this default. In our last session, I showed you, and I hope you also verified it from your side. When you create a AWS account, you get this default VPC name. Tried this, right? And all this default VPC have the same CIDR range. Okay. In every region, you get a default VPC. Every region. Now, what I will do, I will create a new VPC. Okay. Here I will give a name demo VPC. Okay. Here I will select the CIDR. Now you know what is CIDR that. Why VPC is asking? CIDR is IP range. Okay. So if I'm creating a VPC, I need to assign a range of IP address to the VPC to create IP. Very good, Nafisa. Because in this VPC, when we create EC2, when we create database, from where do you think their IP address will come from? Okay, all the resources that we create inside this VPC, where do you think those resources are getting their IP address from? They will get their IP address from this CIDR that we provide. So here if I provide 10.0.0.0/16, then your servers, your resources will get their IP address. Okay, all the resources will get their CIDR. Sorry, all the resources will get their IP address from this CIDR. Right? Then here you can see we can provide CIDR for IPv6 as well, but we will not provide that. We'll keep it to IPv4. Okay. Then you see tenancy. Now, what is tenancy? In tenancy, you see there are two options. And by the way, in IPv6, we don't need to define anything. You can just simply select Amazon provided IPv6 CIDR block. So you will get IPv6 CIDR block from AWS side itself. Okay. But right now, we will not define it. Now, here you see what is tenancy. There are two options in tenancy. Okay. There is a default option and there is a dedicated option. What is the meaning of this? See, you guys remember the reason why cloud is cheaper than having our own local data center? What is the reason for that? Correct, very good. So what happens when multiple different people working in different accounts are using AWS cloud? What happens is, let's say all of them created the server in the same region, in the same AZ. There's a very high chance that all of their virtual server is created from the same, right? Why? Because cloud, you might get your own individual server. It might feel like you got a new server, which is not shared at all. But behind the scene, cloud, the hardware that it is using is being shared across multiple accounts. So when you go with default tenancy, you get that shared resource. You get that shared hardware. But if you go with dedicated tenancy, now you will get dedicated hardware. Okay, dedicated hardware means what? Whatever resource you create in this VPC, that will be created on a dedicated hardware. It means that underlying hardware will not be shared with any other people, any other person. Right? So when you go with tenancy, you get the option of shared hardware. And when you go with dedicated, your hardware, you will get a dedicated hardware. Obviously, if you go with dedicated hardware approach, you will have better security, you will have better performance, but also it will increase cost. Right? Having dedicated hardware is much more costlier than working on shared. Right? So this is how you create. Today we are able to create VPC in 5 minutes. Okay, provide the name, provide the CIDR. Mostly everyone go with default tenancy, and when you go with default tenancy, you also have an option of getting dedicated hardware. But if you go with dedicated tenancy, you have only dedicated hardware option. So mostly people go with default tenancy. Okay, no need to change here. Here just provide CIDR and provide name. Understand how simple it is to create a VPC, but you need to understand. Pay attention. Here I'll click on create button and our VPC is created. As simple. Okay, our VPC is created. Now what? What is the next thing to do? After VPC, what is there? What after VPC comes subnet. Okay, so here if I go to your VPCs, here I have two VPC. First is default VPC of this region of this account, and second is my demo VPC. Okay, now in this VPC, I want to create subnet. Okay, how? Pay attention. Okay, I will give you. Okay, now see, before I create subnet, I will tell you a simple concept. Okay, subnet is a subset of VPC, correct? Subnet is a part of VPC. So let's say VPC CIDR, okay, is let's say 1 to 1000. Okay, I'm taking simple number. I'm not taking actual IP address. I'm taking simple number. Let's say VPC CIDR is 1 to 1000. right? So can I say subnet cider will be between this range only? Let's say 1 to 200. Subnet 2 will be from 200 to, let's say, 400. Subnet 3 will be from sorry, this should be 201. 401 to, let's say, 600, like this, right? Can I say subnet cider will never go beyond the cider of okay? So always remember this is the rule. Okay, and here also some calculation will be done, some formula will be there that we don't need to know. Okay, I will show you online tool of how to do it. Right? But here understand one thing, that uh, if we are creating subnet, which is a subset of VPC, right? So naturally the cider of subnet will not go beyond cider of VPC. Okay, so let me show you guys. Here I'll come to VPC. Now here in VPC I will go to subnets. In subnet, now you see there are total, already there are 6 subnet. Why? Let me go to other region. Let me go to Ohio, North California and Oregon. If I go to Ohio region, here you will see, now here you see, here we have 3 subnet. Okay, in North Virginia we had 6 subnet, here we have 3 subnet. Here if I go to North California, here we have 2 subnet. Okay, and here we have 4 subnet. Okay, now these subnets are, these are the default subnet. Why this? Yeah, I will tell you. So default subnet depends on default number of availability zone. Okay, default subnets depends on default number of availability zone. Okay, in Oregon by default there are 4 AZ, so there are default 4 subnet. In North California there are 2 AZ, so there are default 2 subnet. In Ohio there are 3 AZ, so by default 3 subnet. And in North Virginia there are 6 AZ, so there are 6 subnet. Okay, so this depend on number of AZ. But are we restricted by this? Does it mean in my demo VPC I can create maximum 6 subnet? The answer is no. It's just that AWS follow this rule. I mean, they follow this as a kind of a way to create number of subnet. So AWS follows that. We don't need to follow it. Okay, you can create up to 200 subnet, or you can create only one subnet, your choice, based on your requirement. There is no rule that we have to follow this. If you delete default subnet, they will be deleted. But don't do it, okay? Because in our course, you will do most of your practice in default VPC. So if you make changes there, you will get error in your other demo. Right? So here you see there are 6 subnet because there are 6 AZ. But we don't need to follow this rule at all. Okay, we can create subnet according to our requirement. So here I'll click you guys some question. Okay, so you see, while creating subnet, it is asking me to select VPC. Now, does it mean if I select default VPC, I can create more subnet? So see, one thing, look at here. If I select default VPC, it is giving me option to add more subnet. Now you agree that we are not restricted by. It is just that AWS followed that number, but if we want, we can add more subnet. It is in front of you. Okay, but I will not add this in default. I will add it in. Okay, here I select my demo VPC. Now here in the subnet name, I will select, let's say, we will create first of all public subnet. Okay, we will create public subnet, and here we need to select AZ. Okay, so remember last time I told you, just like within region we have AZ, within VPC we have subnet. So subnet and AZ are at the same level. So when you create subnet, you need to define to which availability zone this subnet will be aligned to. So let's say I'm selecting AZ1A. See here I can see 6 AZ. Now in the name also I will add AZ1A. Okay, just for easy identification. So here I'm creating public subnet. Here I selected AZ1A. Okay, this is the CIDR of my VPC. Now I need to provide CIDR of my with answer. Now here what happens if, okay, now there are many tools like this. What you see on your screen is one of the tool. There are many calculator, many tool like this. Okay, now I will show you in this tool how to calculate the CIDR of your, okay. Now first of all, what you have to do, here you see network address block. Here you need to provide your CIDR. Okay, here you provide CIDR of your VPC, right here. Now what I'll do here, I'll provide 10.0.0.0 slash, I will provide 16. This is the CIDR of my VPC. Okay, and here I will provide number of subnet. See here by default one is selected. So from this one CIDR, I'm getting only one subnet. So can I say one subnet will have the same number of, that is 65,536 IP address? Anything divided by 1 will be the, right? But what if I want 2 subnet? Can I say that number will be divided by 2? Now how many IP we are getting in each subnet? 32,000. If I divide that by 4, if I want 4 subnet, now you see in each subnet I'm getting 16,000. Okay, do you see? I just need to provide how many subnet I want, and I'm getting all of their IP address calculated. Do not worry about this. I will show you how to use this. But do you understand that here I provide CIDR of VPC and here I provide number of subnet? All the calculation will be done automatically. How to use this calculation till this point? And how many IP I'm getting in each subnet? 4096. Okay, so automatically everything is getting. Now here you see this subnets that you get. Why I'm telling you that we use this online tool and we should not do manual calculation here? Because here you will get perfect value. For example, this subnet is starting at 10.0.0.0 and it is finishing at 10.0.15.255. Now second subnet is starting at 10.0.16. Is there any overlapping? No. Now second subnet is finishing at 31.255. The third one is starting at 32. The third one is finishing at 47.255. The fourth one is starting at 48. Do you see any overlap here? No. Just like your VPC, your subnet also should not overlap. Okay, when you create subnet, your subnet should not overlap with each other. Their CIDR should not overlap with each other, not at all. Now, how to use this? So here when we create subnet, it is asking CIDR for subnet. So from where I will bring this, which mistake gets to overlapping? Manual calculation, Nafisa. That's why I use this online tool. Okay, now here you see, we will take any of the subnet address. Okay, pay attention everyone. I'll show you multiple example. Everybody pay attention. I will copy this one. Okay, I'll copy this header. Okay, and I will paste. Now what is remaining? Host ID. Okay, how to provide host ID? Host ID we will provide from here. Look at this. As you change your number of subnet, your host ID will update. Look at this. Okay, so for 16, what is the host ID? 20/20. So I will provide here /20. Okay, so this is how you create subnet. Okay, and I will click on create subnet. Range. Okay, now see how to create subnet. Select the VPC for which you want to create subnet. Okay, now this time I will create private subnet, so I will provide the name private subnet. Again, I will create subnet in the same AZ. Now, if we have 6 AZ, I told you it doesn't mean that we need to create. Okay, doesn't mean we need to go with 6 AZ or 6 sub, right? So what you need to understand here is, it not necessary that you will go with only one subnet per AZ. If you want, you can go with multiple subnet. So again, I will select AZ1A here. So I already created public subnet. Now I will create private subnet in the same AZ. Now how to provide CIDR here? Very simple. Use online tool like this. Okay, what we do here? Here we provide the CIDR of our VPC. So my VPC CIDR is this. Then here I provide how many subnet I want. Okay, so we decided, let's say we want 16 subnet. Now I can take subnet a network ID from here. Okay, we can take network ID from here. Okay, so earlier I took this network ID. Now I will take this network ID. Right? I provided network ID. Now host ID I need to provide. How we will provide host ID? We will provide host ID from here. Okay, here is the /20. Why I'm taking this one? Earlier I told you, because this is the CIDR of your subnet. This is the host ID of your subnet. Okay, as you change your number of subnet, this will also change. So that's why I selected this one, /20. Why I will take /16? Don't you think this belongs to my VPC? Will you provide VPC host ID in subnet? No, right? Your subnet host ID will be different. You take it from here. Example. Okay, so here you see, what does it represent? CIDR notation, here it represent basically your host ID. Which host ID will belong for this particular subnet? So for this subnet, I am selecting /20. That is fine. Are you understanding? Last time I will show you. Again, I will create how to create subnet. How to create subnet? Click on create subnet and here select your VPC for which you are creating subnet. Now here provide the name of your subnet. Let's say again this time I will create public subnet, but this time I will create subnet in another AZ, AZ1B. So here in the name also I will add 1B. Now how to provide CIDR for subnet? Use online tool like this. Okay, how to use such tool? Here provide CIDR of your VPC. My VPC CIDR is this. Then select how many submitting it every day. I hope it is clear for everyone. Now I selected how many subnet I want. Now I will take host. I will take network ID from here. Do I need to go sequentially? Is there any rule like that? No. I can randomly take any one of them. Just make sure you do not repeat the same, because CIDR should not repeat. So I will take this one. Now how to provide host ID? You tell me. How to provide host ID? Host ID you will provide from the CIDR notation here, because this host ID will change based on your number of subnet. Okay, so host ID I will provide from here. Okay, now in the same page I can add one more subnet. Okay, so this time private subnet. Private subnet. Now tell me, here I created public subnet in AZ1B. Is it mandatory that private subnet will also? Can I select some other AZ, let's say AZ1C? Yes, no such rule. Your choice. Okay, now here I'll provide CIDR network ID from here. Let me take this one. Okay, and host ID I will take here now. And by the way, here you see, here it is shown. You are getting 4096 IP. So this is how we. Very good. Now I will ask you guys. There is something wrong here in the side of NACL. Guys, when I created this subnet, do you saw there was any option of selecting public or private, Ravi? Guys, was there any option of selecting public or private? Don't you think I just provided? Don't you think I just provided name public? If I just provide name public, will it make it public subnet? What if I provide semi-public? Now what is the meaning of that? Right? I just provided the name public or private. Just by providing name public or private, it doesn't make it public or private subnet. So what is this? What are the subnet? Are they public or private? All these 4 subnets that we created, all 4 of them are by default private subnet. Okay, it is our responsibility to convert them into a public subnet. When you create a subnet, see the subnet given by AWS will already will already convert it into public subnet. Okay, but the subnet that you create, they will be by default private. So it will be your job to convert them into a public. Okay, it will be your job to convert them into public subnet. So all 4 subnets are private subnet. Now how to convert them? Very simple. Okay, how to convert private subnet into public? Very simple. I will select the subnet. Okay, NAT gateway also know. NAT gateway is there to give internet for private server. NAT gateway is there to give internet for private server, not for converting private subnet into public subnet. Okay, see, I'll show you. Select the subnet. Here I'll click on action. Here you see subnet setting. Now when you go to subnet setting, here there is an option called as auto assign IP setting. This one option we need to select. Okay, this one option we need to select. Okay, enable auto assign public IPv4 address. When we select this one option, our subnet will become a public subnet. Now, how to see that? I will give you proof. Okay, don't worry. I will give you technical proof for it. But by selecting this one option, our subnet will become a public subnet. How to convert? Here I'll select the public subnet, click on action. I will go to subnet setting, right? And here I will select enable auto assign public IPv4 address, right? And here will state that. But now how to see the how to verify this? How to verify this? Oh, I told you that we got public and private subnet, but what is the proof? Okay, I will show you. When we create subnet and when AWS creates subnet, we create subnet when we create VPC. Okay, I will give you proof. I will go to EC2. I will launch the EC2. First of all, I will launch a public server. And here I will go with default values. Proceed without key pair. Now, do you remember when I covered EC2, I skipped all of this, right? Now what I'll do, I will edit this. Here I'll select demo VPC. Okay. Now here I'll select public. Now you see this part is simple, right? Now I am creating EC2. I just need to select in which VPC I want EC2, in which subnet I want EC2. If you remember, when I was covering EC2, I told you I'm this part today, and we will cover this after VPC. So I want to create public server, so I will select public subnet. As simple as that. Go with all the default value and click on create server launch instance. Okay, now I will launch one more instance, and this will be private server. Okay, and here proceed without key pair, and we will edit this again. We will select demo VPC, and this time we will select private subnet. Okay, this one, and go with all the default value, and we will launch instance. Now here I will tell you you get public subnet. Okay, if you create a server inside public subnet, you get public server. Okay, and same goes for if you create a server in private subnet, you get a private server. Right? Now, what is public server? Public server is the one that have both public and private IP address. Okay, and what is a private server? Private server is the one that have only private IP address. Okay, this is the difference. What is the difference between public server and private server? Public server have both public and private IP. Private server have only. Okay, see, I'll show you the proof now. Yeah, I'll show you the proof. So here I'll select public server, and do you see it have both public IP address as well as private IP address, right? This is the proof that this is a public server. And if it is a public server, it means we successfully converted private subnet into public. Okay. Now here you see private server. Do you see private server does not have public IP? It has only private one. This is the proof. This is the proof that our subnet got successfully converted. Now one more point I will tell you, and this is important from internet. For this, I will show you the official document. Now, we saw that when we created the subnet, how many IP we got in that subnet? 4090. We got 4096 IP. Do we get all of those IP? The answer is no. Okay, so whatever big or small subnet you create, you will always get 5 IP less. Right? You will always get 5 IP less. Right? So first IP will be and these are the 5 IP which are reserved for AWS. So you will get 4091 IP, not 96. Okay, so what happens? First IP. Okay, one like let's say your CIDR is 10.0.0.0/24. Let's say this is the CIDR of your subnet. Now in this CIDR, the first IP 10.0.0.0 is reserved as a network address. Second IP 10.0.0.1 is reserved as a VPC router. Okay. Third IP 10.0.0.2 is reserved by VPC for DNS server. Fourth IP 10.0.0.3 is reserved for future use. And after that, directly the last IP 10.0.0.255. This is the broadcast address. So first 4 and last one. First 4 and last one. So total 5 IP addresses are reserved for AWS. Very good. Okay, so always remember, whenever you create subnet, you get 5 IP lists. First 4 and last one. And just understand, just memorize one word for them. Last one is broadcast address. First one is network address. Second one is for VPC router. Third is for DNS server. And the fourth one is for future use. Okay, in fact, let me just put it here in the notes. Okay, so let's say subnet CIDR of 10.0.0.0/24. Okay, if you go with this, yes, 5 address in every subnet. First one, first IP, right? That is the network address. Then second IP, then third IP, then fourth IP, and then last IP. First 4 and last one. Right? First one is network address. Second one is reserved for VPC router. Third one is reserved for DNS server. Okay, fourth one is reserved for future use, and the fifth one, last one, is the broadcast address. Okay, just remember this much. Okay, so let me come back here. Let me show you a few more things. So here is my server created. Okay, now pay attention. Okay, I will try to connect with private server. Okay, and I will use EC2 instance connect method. So here I'll click on connect button, and here you see instance is not public subnet, so we can't connect. Yes, 5 IP for each resource. Rohit, within one subnet you can have hundreds of resources, right? Then how you will create subnet for each and every resource? Remember the hierarchy. First we create VPC, then we create subnet, then inside subnet we create server. Then how you will create new subnet for each server, right? Remember the hierarchy. Okay, so you guys see here we are not able to connect with. Okay, I'll click on private subnet. I'll click on connect button, and here you see no public IPv4 assigned. Instance is not in public subnet. So we can't use EC2 instance connect method here. Okay, so first of all, your EC2 instance connect method does not support private server. Okay, this method does not support private server. It works only with public server. So if I go to instance here, I'll select public server. Okay, now I'll connect with public server. Here I'll click on connect button, and here we can connect with it. Oh wait, public server, click on connect button. Okay, here I'll click on connect button. So with public server we can connect. And there you go, we got it. And tell me, what do you think could be the guys? Tell me a simple first time. I told you what is this EC2 instance. This method open your EC2 right within your browser. Can I say if it is opening the EC2 right inside our browser, it require internet, and that is the issue. That is the real issue. Okay, SSH is already there, but internet is not there. Now you'll say, Pratik, then how did it work in our demo or when we created EC2? Yes, because we ran it in default VPC, and in default VPC, default internet gateway. Alright, now let me show you the how to solve this problem. Okay, so to solve this problem, what do we need? We need in. Okay, so what I'll do, I will go back to my VPC. Okay, I will go back to my VPC, and here I will go to internet gateway. Okay, I will go to internet gateway. We didn't create any public private VPC here because remember when I showed you that overview, did I say that there are public? Previously we had different. Okay, now we have our demo VPC. Public or private concept is there for subnet, not for VPC. Okay, now see, here you see by default internet gateway is there. This is that default internet gateway because of which we did not get error, right? This default internet gateway will take care of internet or VPC. But when you create VPC, now you need to define your own internet gateway. Okay, so here I'll click on create internet gateway, and it's very simple. All you have to do is to provide the name. let's say my IGW, and you can click on create internet gateway. That's how simple it is. Click on create internet gateway and we are done. Our internet gateway is created. But are we done with it? No. Okay. Once your internet gateway is created, that's the first step. Second step is to attach it to VPC. First step is to create internet gateway. Second step is to attach it to the VPC. So I will select this. I will click on action and I will click on attach to VPC. And here is the demo VPC. Now here I will point out one interesting thing. You remember when I was creating subnet, at that time there was it was showing me both the VPC, but while attaching internet gateway, it is showing me only demo VPC. Very good, because your default VPC already have an internet gateway. Now I'll say, Pratik, default VPC also has one VPC can have multiple subnet. Okay, one VPC can have multiple subnet, but one VPC can have only one. Okay, one VPC can have only one internet gateway, or one internet gateway can be attached to only one VPC. Between internet gateway and VPC, there is only one. Between VPC and internet gateway, there can be only one-to-one layer. So here I'll select my VPC, and now now that we attach internet gateway to our VPC, will we get access? Refresh. No. Why no? What is remaining? Table. Root table is remaining. Gateway. Okay, so we did those two things. Now one more thing is remaining, that is to add a root in root table. Okay, in our root table we need to add a root. Okay, how to do that? Very simple. Go to root table. Okay, now when I go to root table, here you see, I can see two root table already. Okay, I can see two root table. One root table, as you can see, is for our default demo C, the first one. But you see, for demo VPC also there is a root table. This is something new, right? Up until now, what we have seen? Up until now, we have seen that when we create VPC, we need to create subnet, we need to create internet gateway. But you see, for the very first time, we got something on its own. Okay, we got root. Okay, very good. Now, why we got this separately? We also need to understand the reason why we got it. Because here you see, I will go to root tab, and here you see there is a root. Okay, by default there, yeah, we'll do that. But here you see a default root is already there, and this is the reason why we got root table. Now continuing, here I will add a root. Okay, now we need to add our own root. What root we will add? We will add the root that if you want internet, and internet is represented by 0.0.0.0/0. This represent internet. Okay, if you want internet, then go for internet gateway. Right? If you want internet, then go for internet gateway. Don't you think this is exactly target destination? I messed up. Destination here, target here. But don't you think this is exactly what I mentioned here? If you want internet, go for internet gateway. Obviously, here we can't type internet. So here internet is represented by this 0.0.0.0/0. And here we select internet gateway. Okay, so click on save changes. Do you think answer? I will click on save changes. Now if I go to that EC2 again, let me try to connect with this again. Click on connect button. Okay, so I'm connecting with public server using EC2 instance connect. And pay attention now. This time it will work. Why? Because we fixed the problem of internet gateway. Okay, as you can see, it is working. We fixed the problem of internet gateway. How we fixed it? Very simple. 3 steps. create internet gateway. And internet gateway, you guys saw, we just provided the name and we got it. Okay, we provided the name and we got our internet gateway. We didn't have to do much. Why? Because you can imagine internet gateway is a ready-made software made by AWS. All you have to do is to just create it. That's it. Okay, so we created internet gateway, then we attached it to our demo VPC. Okay, and here we learned one thing, that one VPC between VPC and internet gateway, there is one-to-one mapping. Okay, and the third point, that was the second point. The third, we added route in route table. What route we added? If you want internet, go for internet gateway. Moving on. Now we got internet access here. Okay, so we are able to access this server. Okay, here we will understand one more concept now. Okay, so everyone please understand this, very important. Here I will give you a real world example. Take an example of a let's say bank. Yeah, all of this is available in free tier. Take an example of a bank. Okay, let's say you are working on a banking application like, let's say, HDFC. Okay, now you have a website. Okay, everyone at your website have a front end where people log in. Okay, they will access the website. Now, whenever, so everybody can view the website. Okay, any person in the world can view the website, but only a valid user can log in. Right? Now, when a valid user log in, okay, when that valid user log in, that user want to check, right? So where that balance will come from, where that information will come from, DB. So do you think your web app server or your database, both of them you can host on same server, or both of them you can host on? Can I say the web app server, okay, which is used by public internet, will be hosted on public subnet, and the database which is private should be hosted in. Okay, see, I'll draw that. So this is my database server. And here is my web app server. Okay, this is my database server, this is my web app server. Web app server will host the front end of my website. So you guys agree that this should be publicly accessible. Database, no matter what, it should not be publicly, right? So database server will be hosted in private subnet. Database server will be hosted in private subnet. Okay, similarly, web app server will be hosted in public subnet. Web app server will be hosted in public subnet. Okay, and this itself will make sure here this is a private server and this is a public. Just saw that, can we access private server publicly? The answer is no. Why? Because it doesn't have public IP address. So can I say in that way our database will be more secure? Do you agree? Now here a person will, my next point. Now when a user request comes for your web app server, okay, any person can view your website, or let's view your website, okay, and that person will then log in. Okay, now when that person log into your website, and let's say on the website that person see a button called as check my balance. When that person click on that button, check my balance, what happens? A request from web app server goes to a request from web app server goes, right? And database server will reply balance of that customer, right? But how to allow this? How to make sure that anyone can access our web app server and requests from web app server will be accepted in database server? How do you database server should get requests only from web app server? See, I'll remember when you create server, every server has security group is what? Okay, so there will be a security group here at the server level. Okay, this is the security group, right? And we know in security group by default it blocks. So what I'm telling you, I will show you how to do this practically. But the theory approach that I'm trying to tell you is that this security group of web app server, it will allow SSH request from anywhere. Okay, let's take an example of SSH request. This security group server will allow this security group will allow traffic. Okay, we will keep it open. But this security group will allow traffic only from web. This is the theoric solution. Do you think this will achieve our right? Very good. This will achieve our target. Now, before I show you the practical, we need to discuss a little bit more about this concept. Okay, this is the concept of security group and NACL. Okay, now what is this? See, this is a subnet. Okay, in this subnet we get a server. Okay, in this subnet we get our EC2. Okay, that is server. Right? Now we know around EC2 there is a firewall. Okay, around our server there is a firewall. And at the subnet level there is also a firewall. Okay, understand this. Up until now what we saw, that there is a firewall around EC2 and that firewall is security group. Today I am telling you something new. Today I am telling you that there is a firewall at the subnet level as well. Okay, so this firewall, okay, this firewall at the EC2 level or server level is called as security group, and this firewall at the subnet level, this is called as NACL. What is NACL? NACL means not salt. NACL means network access control list. NACL means network access, right? Now, when a request comes for your EC2, whenever a new request is coming for your EC2, okay, the request always comes to your NACL first. It goes through NACL, right? From NACL, the request goes to your security group. Okay, obviously, evaluation happens here. If your request pass this evaluation, then only it is moved forward and it will go to security group, right? And obviously security group is also firewall. It will also do the evaluation here. Okay, if it pass the evaluation, then only your request will go to the actual EC2. Then only the request will go to actual. Is this flow clear? This is called as inbound request, incoming request. I hope it's not very complex. It's simple enough. Right? Now, similarly, just like there is a request coming to our EC2, there can be a request that is going from EC2, right? There can be a request that is going from EC2. Now, here there is no evaluation that will happen. And I will give you reason for it later. Okay, but this request goes to NACL. And here a evaluation will happen. Okay, here a evaluation will happen. And then only request will go out. Right? And this is called as your outbound request. Simple enough. So here now you need to understand few things. In security group, okay, in security group, we can only allow rules. Outbound request. Because EC2 is requesting outside scenario. Okay, so in security group, we saw that whatever rule we add, that rule is allowed. Okay, and whatever that is not added in security group is by okay, whatever rule we add, that is allowed, and whatever we do not add, that is not allowed. That is by default. Okay, in NACL, there is much more flexibility. Here we can explicitly allow as well as deny the rule. Okay, for example, if I show you practically, if I go to security group, here edit inbound rule, here you see SSH is there. It means only SSH is allowed. All the other rules are denied. Okay, there is no explicit deny here. But if I show you NACL, network access control list, in NACL you will see here we can add a rule. Let's say I can add a rule SSH. I can allow this rule and I can again add SSH and I can deny this rule. So here you see you can explicitly allow as well as. Okay. Now here comes a question. See, if my security group is the inner firewall, okay, and my request will anyway get rejected. Okay, if my request will anyway get rejected here, then why there is a need of explicit deny? See, my question is, you guys saw in NACL there is a explicit deny. We can deny the deny some rule, right? Now, if security group by default blocks whatever that is not allowed, then why there is an explicit need of deny? Do you think this is a valid? Okay, see, let's say here I select all TCP deny, right? Now here I selected all TCP deny. But in my security group, you remember I did not define all TCP. And if I did not define all TCP in security group, can I say it is just by not adding this in security group? Can I say it is by default? Yes. Then what is the use of explicit deny here? Okay, see, I'll give you the answer. See, now I will give you the answer, and this can be asked in interview. Okay, why there is a need of explicit deny? To understand its need, we will assume explicit deny does not exist. Okay, yes, we will assume why it does not. For that we will assume it does not. Okay, so to understand its need, we will assume that NACL does not exist. We will assume we have only security group. Now let's say in our security group we created a web app, and in that security group we allowed requests from 1 to 1000. Okay, we allowed all the requests 1 to 1000, right? But later on we found out that there is a IP address 111 that is trying to launch attack on our web app. Now how we will block this? How we will pull thing here? What I told you, whatever we allowed in security group, that is allowed. Whatever we don't allow, that is by default deny. So can I say in security group I will allow 1 to 110, then I will allow from 112 to 1000. Can I say in this process triple one will automatically get denied such answer? Okay. Now tomorrow I found out that there is one more IP that is trying to launch attack. Now what we will do? We will again update the security group. We will allow from 1 to 110. Then we will allow from 112 to 221. Then we will allow from 223 to 1000. This is what we will do. Can I say in this way 111 and 222 will be blocked? Whatever that you do not allow, that is blocked by default. Now, don't you think this is a very hectic process? Every time you'll have to update your security group. It's very complicated. Now you understand why there is a need of explicit deny. Because when we have NACL and explicit deny, in security group, we will allow everything. We will allow from 1 to 1000. And in NACL, I will deny my IP. Okay, and if I deny them at NACL, they will never reach at security group. Okay, this is what I meant here. That security group can only allow the rule, but NACL can allow as well as deny the rule. Point. Now you remember this I told you, for outbound request, security group will not do any evaluation, but NACL will do the evaluation. Okay, so here also I will give you simple example. First of all, one simple example I will give you for NACL and security group. All of you guys, some of you people might be living in a society. Some of you people might be living at your own home. Okay, let's take a society example. Okay, I live in a society. So this EC2 is my flat. Now tell me, if anybody wants to enter inside my flat, can I say they have to pass through 2 gates? Can I say this subnet is my society and there is a society gate? Somebody first have to enter inside society. Once they enter inside society, then they have to enter through my front tarang. Okay, so this subnet is like a society. NACL, which is a subnet firewall, is like a society gate. Okay, when anybody enters here, they have to pass through another gate, that is EC2 security group or my flat front door, and then they can enter inside. Right? So here, why there is no evaluation during the exit? Why there was no evaluation here? See. Now let's say there is a premise. Okay, there is a premise, and in this premise there is a security guard. Okay, in this premise there is a security guard. Now what happens? Whenever anyone is trying to enter in this premise, this security guard will ask for your ID. Okay, basically he will do your evaluation. Okay, he will do your evaluation. He will ask for your ID. And once your ID is validated, you have a valid ID, you will be allowed to enter. Okay, you will be allowed to enter. But when you exit, okay, when you exit, at that time also, will it ask for evaluation? Do you think it should ask for your ID again when you exit? It already checked you when you enter. It should not check you again. Right? Why? Because this security guard, let's say, remembers you. He remembers that I already scanned this person. Okay, so I don't need to scan him again and again. Can I say this security guard is like security group that is checking only when the person enters, but when person exits, it is. Do you think it is like that? Yes, it is like that. Okay, here the reason is this security guard remembers you that already scanned this person. What is the reason here? Here the reason is security group is a stateful firewall. It maintains the state. That's why it doesn't need to scan again and again and again. But let's say there is another security guard who checks when you enter, but he again evaluates you when you exit. Okay, this another security guard will check you when you exit as well. Can I say NACL is like that security guard? It checks you when you enter, it checks you when you to check again. Because security group maintain the state. That's why it is called as stateful firewall. Okay, NACL does not maintain any state. Why? Because it is stateless firewall. Got it, guys? This is stateful firewall, this is stateless firewall. Stateless firewall doesn't maintain the state, that's why it needs to scan again and again. Stateful firewall maintain the state, that's why it needs to scan.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat is offering an AWS Solutions Architect certification course. This program is designed to help you master AWS services like EC2, S3, Lambda, CloudFront, VPC, and much more from the top 1% industry experts. With this AWS program, Intellipaat has already helped thousands of professionals achieve successful career transitions. You can check out the success stories on our Achievers channel. Link is in the description below. So if you're looking to start or grow your career in cloud computing with AWS, this course can be the perfect launchpad. Visit the course page link in the description below and take your first step towards becoming a certified AWS Solutions Architect.
What is the customer VPC? What is the customer VPC? The customer VPC, which we are going to create according to, and we are freedom to choose our own CIDR range. Prince, we will going to cover it. Yes, if you're going to use a static IP address or any public IP address, nowadays all the IP address, public IP address is a paid one. Previously, the only AWS charging for the static one. Now they are charging any public IP, they start charging it. So this customer VPC is created by you, isolated network, or you can choose your own CIDR. You can choose your own CIDR. Okay. By default is in private in nature. Okay. But one thing you should be remember. The CIDR minimum is 128. Maximum you can use /16, not more than that. In between, you can use the CIDR. You are not able to use 29, you are not able to use 30, you are not able to use 31, you are not able to use 32. Okay? You are not able to use 15, you are not able to use 14. It is restricted by AWS. Only between this range, you are able to create your VPC. Correct. Minimum means minimum IP address you're going to receive. If I'm going to write /28 and I'm going to write /16, which range will be going to provide the minimum IP? This range will be going to provide you the minimum IP now. 32 minus में 28 is equal to 4, 2 to the power 4. How many IPs? Okay. If I'm going to use 32 minus में 16, 2 to the power 16, how many IPs? Is more than 655 something? Correct? Now, can we create our own VPC? Let's start the demo. If the VPC concept is clear, can we create it? Or we just need to wait? Tell me. Or I need to give you study about subnet as well. Range is requested by the user. Range is created by the user, not requested. We can choose our own CID and create it. How we going to choose it? I'm going to tell you. Don't worry. Tomorrow I will going to tell you. Let's create. Only 2 people are saying let's create. So let me say that let's create it. Quickly I'm going to create, then we are going to discuss the subnet. So what you need to do? You need to open your console. And please make sure if today you learn VPC, it doesn't mean that the process will be remain same. Yes, overall process will be same, but the layout might be changed. I access VPC, I think 2 months back. Now I am opening it again. Let's see what is changed. So this is the console. Go ahead here and type VPC, guys. If you want to do with me, or if I requested, you can create later. Because if I'm going to ask you do with me, it will take time. There is an assessment session is also going to provide it. Click here, create a VPC. Done. Now, if you find that VPC setting, VPC only, VPC more. What is the difference here? When we selected the VPC and more, that means we are not only just creating the VPC, we also going to create a subnet route table. But tell me guys, did we cover subnets? Did we cover route tables? No, na. We just cover VPC. So what we need to do? We need to just going to create a VPC. Clear? Now, name tag. It is optional. It is not compulsory. Name tag means what? If you know that my name is Rohit, so how you going to call it me as a Rohit na? Same way, if you're going to use this VPC for particular purpose, like if you run the application, which application? App 1 is going to run on this VPC. So how you going to name it? You're going to name this VPC. It totally depends upon the you. Either slash, either dash, whatever you want to use it. Then what you're going to type? You're going to type app 1. It's a prod VPC, dev VPC, test VPC. At least you're going to write something. Why you need to write like that? Because today you created as a test VPC. Just put a name. Tomorrow you go and somebody else join this company. Or via reading this name tag, or that person is able to understand which purpose you created it. Yes, you can create as many as application. It is not restricted, but is always recommended to propose single VPC dedicated to the single application. Nowadays, account is dedicated to the single VPC. Okay, great. So let's talk about done. So I'm going to write the name. So I'm going to write here what we're doing. We are doing demo. And if you want to give the data as well, you can do that. But I'm going to keep it as a demo only. Once it's done, okay, where I'm in a New Virginia. No, I just want to use Mumbai one or Singapore. I'm going to use. You're going to use Singapore. So I'm going to use demo. Now, what I'm going to put here, guys? What is written? CIDR block. Two things are written. CIDR manual, CIDR from PAM. First of all, let's talk about CIDR manual. Manual means what? You just calculated your own CIDR, how many IP addresses assigned, and you're going to put like that. If you have a network team, so you're going to ask to network team, hey, network team, we require to create one VPC, or could you please create a VPC for me? Either they will going to provide the CIDR range, or you need to create it. So that is a manual calculation. What is this spam allocation? Anybody aware about this? IP address manager. Any idea what is this IP address manager? If somebody is from network team, do we have a network guy here? Do we have any network guy? Means network expert who is working on the network field? No? Okay, let me explain. Whenever the network team involved, they are going to maintain their CIDR IP allocation. Either they use some tool or either they use some Excel sheet where they are going to maintain their all the IP ranges. Why they maintaining it? They should understood that which IP is assigned to where. And in future, if they require some IP, they will see, okay, which IP is free or which CIDR range is free. Done. Same way, AWS created one software that is known as IP address manager. This is not part of your syllabus, but I'm telling you, if you're going to select this, what going to be happen? In this IP manager, you already created the CIDR range, already defined, everything is created. You just need to select the IP manager pool, and from that pool, you're going to receive the CIDR notation automatic, because I didn't create it. So that is why I don't have it. So automatically from drop drum, you're going to get the whatever the free IPs are available. Clear, guys? In our case, we are going to use this manually. Let me use 10.0.0.0/24 and let me change the name as well. I know, let me put RM. Okay, and this IP range I'm going to put 10.0.0.0/24 is sufficient, I think. Done. Now, are you required IPv4? We say no, I don't require it. Same way, we are not able to create the IP range like CIDR. Right now we are randomly selecting, but there is a logic to choose the CIDR. Okay, hold on questions. Let me cover this demo. Okay, hold your question. Now, what is this, guys? What that mean? Any idea? There are two things are written: default and dedicated. Default and dedicated. Right now I am just selecting any number. In the I'm going to tell you how to calculate your CIDR range, what CIDR range you require. So right now we are just randomly selecting it. What is this? Default means we are going to use the shared resources, which is shared with different user. And whenever we say that dedicated means the dedicated resource is assigned to you. If the dedicated resource is assigned to you, you need to pay heavily because one single server is assigned to you. So that is when this physical server is belong to your organization, and then you need to pay more. So my recommendation is just use the default for demo. Now name tag, add a tag. Like why we required add a tag? You need to write the owner of this VPC. You need to write the name of the team who is on this VPC. You need to write that it's a production box and which environment is using. So any kind of information you can write here, so that if somebody join later, it will be able to understand this is belong to which team. After that, you're going to create a VPC. Once you create a VPC, what happened? Okay, I think I created 5 VPC. Let me check. Correct. More than, if you see, it is not allowing me to create the VPC. Why it is not allowing me? How many VPCs are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. By default, in one region, you are able to create only 5 VPC, but you are able to increase the number as well. You can request the quota. So let me choose Mumbai. Let me check Mumbai mein kitne hai. Let me check. Only 2 is are there. So let me create it. Create a VPC. I'm going to put demo quickly. I'm just typing the number 10.0.0.0 /16 I'm putting. Why I'm putting 16, I'm going to tell you why. And demo I write and create the VPC. Done. This page will appear. Don't see right now here. Just go here, your VPC. Now, did you find my VPCs there, demo? I created maximum. After that, did you see VPC ID? As when you created an account, they will going to assign you the account ID, correct? That is unique to you. Similar way, whenever you create a VPC, it will going to assign you the unique VPC ID. That is belong to you only. I have 3 VPCs are there. One is the default VPC, 2 are the custom made by me. Done. Each and every VPC have a separate unique ID. I'm hoping it is clear. How they are maintaining it in the backend AWS, account ID return. After that, reason ID return. After that, it is written the VPC ID. And via which they are isolating you. This is the virtual boundary they created. Same way, because we are using same data center. Na? If there are two, you created one VPC, I created one VPC, how they are going, AWS understand which VPCs belong to which. That is why they created a unique ID for each and every service which you're going to create. Now focus here, guys. This is the CIDR I choose. Above also I created the same CIDR. Correct? So it is not like if I given one CIDR to one VPC, you are not allowed to create another VPC with the same CIDR. It is not work like that. Because whenever we're going to coordinate or communicate to the VPC, AWS, how AWS is going to do? AWS will be going to do with this IP range, sorry, this VPC ID. VPC is free of cost. 2, 3, 4, as many as you can create. There is no issue. But what is the issue happen here? These two VPCs are not able to communicate with each other. Okay, understood? VPC. Any confusion? In the future, if you need, you assume that your IP range is full. Whatever the IP you assign to your system is already occupied. You need more IP. Then how you going to do that? You're going to talk about CIDR. Did you see CIDR section? How many CIDR is allocated here? Only one CIDR is located. If you want to add more, go to the action, edit the CIDR, and you can edit the CIDR, add more CIDR range to this VPC. You can add it. Clear? Okay. Why VPC is not able to communicate? The question is asked if these two VPCs are the same IP address. Assume that Rohit and your house address is 3420 3420. Same city, same pin code, everything is same. Assume that somebody sending the parcel. Our parcel is aware I need to go here or I need to go here. Where is going to send the parcel? Is it confusion or confusion? Yes or no? Assume that one IP address is assigned here and one IP address is assigned here. If they need to communicate with each other, are they able to do that? No. Because this says that this request is for me, he say that this request for me. So that is why these two are not able to communicate. Any confusions, guys, till now? Any confusion till now? You are talking about the why these are not able to communicate, correct? I'm going to explain in the VPC peering. Don't worry about it. I'm again going to explain it. Don't worry, I'm going to cover it. If it is clear, can I now start discussing other thing like subnets if everybody agree? It's very easy to understand, na? Easy, na? Now if somebody going to ask me, if somebody going to ask you, is AWS is tough? Then what are you going to reply? No, it's very easy. It is the simplest technology which I learned in my career. Previously, I'm used to HP Unix admin. I'm a SME for the HP Unix. HP Unix is harder than this AWS. I'm going to explain it. Just hold on. Okay. You just need to select that, go to the action, and then delete the VPC. What is the error message is receiving? Did you select this here? Which one you try to delete? It is not possible that is grayed out. Might be something is wrong. Every VPC is able to see. Just try to select this VPC first. If just seeing it, it is grayed out without selecting. Once you only select it, it will be visible. Let's focus to other concept. I just created in front of you. Are you able to create? I just created in front of you. Just hold down. VPC, we understood what is the VPC concept. Okay. We understood how it is work. Now tell me guys, I'm going to explain you in simple term. We have, okay, he opened one very big office. He startup. So Rohit decided what? Rohit decided that there is no sitting rule. There is no fixed seat for anybody. First come, first service. If somebody wanted to sit, he need to come office first. This is what Rohit decided. Okay. Multiple users are sitting. Now you come here at 6 a.m. Rohit came here and Rohit are sitting here today. Tomorrow Rohit came at 7 a.m. He enter into the room. He see this seat is booked. He sit here. At 9 a.m. Rohit came. He find that this seat booked, this seat booked, this seat booked. He find the seat here. So what that mean? This seat is not allocated to somebody. It is be randomly assigned to, or anybody come first service basis. Now assume that in this room 1000 people are sitting. 1000 people are sitting. Okay. And Rohit is belong to IT team. So Rohit is today sitting here. And assume that there is a 1000 people are sitting. HR team is sitting here, or somebody XYZ team is sitting here. This person facing the what? Facing the laptop issue is not able to log in. Some issue in it. What he required? He required to coordinate with the IT team. Hey, could you please check my laptop? It's not working. I'm not able to connect to the internet. I'm not able to raise a ticket. Correct or not correct? So is go here and asking, hey, are you from IT team? Why is asking here? Why it's not going here directly? Because the settings are not fixed for everyone. Correct? Anybody can sit anywhere. So he said that no, I am not from IT department. Again came here. I'm not from IT department. And here and there go, and finally the person will reach to the Rohit, and then Rohit start working on it. Assume that one day 100 user are impacted from the IT, means some issues there. Did you understand what is the noise level of this room? Everybody is roaming here and there to searching for the IT team. Is it the right approach? Is it the right approach? No, na. So what is the right approach for you? What is the right approach for you? Tell me, how are you going to divide it or configure it so that everybody dedicated place for IT team, correct? Dedicated place for everybody. Create a fixed seats, create a room, correct? Sitting as per department, correct? Everybody is right. So assume that they decided to create a seating capacity. This is assigned to IT team. This is assigned to HR team. This is assigned to financial team, or this is assigned to admin team. This is assigned to another team. Next time, if they're facing the issue, this guy, what going to be happen? It will know that the IT team is sitting there. So directly come here and coordinate with them. It's easy way to communicate, yes or no? Great. Just remember this concept. It is going to use in subnetting. Now assume that everybody knows that Rohit is living in Delhi. Just take an example. Amit is a one person living in a Bangalore. He hear that Rohit is living in a Delhi. So he thought that, hey, I need to meet with Rohit. He just travel and landing into Delhi. He doesn't know my phone number. He doesn't know my address. Our Amit is able to reach to my house. I say yes, it is possible, but it will take lots of time. Lots of time means years. Amit is need to go each and every door of the house and knock it. Hey, are you Rohit? You are teaching in Intellipaat. Again go here, again go here. And one day might be finally he reached to the Rohit house. One day, we are not sure when. Correct, guys? It's a wasting of time, wasting of the management of the system. So what how we defining our city? Are our city, like you are living, are divided into small portion areas for better understanding or management? Yes or no? In one city, in a Delhi, we have a Dwarka area, we have a CP area, we have Connaught Place, correct? Every city have a different area like sectors, sector 49, sector 29, sector 25, road name this. We define it now. We divided this sector. Now this Amit know that Rohit living in Dwarka. He reached to the Dwarka. The boundary he right now, if he need to search Rohit house, is a complete what? Complete Delhi city. But he know Rohit is living in Dwarka. It's a smaller portion. Yes or no? He need to just search a smaller targeted audience. Correct? And what is the better way of doing? Are the better way of doing to define it as in normal days we also using in our normal life? Correct? Let's talk about the subnet. Assume that you created the VPC. In this VPC, you assign 65,000 IPs. All the servers are running here inside the VPC. Now server A wanted to communicate server B with the IP address. So this will going to broadcast the IPs. Hey, are you this IP? Are you this IP? Are you this IP? Yes or no, guys? It increase the congestion in the network. Correct or not correct? And then it finally reach to this B. That is why subnet came in a picture. Somebody experts are working and they created the subnetting concept. What is subnetting concept? This is the bigger pool of IP. VPC is what? Bigger pool of IP. Inside this bigger pool, they created a smaller pool of IPs. Subnet is what? Smaller pool of IPs. This is the bigger pool. Like I will say 10.0.0.0.0/16. We receive 65536 IPs. Okay. This is the bigger network. And then we created a subnet, which is smaller pool of IP. Now tell me, how we defining the IPs, guys? Pool of IPs. How we defining it? Tell me, guys. How I'm defining the pool of IP? I am using CIDR to define the pool of IP, correct? If we defining the VPC pool of IP using the CIDR notation, and again I'm saying that subnet is a smaller pool of IP, then I need to assign the CIDR here as well. Yes or no? Tell me, guys, yes or no? Correct na? But there is a catch. What catch? Assume that Rohit have a bucket of fruit and Rohit have multiple fruits are there, or like an apple is there. Apple 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now tell me, guys, if these three apple Rohit assigned to Amit or given to Amit, are this apple is available for Sumit, next person? Tell me. No, na, it is already given. So what is the next available slot? These two or three, whatever the Rohit capacity is going to give, these two is assigned to Sumit. Now Ram came in picture. Is this IPs or apples which is assigned or given to Sumit or Amit is available for Ram? No. Whatever the remaining apples are available, it's going to assign to Ram. Clear? So consider this bucket as your VPC. Consider this small grouping like assigned to RAM is your subnet. VPC have this Apple means IP address, which is you going to assign to this subnet, subnet 1, subnet 2, subnet 3. I'm hoping it is clear. Clear or not clear? How are you going to assign this? How are you going to assign it? That is true that we are going to assign it, but how, Rohit? If I given 10.0.0.0.0/16 to my VPC, how I'm going to divide it? So if you want to create a first subnet, select this. This is the first IP. This is the first IP or not? Write this IP. And then whatever IPs you wanted to assign, that I need to assign 256 IP to one person. So which CIDR I'm going to use? /24, create one subnet. Done, guys? If I'm say /24, how many IPs are reserved? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 255. What is the next IP is available, guys? 1, 0, 10.0. This IP is available for you to utilize. This is already given to this subnet 1. If I am going to create one more subnet, then from where I need to start? From the next IP address which is available. If you want assign 24, then it is assigned to subnet 2. I'm hoping it is clear, guys. Yes or no? Yes or no? Okay. So let me cover few things. I'm going to then cover the demo of the subnet, and then we will going to create one high level diagram so that our project, you can say that a small project type we are going to create. Now, subnet is part of the VPC. Subnet is a part of the VPC. No, subnet is not going to be 32. I'm going to explain you why. Just hold down a moment. Okay. It is just not more than just a range of IP address. And you need to consider one. We already know VPC is a regional service. All the AZ come under this. Now, where the subnet will be going to create? The subnet is going to create inside under AZs. Why? Because whenever you're going to create a resource, actual IP reside where, guys? In the actual servers, actual physical servers. Where the physical server? It is part of the AZ. Your subnet will be going to assign on particular AZ. So subnet will be always assigned to a particular AZ. Clear? Clear, guys? Subnet reside within the availability zone. Okay? Which help you to reduce and high availability, which help you to create the high availability. Why? Because you are going to create your server here and server here. That is why you are able to achieve the high availability. VPC is the regional service, subnet is the AZ service. I'm hoping it is clear. Okay, I'm hoping it is clear. As VPC is only allowed to create between /16 to /28. Similarly, subnet is only able to create under this. We are not able to use /32. Okay. There are few IPs are reserved whenever you're going to create a VPC. Whenever you're going to create a VPC. The IPs which is reserved, there are 5 IPs are reserved. And I'm going to show you in the demo as well. Just give me, I'm going to take 5 minutes extra. The first IP address. Assume that I use 10.0.0.0.0/24 to create a subnet. So what is the first IP address here, guys? This is your first IP address. In this case, this IP address is reserved for network address. We are not able to use it. It is reserved by AWS. Second IP address. In this CIDR, it depends upon your CIDR. I'm just taking one example. In this CIDR, what is the second IP, guys? Tell me quickly. 10.0.0. What is the second? 1. I'm just talking about IPs. I'm not talking about /24. /24 is a group of IP. I'm talking about single IP. It's a AWS standard. 5 will be reserved for each and every subnet, whatever you're going to create. It will going to reserve for VPC router. I'm going to explain you VPC router in upcoming session. Just quickly, I'm going to write it. Third IP address 10.0.0.+1 is equal to 2. It is reserved for DNS server. Fourth IP address is 10.0.0.3 is reserved for future use. And last IP address. In this case, what is the last IP address? 10.0.0.255. Okay, it is reserved for the network broadcast. Done? Clear? Great. And why this /22 is reserved? Like we say, only we are able to use /22. We are not able to use it. Now tell me, guys, /22 give you how many IPs? 16. If you given this 16 IP address to subnet, actually how many IP you going to receive? -5. You receive only 11 IP address. If you going to use 30, if you create using 30, total IPs assigned here 4 -5. Is it possible? No, na. That is why 30 is not allowed it. /21 is not allowed it. /32 is not allowed it. Then you're going to say that, hey Rohit, why if it 29 is not allowed it? 8 minus 5. How many IPs? 3. Or it is make a sense to create a VP subnet only for 3 IPs. It's make a sense? No, na? Clear, guys? Let me perform the demo and then we are going to take a question. Creating of the subnet. So we need to open the same tab, go to the subnet level, create a VPC. Sorry, create a subnet. So what we required? Subnet will be the part of the VPC. So first we need to select the VPC. After that, subnet will also going to run in AZ. Then we're going to select the AZ. So first of all, you're going to select the VPC. I think we created this. So the VPC of CIDR is mentioned here. Name of the subnet, I will say subnet test. If you remember, I talk about AZ we need to select because it is going to create it inside particular AZ inside the VPC. So I selected AZ1 for example. So prefer AZ. I'm going to select AZ1. And how you are selecting your data center via like this. After that, what I need to do? I need to give the CIDR range. Either I give the complete CIDR range here, or I will create the CIDR range by selecting the subpart 10.0.0.0/24. It will also going to guide you how many IPs you're going to receive, and then you need to create the subnet. Done, guys? Yes or no? Your subnet is created. The subnet name, subnet ID is unique to you, and the which VPC it is created, it is also mentioned it. So subnet we created. This last one, if you scroll here a little bit, guys, focus here. How many IPs we received? As per this rule, we have to receive 256 IP. But as I mentioned, -5 is the reserved IP address. It will give you to 251 IPs. Clear, guys? Yes or no? Okay. Yes or no, guys, please? Great. So now your VPC concept, subnet concept is clear. Next week onward, we are going to discuss how to calculate the CIDR for VPC, CIDR for the subnet. Calculation means how you define it. If I say, right, it's not your responsibility. Might be in the future you are in a position where somebody going to ask me, hey, I have a 5 server, could you please tell me what is the subnet requirement for that? And then we are again going to perform the create a one VPC. Then we're going to create 3 subnets. This is a small project we are going to do, and via which after that we are going to create one subnet as a public subnet and 2 others are private subnet. This is the by default subnet because VPC created na. If you, as I mentioned, when the default VPC created, it's also going to create a subnet as well, and the /20 subnet is created. Did you find here /20/20? And you can see it. These are the /20 subnets. Any questions, guys? Okay. Why subnets are restricted to the AZ? This is your data center, correct? This is your data center, yes or no? Where you wanted to create your server and where you wanted to create your server. Assume that there are 2 AZs are there. Assume that AZ2, AZ1. That and the subnet is allowed to span over multiple AZs. And for example, one server created here, one server created here. Done. We are not aware now because subnet is span over it. We just selected subnet from where the IP will be assigned. If this AZ goes down, or your half of subnet is goes down, tell me, are you able to achieve high availability? Are you able to manage the it? No, na. So better way of doing what? We have it 2 AZ, AZ1, AZ2, and subnet is just allocated here. So that if you're going to create some resources here and here, it will not impact the other subnet. If this goes down, only this subnet is impacted. Other subnet is up and running, no issue at all. Okay, we are going to start discussing about how to calculate VPC numbers, how to calculate the subnet numbers. For example, if I am going to ask you one thing, I am your customer, I came to you and saying that to you all that I have one application which I am planning to migrate. So before discussing this, let me cover one more thing because without that you are not able to understand. So before discussing about this, how many IPs and subnets is required, let me discuss about the 1 tier, 2 tier and 3 tier design. Do you aware about 1 tier design? How many people are aware about 1 tier, 2 tier? And multi-tier is also there. Okay, now tell me, when we using google.com, when we accessing Google, everybody accessing Google, the page will be landed on the search bar where you typing something and enter it. Correct or not correct? So are you going to consider this a web page appeared? The first landing page. After that, once you enter something like you try to search Rohit Malik, then this web page is going to coordinate actual search engine, which is your app. And from where this app will going to give you the data, it will going to give you the data from the database because AWS is, sorry, not AWS, Google is maintaining some records from where they will find the data, and this database will be going to share the information to the search engine application, and the search engine will be going to share and display the data into the web tier. Tell me guys, yes or no? Is that functionality is happening? This is a Google page, it's a web tier. Then you write something here, and that whatever you write, it will going to coordinate with the application, backend application, and the application will be going to search the same thing, whatever the name whatever the character you're going to search, it will going to search on the backend database, and from the database they are going to share you the output. I'm hoping everybody understood that. So how many layers are there in a normal way? Web layer, app layer, and DB layer, database basically. If this 3 layer are running in one server, either is a virtual, either is a physical server, everybody aware about it, server. So these kind of structure where all the services like web, app, and DB is going to run on the single server, it is known as one tier design. What is the drawback here? Now tell me, if we are accessing web tier, do we require a internet access? These web tier is working on some different port number like 443. We can say port number. This app required internet access? No, na. Are this app is going to work on the port number 443? No. There is some separate port number open for the application. Same way, this DB is also going to work on different port number and is also not required internet access or other things. Now, if these three things are running in a same server, like your laptop, three applications are running in your laptop. One is the web application, one is the backend application, search engine, and the database. Okay, because the communication happen between the application to application is work on the port number. It's not like it's directly going to access. Some port number is required to access the application. Even though when you're going to connect to the database, it's required a port number. It's not like you just have a IP address and then work is done. Now, are this web tier required access of this database? No, na. This web tier requirement is only access the app tier, this app part. This app responsibility to coordinate with this database, and database only going to coordinate with this application, and this application only going to coordinate with the web and DB both. If it is running in a same tier, same server, is this web application which is running in the same server is able to coordinate with database? Yes or no? They are sitting in the same server. Correct? If somebody have access through internet, so are they are not able to access this app and DB as well? Yes, na? Correct? So it is not recommended. Okay, it is not recommended to run everything in the same server. So whenever you see that your complete application, which include web layer, application layer, and DB layer, is running in a single server, it is considered as a one tier design. Okay. Now, when you break this web tier, app tier, and DB tier, and we say that yes, web tier required a public accessible. So we're going to say that this should be run in a separate server, and this app and DB don't require a public network. So we are going to run it into the second layer, second server. So there are two different servers are required to execute and run this. If you are logging into any account, like for example, you are accessing your bank account. Okay. So your data will be saved where, guys? I am talking about the applications. I'm not talking about the network layer here. I'm only talking about Rohit application. Application run in the three layers. Web layer means user interface, you can say that. Application core functionality, and the backend is database where the data will be going to fetch. Correct? If your company, your data, which data, banking data, is stored in the database, are you really wanna to put them in a public network, internet, so that if somebody hack it, that server where your database is accessible from internet, so anybody can hack it? Yes or no? Hacker will directly attack the database which contain your critical information. Which information? Your banking detail, your username, password, everything is stored here. So are you going to run the database into the internet, connected to the internet, or you're going to run into the private one? Confirm. Okay. So that is why the app and the DB is always recommended to run on private one, because app is your core application, core functionality will be run. Web tier is only designed to get a access from internet. Then this web tier which is running here is going to coordinate with the application internally in the private network, not in the public network. I'm hoping this clear. When there are two servers are running, with one server containing web and other server containing app and DB, it's going to consider a two-tier design. Now, because this app layer, web layer is able to coordinate with this app layer in some particular port number, that means you need to open the port number on this server level as well. But DB don't work on that particular port number. DB run on only like one separate DB port number. So are you really required to put your DB into the port number which the server where the other ports are open? Like for example, MySQL is running in which port number? 3306. So are you really required to open other port than 3306? No, it is not recommended. So what are you going to do? You're going to do what? You're going to run your web, app, and DB in three different servers: server 1, server 2, and server 3. Okay, three different layers you created. And if there are three different infrastructure is there, that is going to be considered as three-tier design. I'm hoping it is clear, guys. App will only able to coordinate with this DB, not web tier is able to coordinate. Only the particular port number, like MySQL is running, so it is only allowed to run access the DB on port number 3306, not other than that. I'm hoping now you understand what is web 1 tier, 2 tier, and 3-tier design, and we have a multiple tier as well. Okay, are your application is also running on 3306 port number? Are your application is running on the 3306? No, if there is a one server, my app is running here, my database is running here, app required to coordinate with DB on the 3306. Our web layer, which is open here, is going to coordinate on the same 336 to the application. No, there is a different port number required, as well as this application might be coordinated with other application. Interconnectivity is there. This application don't require to access this DB. It is restricted. Only this application need to access the DB. If you're going to open this port to other application, so this app is also allowed to access this physical server or virtual server. So that is not recommended. Okay, whatever is running, we need to restrict the access. Okay, so there are three-tier designs are there, or we have a also we can consider that we have a multi-tier where we're going to introduce load balancers and other layer as well. Yeah, API is going to be run. Yeah, correct. Now, if you understand the tier part, 1 tier, 2 tier, 3-tier part, now I'm going to ask you one question and you're going to reply back. Okay, I am your customer. I came to you and saying that, hey, I need to migrate my application. I need to migrate my application. My application is 3-tier application. My application is 3-tier application. Now tell me how many VPCs and how many subnets I required to build for this application in AWS. I have 3-tier application which I need to move to the AWS. Could you please tell me how many VPCs? People are saying the 3 VPCs. Okay. And how many subnets? Somebody say 1 VPC, 3 subnet. Okay. Now your customer again came to you and saying that, hey, I am also looking for the high availability. I am also looking for the high availability. Now tell me how many VPCs and how many subnets are required. Your customer is also looking for the high availability. Now tell me how many VPCs and subnet is required to build it. 2 VPCs, 6 subnet. Okay, anybody else? 1 VPC, 6 subnet. Or do you need to ask something to the customer, or are you going to directly jump into the answering the question? Are you going to ask something to the customer or not? Did you ask me? Did you ask me anything? Why should you not asking? So if I am going to ask you that I have a 3-tier design application which I need to migrate to the AWS. So first of all, did you guys ask me what thing? How many environments are there? Did you ask me this question? Prod environment, dev environment, test environment, staging environment. You're going to ask me now because they are planning to migrate the UAT, multiple environments are there. You're going to ask the question, hey, in your application, which is 3-tier application, how many environments are there? Then only you're going to judge the correct number of the VPC. Yes or no? Okay. So make sure if somebody going to ask you anything, please ask questions. Even though during the interview they ask something, please try to ask as many as questions so that you can understand the concept what I am thinking. Okay, because I asked this question, what I am thinking and why I asked this question. Clear, guys? So assume that in your case, customers say that we required prod and dev environment. We don't have UAT test, staging, anything. We don't have anything. Correct? Now. So how many VPCs now you required, guys? Tell me. How many VPCs you required now? We required one VPC for the prod, one VPC for dev, because it is always recommended to divide your environment in two different network. One is dedicated for the production network, one is dedicated for the development network. Clear? Any doubt, guys? Now, let's talk about subnet. As I mentioned, Puneet, to create a network, it is always recommended there is a two separate network for two separate environment. If this dev and network is compromised, it is not going to compromise your production environment. Yes, if test is there, then we required one more. Okay. Nowadays, it is not only the VPC level you're going to give a segregation, you also going to give the segregation at account level. You created one dev account and you created one prod account. In this account means what? You have a AWS account na? Same way you're going to create a two different account. One is dedicated for dev, one is dedicated to production. If I'm going to talk about the VPC in the account, dev account, I also required one VPC to deploy my environment. In the prod account, I also required one VPC deploy my environment or resources. So nowadays, multi-account design is working. It is not like only single account we are going to use for deploy multiple things. One of my customer having 625 AWS account. How many? 625 AWS account. 625 AWS account. They created how? They created each application. They have dedicated production account, dev account, test account, or whatever the environment they have. Correct? Clear, guys? I'm hoping it is understood. So if somebody going to ask you how you going to divide it, at least if you say single account, to at least say that we are going to have a separate network. Now, subnet. How many subnet? As I customer ask you that 3-tier design means web, app, and 3 different servers are going to be run. So how many subnets, guys? One subnet you're going to dedicate it for web, one subnet you're going to dedicate it for app, one subnet you're going to dedicate it for what? DB. So you required 3 subnets. If you remember, After some time, customer also requested. I also required what? I also required HA. Yes, in the DB might be they don't require. Let me take both the example. HA is required. Now, if a HA is required, how you going to achieve HA in AWS? When we are going to use two different AZs. Okay, clear? So you are going to use AWS and AWS. If you are using Gmail, if you're using Gmail, for example, Rohit, I'm just taking example, gmail.com. It is not my mail ID, I'm just writing it. You can go into create Rohit plus test @gmail.com. Then Rohit plus prod @gmail.com. It will going to send you the mail on the same Rohit, this one, but it is treated as a different mail ID. To creating a account, you require a separate mail ID. It is not going to work, but you can use the same mail ID, but just add a plus. Okay, now we have a AZ1, AZ2. There are two AZs are there. If some server are running here and same server running here, then you're going to consider as a highly available HA. Yes or no, guys? We already discussed it, correct? And subnet is working as where? The subnet is the part of the AZ. Subnet is a part of the AZ, correct? So if one subnet I'm going to create here, so I also required one subnet here for the high availability. If the app layer I'm running one server here, so I also required one subnet. In this case, I also required one subnet. So how many subnets I required extra? +3 for the high availability, because I'm going to consider the different AZ. Clear? Yes or no, guys? Clear? It is not part of your syllabus. This is the additional thing I am teaching you. It is not in your syllabus, because you ask multiple questions that how to calculate it, because calculation is not part of your syllabus, but still I'm providing it. For the dev, do we require HA? No. So are you required additional subnet here? No. So how many VPCs we require to build it? At least 2 in this case, and 9 subnet as per the customer requirement. If the customer requirement change, this number will be changed. It is not going to be fixed. Okay, don't quote the same number to your customer. You first need to understand the customer requirement. Done, guys? Any confusion? Sometime customer is not going to ask you how many VPs and subnet I'm going to require. No, they're just going to provide you, I have a one application which we are going to migrate. When you designing the solution, then you need to think, okay, how many VPCs we are going to introduce, how many account I need to introduce, how many subnets I need to use. So that is you need to take care. You not, okay? Okay, now I'm going to ask you, the people are asking why 3 plus 3. So you mentioned 3 subnet. What is high availability? Could you please tell me what is high availability as per you? If I need to achieve high availability of my server level, how can I achieve it? How can I achieve it? I have one server. Okay, backup of what? Different AZ, Uditya, correct? So one server running in a one AZ, one server is going to run in one AZ. This server is going to run where, guys? This server is going to run where? Inside the subnet? Server is going to run where? Inside the subnet? And subnet will be AZ level. It is not multi-AZ, correct? If this is the web layer, for the web high availability, I require 2 servers. So the web layer, how many subnets you required? The person who asked this question, how many subnets you required for web layer? At least. Why 1? Again, you guys confused. Why 1? Tell me why 1. I need a high availability to my, I need high availability of my web layer. Here 2 servers are running in 2 different AZs. So I require 2 subnets na. Same way, I have an app server. If I required a high availability, how many subnets I required? At least 2 for app layer, 2 here, 2 subnets here, and 2 for dev. How many are there? 6 na? HA is meant what? HA is only for AZ to AZ. VPC is a regional service. It is not a AZ service. VPC is what? Regional service. If it is a regional service, what that mean? That means all the 3 AZs come under the VPC. Correct? After that, we only going to talk about discussing it. Now your customer came to you and saying that, hey Rohit, good. You tell me you already given me the VPC and subnet detail. Could you please provide me the CIDR for my both the two VPCs as well as the CIDR required for my 9 subnet? Are you able to do that? What question you going to ask to customer? What question you going to ask? The customer say that, could you please provide me a CIDR? Nothing else. Are you going to ask something or not? How are you going to calculate the CIDR? First of all, you need to understand. Nobody asked me that. First of all, you need to clarify how many server currently running for each layer. Each layer means for the web tier, how many servers are currently running? If customers say that I have currently 10 server which helping me to handle my web tier. Same question you're going to ask for the web. Customers say that I have 25 server which is running as a app servers. Then DB mention that I have a 5 DB servers. Clear till now, guys? After that, you're going to ask, because there is a questionnaire we need to send, how many IPs are assigned to this 10 server, this 25 server, and 5 server? Is only one IP is assigned, or there are 2 IPs are assigned to the physical or virtual servers? So in this case, like customers say that I have one IP for each server. For each server. Done, guys? So that is the information we received 10, 25, or 5. Are I required any additional thing, or by this number you are able to give them CIDR range? In this web layer, they require 10 servers. So how many IPs are required as per you guys? How many servers are required? How many servers are required or IPs are required to create your subnet? I already provided you the data. Now think and tell me the number. What is the IP requirement here for the web? For the web, I'm not talking about total. I'm talking about the web. 10. So the CIDR should be 10 only, or we need to consider other things as well. Think logical and tell me. 10 CIDR, 10 number of IPs you require. Okay. Let me ask you one thing. So if I am going to assign 10 IP, where is the 10 IP? Where you going to receive 10 IP? In /28, how many IPs you going to receive? 16. And -5 is the reserve IP. How many IP you received? 11. So are you thinking that for the web layer, I need to provide this CIDR range because I require 10 IP address? That is not correct approach. Why that is not correct approach? Yes, for the today use case, we required only 10 IPs in the web layer. Okay, and the closest match for this is /16 and 5 is reserved, 11 IP I'm going to receive. But we are talking about today. Whenever we're designing and providing any solution, we need to consider at least future 5 year. When we say future 5 year, you need to ask, hey, are you seeing any growth in the future? Are the server count will be increased? Is any growth you are seeing in your past experience? And accordingly, you need to design your solution. If customers say that, yes, I am thinking that there is a 4 more extra server we required in the next 5 year. So this is the projection. It's just an estimate. Correct or not correct? So how many servers now? 14. Is this 4 number additional is the correct? No, na. Why it is not correct? It's just a projection. So as a safer side, it is your responsibility. You need to consider some buffer as well. Buffer means 5 to 20%, depends upon according to your network team, how they are creating the buffer. So you're going to say that, okay, I will going to take a 10% or 12% or 15% of buffer. So 10% is 1.4. So can I consider 2 here directly? 14 plus 2, 16 IPs I required. Okay, 16 IPs I required. Till now clear, guys? This is the actual server. This is the approx estimate, and this is the buffer. Okay, and you received the IP count. Now we are allowed to use /28, /27, /26, /25 until when? Until when, guys? Until /16, correct. So how many IPs in here? 16, 32, 64, 128, and what's here? 256. This is the IP. Now you required /16. So where this /16 fit? Are you going to use this /28? No. Why no? Because the 5 IPs are reserved by AWS. So you only going to received 11 IP. So what next is available? /27 minus by 5 is reserved. How many? 27. So the closest match is this one. So what are you going to plan? You're going to assign this /27 in web layer. Done, guys. One CIDR you calculated. Any confusion on that? Easy? Easy, na? Second, we require 25 for your app. 25 for your app. App required 25. Same question you're going to ask, what is the future growth? They say 10 more server, then buffer. 35 means I'm going to consider 4 more. Buffer, I'm going to consider 4 more, approx 10%. What is the total size here? 39. Okay. What is the closest match here? I'm going to use this 64 now. Minus my 5. I'm going to receive how many? 59. So I'm going to use this /26 for my app 1. Same thing you're going to done for your DB. Okay. Once you done this, okay, you received what? You received app tier, DB tier CIDR, and you also received what? Web tier. So currently, which subnet we calculated? Only one subnet, 1, 2, 3 subnets in the 1 AZ. We also required what, guys? High availability. Same configuration you're going to do /26, /27, and / whatever the number we received. Yes or no, guys? And total amount, whatever the total number you're going to receive, it will be your VPC CIDR. But to calculate the VPC CIDR, you need to make sure you need to take the buffer, extra buffer here as well. Why? Might be in the future customer is requesting for third AZ as well. So you need to take some buffer at the VPC level. So now I'm hoping you are able to calculate the subnet CIDR and VPC CIDR. Clear, guys? Great. Now we are going to cover other thing which is known as router. Yes, in this case, extra buffer at which level? VPC level or subnet level? VPC level or subnet level? In your region, how many AZs are there? 3 AZ. Currently, your customers say that I am going to use 2 AZ. Might be in the future, customers say that, hey, Rohit, my requirement is changed. I am looking for the next AZ as well. Third AZ I'm going to use. So if you don't have IPs in the VPC, are you able to create subnet here or use this AZ? No, na. So that is why we take a buffer at the VPC level. But it's not required. It is, if you say no, I'm not required it. In a VPC, we are able to add additional CIDR. That is also you can achieve it, but it is always recommended to take a buffer. I already explained you whatever the total IPs you received. You already know that /27, /26, /24 I used. You already get the total IPs here. And if you're going to use the two AZs, guys, AZ1, AZ2, calculate this both IPs, whatever number you received here, the total IP you received. Is any confusion here? VPC is free of cost. Subnet is free of cost. There is no extra charges. Okay, guys, let me start next topic. Until now, we discussed this. This is your VPC. This is your subnet 1, subnet 2. Done, guys? Now, some server is running here. A server. This is known as B server. A server wanted to communicate to B. What we required, guys? We required IP address to communicate it. If I need to send a parcel, you required courier guy and my address or your address I required if I wanted to share the parcel. Yes or no? Everybody agree? If this A server need to access google.com, now tell me, if this A server having this B server IP, are they able to communicate? Are they able to communicate? Take a simple example. Rohit is one person. Amit is one person. Rohit asked Amit, could you please provide me your address? So address I have. I never visited this address. Are Rohit is able to reach to Amit? Rohit is only address. What Rohit required? First, Rohit need to come out from the house and then it's required a complete path, route via which he can reach to Amit house. Rohit house, Amit house. So Rohit is going to do what? Rohit is going to open a map, and then enter what? Enter Amit address. Then this map service, Google Map service will be going to coordinate in the database. Going to coordinate in the database, yes or no? After if this address of Amit is listed in the database, then map say that yes, I have this address. If database doesn't contain Amit address, then it is very hard for them to navigate to exact location. True or not true? Somewhere some data will be going to store. Assume that Rohit is sitting here in the study room. In the living room, this is your Rohit TV. After some time, Rohit is frustrated and tired. He think, let me go out and take a entertainment. It's come here, sit here and on this TV and relax and watching some videos. Now tell me how Rohit knows that he need to come to the living room if he wanted to see the television. And how Rohit knows that the remote he will be going to find in the Almira? Tell me. Because this information is stored in the Rohit mind, na? Because Rohit is the owner of this house and already he know this. It is stored in the Rohit mind. So whenever he think that I need to watch the TV, his mind say that, hey, you need to go to the living room because your television in the living room. So Rohit referring his mind, correct? Same thing applies here. That map is going to coordinate in the database where the information will be stored and then start navigating Rohit. Go straight, take right, take left, right, left, and then right, you're going to reach to Amit house. Done, guys. After reaching Amit house, Rohit take 3 to 4 hours to reach Amit house. Now Rohit need to use washroom. Are Rohit is able to use washroom directly? Are Rohit aware where is the washroom? It's the first time Rohit is visiting Amit house. No, na, because there is no record. Rohit never visited that place, so Rohit don't have any information in his mind. He has no database, no record. So what Rohit is going to do? Rohit is going to ask Amit, hey Amit, I need to use washroom. Could you please guide me? Where is it? Amit say, hey, go straight and take right. You're going to find the washroom. And from where this Amit will able to help him? Because this is stored in Amit mind. Same concept, please remember. Whenever we traveling in the discussing about the network, in the network, we have a routers. We have a router. This router responsibility to route the traffic into the particular destination, route the traffic and guide the traffic that you need to go there. Okay. No, I'm not talking about ISSP. That is a web layer. I'm talking about the routers. No. This server going to send the traffic to the router, and this router will going to send here at B. So tell me guys, is map is directly going to guide you, or map is going to refer some database? Same way, Amit is directly going to guide, or Amit is going to refer in his mind that where is the location? Refer somewhere, na? So this router also required data. Which data? Routing detail. Okay, which path you need to use. So that database is known as route table. Okay, till now clear? Any confusion in the logic? Now, whenever you create a VPC, by default, one router is created for you. But this router is not accessed by you. You are not aware where it is running. You have no idea where it is present. But in the backend, there is a one router present, which is handled and managed by AWS. Clear? We are not able to access this router. Here, Rohit, if there is, I'm not able to access this router, means I'm not able to modify my routes. If I need to modify my details that in future you need to use this path, go right, go left, then how I'm able to achieve it? For that, we have a route tables. This route table we can create, we can modify. Okay, we have a full permission. In the when we discuss about the VPC, I already mentioned that by default there is one route table is created, one security group is created, one NACL is created. What else is created, guys? These things are automatically created when you created the VPC. We already discussed it. So whenever you created the VPC, by default there is a one route table is created as well. Done. This route table contain by default security group. I'm going to copy here. SG means security group, NACL means network ACL. In the security section, we are going to discuss it. What this route table contain? It will contain destination and target. Only two things is going to contain. Destination means what? For example, this A wanted to communicate to B. For A, what is the destination, guys? This B location. First, you need to understand the concept, then I'm going to definitely going to show you. Okay. A wanted to communicate to the B. So for A, what is the destination, guys? What is the destination? B. So B destination should be here. Target, where you going to send your traffic or where you need to search your destination. Whenever you create a VPC, by default route table is created. And whenever you create your route table, there is a by default route will be setted. For example, this VPC CIDR is 10.0.0.0.0/16. So by default, there is a one entry will be added. Your VPC CIDR, whatever your VPC CIDR. I am just taking this example. And what is the target of this? Local. What does that mean? It's saying that if this is your range, if any IP in this range, if somebody wanted to communicate, it should be searched locally only. It should be searched locally only. Now, A will be going to send the traffic to this router. A will be going to send the traffic to the router. Clear? Now, router itself doesn't contain any information. Router will be going to coordinate with this route table. Assume that there are 2 route tables are there, 3 route tables are there, 5 route table we created. So which route table this router will be going to consult? So this route table will be attached with your subnets. So route table will be going to attach like this. Why they attach? Might be we have 5. Out of 5 route table, this router need to refer which route table. So whatever is attached here, this router will be going to refer that route table. Clear? And after that, this router identify that this route is a locally. Locally means it's need to search only in this VPC, and this router containing all the subnet information. So it's going to identify that, okay, if I need to search locally, what is the subnet CIDR of this? And accordingly, it's going to forward the request to that particular subnet. I am hoping the concept wise it clear. Can I show you in the console? I'm going to show you, just hold on. I already mentioned the route table will be associated with the subnet. The requester sending the traffic to the router. So router aware the traffic is receiving from which subnet. So he need to check the route table of that particular subnet. Let me show you. To open the routers and all, we are talking about the networking part. If we are talking about the networking part, so where I need to click, guys? What thing I need to open? VPC, great. VPC, I think we created in Mumbai. I'm not sure where we created. Which VPC we created? Anybody have any idea? Which one we created? Demo one. Okay. So we created this demo one. So demo one, we created this 2176 VPC ID. Did you see here route table in the VPC dashboard? Click here route table. Once you click, search for your VPC. In VPC, did you find here? Correct. Did we created the route table till now? No, na. But still there is a route table created. And that route table is yes written here in the main section. What that mean? That means is the default route table created when we created VPC. With VPC, this route table is created. I'm hoping till now it is clear. So let me go here. This route table we created, guys, automatically created by us. So let me select this route table. Go to the routes. Did you find one routes? What is this? Your VPC CIDR? And what is written here? Locally. What that local means? In this VPC, you need to search locally only inside the VPC. Correct. Within the VPC, whatever you want to call it out. Clear till now? As well as we created subnet, guys. Correct? We created subnet. Everybody created subnet, correct? So right now I am in the subnet section and I am going to search my subnet. This is my subnet. Let me click here subnet. Once you click here, go to the route table. Once you go to the route table, did you see the route table is automatically attached? During creation of the subnet, did we attach any route table? No, na. But whenever you create a VPC, a route table will be created, and whenever you create a subnet, the default route table will be attached to the subnet. I'm hoping it is clear. Automatically creates attach. Which route table? Main route table, which is default route table, which is created during the VPC creation automatically. Done, guys. In this route table, what is the route entry? Done. Now, I don't want to use this main route table. Why? In our use case, what is our use case, guys? Web layer, app layer. Let me consider two. Route table attach here, route table attach here. It's having some routing rules here. It's having some routing rules here. Are this app and web required the same routing rules? First question. Are this app means some servers are running here? Are this web is going to coordinate and access the same server which this app server is going to access, or this app will be going to access the same server which web is going to access? Not now. Then how we able to segregate? First of all, you need to understand this web layer app server. This app server required to access google.com or required internet access. Router, route table, route table. Now this web server is able to access internet. Tell me, guys. Question mark. This is my routing entry. R is able to access internet. Think logical and tell me. As my web server is able to access internet. No, na. No. Why no? Focus here. What is our routing entry? I have only one route. IP required or not required doesn't matter. First, we need to understand what is our routing rule. It only say that the traffic will be going to search locally only. Local only. If local only, I'm not able to access any other server. Which server? Which having a different IP address. Which different IP address? Only the IP address is allowed it to access and send the traffic is this CIDR. Means 65536 IP, which is related to this CIDR. Other than that, you are not allowed it to access because there is no routing rule. At the route level, your router level, your traffic will be blocked because router doesn't know where to send the traffic. For example, your server tried to access 192.168.0.32. The traffic will be sent to the router. Router then coordinate with the route table. Route table is try to find what? This entry. But in this route table, did you find any entry? No. If no is there, are this router is able to help you to send the traffic? No, na. So it's going to do what? Block the traffic. You don't know where to send. Done, guys. So what we required If I need to access 192.168.0.32, I need to add one more entry here so that my router is able to read this route table and able to identify that, okay, now Rohit is accessing this entry and target you need to mention. Okay, great. If it is clear, great. So let me do one thing. Let me create one route table for you. Let me create one route table for you. A route table is part of what? VPC. A route table is part of the VPC, correct? So right now, let me go to the route table. Go to the create a route table. Now, mention what? Route table name. I will say public RT. Anything you can put. As I mentioned, route table will be going to created where? At the VPC level. So what information you need to pass? Select your VPC. Done, guys? And then what you need to do? What I need to do? Create the route table. No IP address, just create a route table. Now, we created this route table just now. I am just selecting this route table. Go to the routes. Did you find routes? Did we create a routes? Did we modify these routes? Why this route is automatically created? Whenever, because route table is going to create it inside the VPC. That VPC is providing that my CIDR is this and this route should be there. Because if you are going to present inside me, what that mean? That means at least you need to allow everybody in my boundary to access each and every one. I'm hoping it is clear. The entry of the VPC CIDR will be automatically attached and the local route will be there. Done. So now you guys understood that whenever we create a route table, the automatically VPC CIDR and the local route will be added. Because whatever the CIDR in which VPC you created it, the VPC CIDR will be mentioned. Great. Now, let's talk about one more concept and then we are going to come back to the route table again. Let me copy this and paste here. Now, A wanted to access the google.com, but current routing rules saying that, what is current routing rule? Current routing rules say that target, destination, and target of this rule is 10.0.0.0.0/16 local. If it is local is there, are this google.com is able to access, you guys are able to access? No, you are not able to access because as we just discussed, the traffic will be reached here and then stop. Great. And when we try to access google.com, what we need to do? We need to go outside this VPC boundary now. We need to cross this VPC boundary. If we are not able to cross this VPC boundary, we are not able to access google.com. Because Google is not running inside this. Google is running in internet somewhere else. So first of all, we need to cross this boundary. I'm taking one example. Assume that there is a one house, Rohit house. Rohit is staying in this room number 1, room number 2, room number 3. In Rohit house, there is no main gate. If you remember, I think every house having one main gate from where you're going to come in and going out. Correct? There is a one main door. In this Rohit house, there is no main door. So our Rohit is able to go out from their room number 1 and try to go out. No, because there is no door. If somebody wanted to come here and saying that I need to meet Rohit, are he allowed to go inside? No, because there is no door. Nothing is there. No door is there. How is somebody able to enter into your house? Don't say we need to use window. Okay, we don't have any access point from where he's going out. Now, Rohit is very frustrated for that. And Rohit say that it's enough. I need to go out from my house. I need to see the world, that how it is look like. And I need to meet my friends as well. No, door is not a port number. Now Rohit is going to call a carpenter. Carpenter will be going to create a door, correct, in their workshop. And then he need a time for the Rohit. Hey Rohit, yes, the door is ready. Can I come and attach this door to your house? Rohit given that, yes, you come and attach it. So this carpenter come and attach the door here. Now Rohit is able to go out. Yes, via this door. Are other people are able to go out? No. Why no? Because only Rohit knows that there is a one door attached. But these guys are not aware that their door is already placed. So Rohit need to inform them as well. Hey, in future, if you want to go out, you need to use a door. Yes or no? Without that information, they are not able to go out. Now, focus here, guys. Consider this house as a VPC. Consider this room as your subnet. Consider this door as a internet gateway. Consider this as a internet gateway. What is internet gateway, guys? Tell me. Now, are you able to answer me what is internet gateway? What this gate is going to do? This gate is allowed its servers to go outside and communicate to other people. If we are attaching the internet gateway to the VPC, VPC help is internet gateway. Internet gateway. So what that mean? That means what? It's allowing VPC to connect with the internet. Done? Yes or no? It's act as a doorway connection via which your VPC is able to connect to the internet. Done, guys? Easy. Now assume that you created a gateway and you already connected this gateway to the your VPC. Done. Now tell me, are the server A is able to connect to google.com? People are saying yes. Did you see the picture? This high level diagram. What is missing, guys? You attach the gateway. Are this router is aware this gate is there? Are this router is aware the gate is there? No, na. So who is sending your traffic? Who is sending your traffic? Router, and router is not aware. Did you see this table? Are it containing any gateway entry? No. So traffic will be stop here. What we need to do? I need to mention gateway here. And what is I need to mention here? If you're aware about the IP address of Google, then you need to mention that. It is only allowed you to just access one particular. We are not able to mention DNS. We only able to mention the IP address, CIDR range. So we need to provide the CIDR range of Google. If we are not aware, we need to access multiple website and we are not aware what is the IP address. So what we need to mention? Anything exclude this one. Please send the traffic to the internet gateway 0.0.0.0/0. Then guys, I'm hoping it is clear. There are now two entries are there via which if now A wanted to connect to the internet, it's send the traffic to the router. Router will read this route table and then send the traffic to the internet gateway. After that, this internet gateway responsibility to handle this request. Let me perform the demo for you. So currently we are in the VPC dashboard. How many VPCs we have, guys? We have 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 VPCs. I need to create internet gateway. Did you find internet gateway here? Click this internet gateway. Done. How many internet gateways present? 1, 2, 3. Correct? Let me create internet gateway. Write the internet gateway name. Test demo. You just need to create a name, nothing else. Create internet gateway. Look like your carpenter is preparing a gate. Test demo is created. Door is ready. Are this door is attached to the VPC? No. What I need to do? I need to attach it like a carpenter will come and attach the door to Rohit house. You just need to select this. Go to the action. And I think you find that attach. Attach the VPC. Total how many VPCs we have? I need to search for the VPC. How many VPCs are visible here? Only one. Why so? Why so? How many internet gateway we already have? 3. And we just created one more extra. And this 3 is already attached to the VPC. It's proved that one VPC will always going to attach with one internet gateway. Always means automatic not going to attach. We need to attach it. But we are not able to attach multiple internet gateway to single VPC and vice versa. One internet gateway is dedicated to one VPC. Like one door is only dedicated for one wall. And attach it. Did you see attach? And it is attached to this VPC. Done? Everybody agree? Now, this use case is done. Subnet, subnet. Now we need to guide router that, hey router, I have a internet gateway. How I'm going to do that? I need to modify this route table. So where I need to go, guys? Into the route table section. Into the route table section. Search for our route table. I just created this route table. Go to the routes. Right now I'm in a route tables. Selected my route table, which I just created. Then go to the route section. And you're going to find that I have only one routing rule are there. Edit routes. One route is already there. I need to add a route. What I need to mention? Either if you already know the IP address or either you 000. Then what you need to select, guys? What I need to select here, guys? Tell me where I need to click. Internet gateway. This is our internet gateway. And what I need to do? Save the change. Done. How many routes are added here, guys? Now 1, 2. Now I'm hoping you understand how to add and the routes. Let me edit this route again. Are I am able to delete this first entry? Did you see any entry of remove it? No. Why? This is our VPC CIDR. We are not able to delete this. But this entry, which I just created, I have a permission to remove it. Okay. So this CIDR we are not able to remove because this is my VPC CIDR. If your VPC have a different CIDR, then it's appeared a different CIDR. Done. Currently, how many route tables we have in our demo VPC? Main and public route table, which I just created, custom build, correct? Let me check my subnet. This is my subnet, guys. Go to the route table. Which route table is attached here? Main route table. Where I put internet gateway entry, guys? In my public route table. Are any server running in this subnet is able to access internet? No. So what I need to do? If I need access, I need to change this route table where internet gateway is attached. You need to select here. What is written, guys? Route table association. Association with which? With your subnet. Click here. This is your route table association with your subnet I am doing. This is your subnet ID. And from here you can change it. Currently we have two route tables, main and public route table. Once I select this, did you see the routing rules are changing when I'm selecting here? Changing now? Focus here, guys. Changed. Okay. So we required internet gateway and then I need to save it. Done. Now my subnet, which subnet, guys? This subnet is able to access internet. Why? Because internet gateway is attached. I am hoping now you are able to understand that what is route table, how to attach it, detach it, how to modify the routes. Did you find this entry? This entry is proof that you have access to the internet gateway. This entry is allowing you to show you that you are able to access the internet. Now, so I'm hoping great. Now, let me do one thing. Right now I have a two route table. One router entry this one and one is this one. Just hold on, guys. Now, guys, tell me which server is able to access internet, A or B? And B is not able to access, correct? Okay. So by seeing that, now you guys are able to identify that which one is a public accessible, which one is not public accessible. If you heard about one term, public subnet, private subnet. Did you hear this term, public subnet and private subnet? Many people heard, many people not. So now by seeing this, are you able to tell me which one is a public subnet and which one is not a private subnet? Subnet, which subnet is a public subnet? Subnet 1, or I will say A and subnet B. So if somebody going to ask you, what is the public subnet? What do you understand about the public subnet? The simple, straightforward answer is the subnet associated with the route table. And that route table contain the internet gateway entry. That subnet going to become a public subnet. The subnet associated with the one route table, and that route table doesn't contain internet gateway, it become a private subnet. Clear? Okay. I'm hoping now you are able to answer them. If route table contain the internet gateway entry, it will become a private public subnet. If the route table doesn't contain the the internet gateway, it is going to become a private subnet. Why we required different route tables? Why we are not using the main route table? In our use case, our web server and app server. Web server required internet access. App server required a security. Need to run in a private zone. So in which you're going to attach internet gateway, guys? In this route table, na? If we are going to use single route table, so that means both the route table containing the internet gateway. So via which your app server is also internet accessible. That is why we required a different route table for different applications. Or like DB, we require different route table, application we require different route table, and web we require different route table. Great. Now you are expert in route table routers. Now tell me, guys, if there are two VPCs, let me do one thing. There are two VPCs, which is showing in this picture. Now, server A wanted to communicate to server C. Are they able to communicate? No. Okay. Are this A server is able to connect to the internet? Why no? Did you see here internet gateway? No. So I am hoping now you're able to understand the high level diagram. This is the HLD we are talking about. By seeing the HLD, you're able to identify multiple things. That I have a route table, I have two servers, I have one internet gateway is not correct. So this is known as high level diagram, via which we are able to understand the flow of the traffic and how my infrastructure is look like in AWS. Now I'm going to again ask you one thing. Assume that IGW attach here, IGW attach here. It's contain IGW entry. It's contain IGW entry. It's only contain local. It's only contain local. Now guys tell me, are my A server is able to communicate with C? If I say yes, think logical and tell me how it is possible. Are this A is able to access internet? Are this C is able to connect to this internet? These servers are able to connect to the internet. To connect to the internet, what we required, guys? In our house, there are two different network, public, private. This CIDR is what? Private IP address. We also required what? Public IP. Correct, guys? Yes or no? If this server assigned public IP and this server assigned public IP, then you are able to connect how? Via this. Done? Yes or no, guys? Okay, because both are connected via internet. Now, are this B is able to connect with this D and C? No. Everybody agree? Great. Now, if they are connected through A and C is connected to internet, are this network is secure? Is a public area? Anybody can attack it? Correct. And tell me, if they are both are running in the Mumbai region, both the VPC are running in the Mumbai region. Take one example. Are they are using the same data centers or not? Then why should I go outside using internet and then come into it? Do we have alternatives? Why should we are not able to connect to the privately? Same concept applies. Assume that you have a laptop, you have another laptop. This laptop wanted to communicate to this. You required a cabling, LAN cable. Correct, guys? Yes or no? After that, what? IP address here, IP address here. Are these both IP should be same or different? Tell me. It should be same or different? Different. Great. Similar way, consider this laptop as your VPC1. Consider this laptop as your VPC2. What we required? CIDR. CIDR. But this CIDR should be different. No overlapping IPs. After that, what I required? I required a connectivity like a LAN cable. I required what? I required a peering connection. Okay. So what I need to do? I need to, let me remove it. I need a private connectivity between this that is known as peering. Okay. Once the peering is done, guys, now B is able to communicate with C or D. Tell me, guys, once the peering is done. If there is a cable between these two VPCs, as B is able to communicate to C and D quickly, you're missing one fundamental thing. You're missing one fundamental rule. What is the fundamental rule? You have a path. You have a path. As we created a gateway, when we created a gateway, or your router is available, there is a gateway. What is the fundamental rule? We created one path, which is known as peering path, this connection. Are this peering connection is known by this router and this router? No, na. When they are going to understand it, we need to add a routing rule. That is a fundamental thing. We have to clarify it. Done, guys, clear? So what should I need to add? If B wanted to communicate to D, in the route table, what should I need to add? Route table, destination and target. In this layer, what I need to add? You're trying to connect from here to here. What is your destination? What is your destination? CIDR range of this VPC. Second VPC or subnet, whatever you require, if you need to restrict CIDR. And target is peering connection, idea of peering connection. In this case, what you need to modify? VPC CIDR for different VPC like 10.0.0.0.0/16 and then peering connection. I'm hoping it is clear. Conceptual while. Once you have a route table, you are able to correct it. Let me perform the demo quickly. So we are in the same VPC dashboard. And now I need to connect two VPCs. Where you going to find it? Same left-hand side, you need to search. And you're going to find the peering connection. Click on the peering connection. We don't have a peering connection. Create a peering connection.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat is offering an AWS Solutions Architect certification course. This program is designed to help you master AWS services like EC2, S3, Lambda, CloudFront, VPC, and much more from the top 1% industry experts. With this AWS program, Intellipaat has already helped thousands of professionals achieve successful career transitions. You can check out the success stories on our Achievers channel. Link is in the description below. So if you're looking to start or grow your career in cloud computing with AWS, this course can be the perfect launchpad. Visit the course page link in the description below and take your first step towards becoming a certified AWS Solutions Architect.
I need to create a peering connection to communicate between two applications. If your company configure separate VPC for separate application, yes, we require a peering connection. But it depends, either peering, either transit gateway. But consider right now we're talking about peering, so we require a peering connection. If your company say that, no, I only have a one VPC, then you don't require a peering connection. I'm hoping it is clear. Recommended approach to to create a different account, different VPC for different application. But it's up to customer. Okay. Now we need to open VPC here, which everybody know how to access VPC now. How to create it, how to access VPC, what is dashboard, how the VPC dashboard is look like. Yes, if there is no VPC, then we don't require a peering. It totally depends upon the requirement. Na? On the left hand side, scroll down and you're going to find what? Peering connection. But first of all, what you need to see, in which region you are currently. So choose your correct region. So now my request for everyone, I think you already created one VPC and you created multiple subnet over it. So now your homework is create one more subnet. Sorry, create one more VPC and create at least two subnet. Why I'm saying that? Because we required two VPCs. We never recommended to use default one so that you are going to remember that and your practice will be completed. Create a VPC. Sorry, not a create a VPC. Create a peering connection. We don't have a peering connection. Create a peering connection. So until now, what we understood that we can connect VPC to VPC, but which VPC we can connect? Which VPC means, are these two VPCs should be in the same region? Are this VPC is only belong to my account? Or I can, like for example, Naveen have one account, AWS account. Rohit have one AWS account. Rohit created this VPC. Naveen created this VPC in its own account. Are we able to peer them? Okay. So let's see when we are going to perform the demo. So once you creating a peering connection, you're going to identify first thing you need to provide the name. So I'm going to put here test. Once you create a peering connection, make sure you're going to delete it if somebody going to follow me. I have a phone. Naveen have a phone. Rohit know Naveen phone number. So what Rohit required? Phone number first. Now Rohit dial Naveen number. Then call is initiated. Is Naveen have full rights to accept my call or reject my call? Incoming call? Tell me guys. Yes, na? Same concept applies here. We have two VPCs. Consider that this is Rohit and this is Naveen. Now Rohit need to call or connect with Naveen. So what Rohit required? Phone number. Correct, guys? Same thing. If Rohit wanted to connect their VPC, this VPC, to Naveen VPC, what Rohit required? Rohit required CIDR detail as well as the VPC ID of Naveen as well as account ID of Naveen. Done, guys? Once you have this, you're going to initiate, Rohit going to initiate request and saying that, hey, VPC A wanted to connect to, saying that VPC A wanted to connect to the VPC VB. So it is a incoming request for Naveen. So Naveen have a full rights to accept it or deny it, that I don't require connectivity with you, like a phone call. Clear this concept. Coming to that point, let me show you here. Read here carefully. What is mentioned? Requester. Like in our example, Rohit is trying to call. Who is the initiator of the call? Who is the requester of the call? Rohit. Who is the initiator of the call? We have a two-person, Rohit and Naveen. Rohit wanted to call Naveen. So Rohit required phone number na. And who is initiating the call? Rohit. And who is rejecting the call, incoming call? Accept it, red button or green button na. So if you press the green button, means you wanted to talk to Rohit. If you press the red button, you means you are not wanted to talk to Rohit. Same concept applies here. If you see that one is the requester who like a Rohit who is trying to call it. Okay. So which VPC? So we need to select the VPC. Assume that I am selecting this VPC. Just take assumption. Now tell me guys, if how this CIDR I received, because from where you initiating from this region. We already selected it. We already selected the account. You are presenting in this account. So that is why it is able to give you the which CIDR or which VPC is running on the Mumbai region. Because currently you are in a Mumbai region. Clear? Clear? That is why it is automatically fetching the CIDR detail because you are the initiator. Now, come to this part. Are you wanna to connect? Because what? VPC1 wanted to connect to the another VPC2. The VPC2 are running in your own account. Which account? This account, or it is owned or running on different account. Like I'm talking about Naveen. If it is running on your own account, did you require to give account ID? No. Why no? Because you already log into the same account. So account ID is not required. It is already you logged in. In case I need to connect to the other guy, other VPC, which is running on a other account, what I need to do? I need to select this account. Now, as Rohit wanted to call Naveen, what Rohit required? Phone number na. Now Rohit wanted to connect to the other account. Are Rohit is aware about the Naveen account number? Where it's going to connect? No, na. So he need to connect with the Naveen and asking the, hey, could you please share me the account number? Then whatever account number you receive, you need to mention here. Account number means what? This is your account number. Okay. In the both case, either your own account, either your other account. What you required? Either your other account, either in. The requirement is in which region this other VPC is running. It is running in the same Mumbai region or it is running in another region. Okay. In my case, I have multiple VPCs in Mumbai. So your requirement to connect to Mumbai or Mumbai to Singapore, whatever you have. Now people are going to ask me, hey Rohit, Mumbai is a different data center.
and Singapore is a different data center, then how they are able to connect and communicate? If you remember, I already informed you, AWS created their backbone network. Backbone network means in Mumbai they have 3 different data centers, which is AZs, which is already connected with each other with a fiber optical cable. Singapore also have 3 different data centers, which is already connected to the fiber optical. Similar way, this Mumbai and Singapore is already connected, and this connection is already established by the AWS. Same way, this Mumbai is already connected to USA. This Mumbai is already connected to Australia region, Sydney. It is already connected to the Paris. So each and every region is already connected to the private connection. I'm hoping it is done. Okay. Assume that you are using a different person, Naveen account, or you wanted to, if you're going to, either you're using a other account, or if you're going to use another region. So if I'm going to select other region, let me choose, I'm just going to give you simple example, Singapore. Why I am not able to select the VPC from here? Because right now I am in the Mumbai region. My URL is accessing which information? Mumbai information. Is this Mumbai information also holding Singapore data center information? Tell me, guys. No, it is not going to hold any information regarding how many resource, how many VPCs are created in the Singapore and another region. Similar way, if there is a one account you holding and one VPC you created, I am not aware how many VPCs and what is the VPC idea. That is why instance of asking the CIDR range, we need to mention the VPC ID. But if you select is same region, if you selected the same region, because we are, it is a AP South 1, what is the URL say? AP South 1. So it's containing and maintaining the database. If you click here, it will going to find that all the VPCs are listed on this link. Okay. Automatically, the CIDR detail is also collected if we are using the same region. I'm hoping it is clear. What is the one requirement of the creative VPC peering? What is the one requirement? Did you remember CIDR? CIDR. Are the CIDR need to be same or different? Yesterday we discussed. This CIDR should be same or different? Different. When I say same, it's also contain overlapping IP. Okay. There is no overlapping means there is no IP conflict between this VPC and this VPC. Then only you are allowed to create a peering connection. Let me show you. So assume that this is my one CIDR. Let me select other CIDR. This is my another CIDR. Might be somebody say that these CIDR are different. Correct, guys? By seeing that this is /16, this is /24. Rohit, this CIDR is different. I am able to create a peering connection. Is it true? Is it true? First of all, when we say is a different CIDR, that means there is no IP conflict. If you tell me, is this first IP is same on the both CIDR range? So are you going to say that these are the same different CIDR range holding different IPs? No, na. If it is no, so are it is going to be allowing you to create the VPC pairing? No. And somebody, I think, try to create a subnet and they are getting the overlapping IPs. That means some IP in the CIDR1 is already utilized in other subnet. And that is why the error is you received. I'm hoping now the concept is clear. Let me show you. Guys, tell me, do you see any error message? What is written? Overlapping CIDR, same error you received in your subnet creation. And it is not allowing you to create a subnet as well as it is not allowing you to create a VPC pairing. Why? Focus here, VPC1 CIDR range, VPC2 CIDR range, they both are overlapping. This CIDR holding 65536 IPs. This one holding 256 IPs. But these 256 IPs are the part of this 65,000 IPs. Because starting IP of this is 10.0.0.0.0 until when 10.0.5.255.255. It is already occupied and given to this VPC. And what is the starting IP here? 10.0.0.0. What is the end IP? Are this range is already part of this range? Yes, na? That is why it is saying that overlapping IPs. So make sure whenever you're creating a peering connection, there should be no overlapping IPs, as well as when you're creating a subnet, there is no overlapping IPs which is already consumed by other subnet. What next I need to do? I just need to select a different CIDR to create a peering connection and create a peering connection now. If you wanted to give a tag, feel free to give a tag. Create a peering connection. Now, there is one thing is missing, saying that pending acceptance. What that mean? Now Rohit is trying to call Naveen. Now Naveen need to respond back and saying that yes, accept or reject the call. So what Naveen need to do? Naveen need to log in into their account. If I am using different account ID, he need to go to the VPC dashboard, go down to the peering connection. Once peering connection dashboard will be appear, similar information will be visible to Naveen account if I'm using a different account. And Naveen need to click here and go to the action and saying that accept it or reject it. Why this is visible to my account? Because my VPC1 and VPC2 is running in same region and in same account. Clear, guys? Then what I need to do? I need to accept it. Because until now I didn't accept it. What that mean? That mean status is pending. It means initiation of the creating a communication between two VPC are initiated, but still the connection is not formed due to we didn't receive the approval. So I need to give the approval now. Accept it. It will going to give you the brief about it. Who is the requester VPC ID? Accept VPC ID. What is the CIDR range? From which region to which region you want to connect? And account to account. Which account wanted to connect which account? VPC is a regional service. VPC hold all the AZs running in that particular region. That means if you're connecting the VPCs, what that mean? You automatically connecting your AZs as well. Yes, we need to give the approval. Why approval? Why approval? There are two different apps are running, app 01, app 02. App 01 running in the VPC 1, app 02 running in a VPC 2. VPC A say that I need to connect, but without approval, our application 1 is able to communicate to VPC 2. We need a solution board need to approve it. Yes, as per the solution, they need to communicate, and there are two different owners. Application owners, if anybody working, these owners need to approve that yes, we as per the solution design, we have to communicate with each other, and that is why we require this connection. Once you approved it, what going to be happen? It's active. Till now clear, guys? Just give me 1 second. I'm just removing it. If the connection is completed, it will going to remain same until you're not going to terminate it. Now, guys, tell me. Now, server A is able to connect with server D. Tell me, guys. We have a peering connection. Our server A is able to connect to the server D. Tell me. We already done the peering connection now. Say yes or no. One reply only. Why no? Need to assign route table. Great answer. So now, in this route table, at this level, what information I need to provide, guys? At this level, what information I need to mention here? At destination level, at the target level. You need to tell me. Think and let me know. VPC CIDR, which VPC CIDR I need to mention here? Show this diagram, refer this above diagram and tell me the exact what thing I need to mention. The diagram is here. You need to tell me at this level, which destination, what is the destination I need to put? Refer the diagram and tell me. Correct. I need to mention 192.168.0.0.16. If you wanted to communicate to this complete VPC. If you say that, no, Rohit, we just require to communicate to this subnet. So what you need to do? You just need to mention the subnet CIDR. Correct? If you say, no, this server only. So whatever the IP of this server, you need to mention the server IP. And then what you need to mention? /32. /32 represent what? Single IP. Via which you can restrict particular subnet to access only one server, or access complete subnet, or access complete VPC. I am hoping you understand it. And in the target section, what are you going to mention? You're going to mention this peering connection ID. And in the both level, you need to modify the same. This VPC CIDR and PCX is the peering connection. So let me perform this in a demo. Where I need to go? I need to go to the route table. First of all, I note down which VPC I'm using. I am using demo VPC as well as ED8A 10.0.0.0/16. Now, where you need to go? You need to go to the route tables. Once you reach to your route table, you need to identify the which route table is running on the demo and in which your A server is running. Because in the case where server is going to communicate to the other server, so accordingly demo VPC. So first of all, you need to identify the demo VPC. We have two route tables, this one and this one. According to your use case, which subnet you wanted to access, then you're going to select that. For example, I selected this. I selected this route table. Once done, selection of the route table is done, then what? You need to go to the routes. And then you're going to edit the routes. What is the VPC CIDR? What that mean? That means you need to enter this CIDR in this route table. So you're going to add a route and going to mention what? Going to mention CIDR block 172.31.0.0/16. Target, guys. Where I need to click? Where I need to? Peering connection. This is our peering connection. And save the change. And you're going to find that there is peering connection created. Same thing we need to perform it at the different route table, which is attached with my, like I'm taking this one, which is attached with my different VPC. Edit routes, add route, enter your CIDR range, and what you need to mention, peering connection. Done, guys. Clear? Now your complete network connectivity is done. Now you are able to communicate between subnet where this route table which you modify is attached to the subnet where the route table which you modified. I'm hoping it is clear. Is I audible? Now, my next question is, I have VPC1, I have VPC2, and I also have VPC3. I done the peering connection between these two. I done the VPC peering between these two. One server A is running here. One server B is running here. Our A is able to communicate to B. Our A is able to communicate to B. If this A wanted to do SSH or RDP or ping to this B server, it is not able to perform. Directly, it's not able to access the VPC2. Clear, guys? But indirectly he can. What that mean indirectly? What that indirectly? He required one more server here. First, this A need to have access to server C. It sends some file to this C server. Then the person need to access this C server. Now you are not connected to this. Now you connected to this. From server C, whatever data you copy from A, then you are able to send to B because we have a connectivity. But directly, it is not possible to send any data to connect to this server. I am hoping it is clear. Some A, B, C, D data is written here. Your task is to send this data to B. Are you able to send it directly? No. But you have to achieve it. Anyhow, this is the task assigned to you by your boss. How are you going to do that? First of all, you need to check, are this A is able to connect to this C? If you say yes, you have the connectivity, peering is there. You have access to this server, username, password is working for you. You have rights to perform something on this server. From this server, you're going to send this ABC to this server. Can we do that? Yes, done. We have a connectivity. We have access. Now, from this server, are you able to connect to this? No. So what you need to do? You log out from this machine. Then you log in into this machine. Once you log in into C server and then looking for the path where you copy this ABCD, and then from this C server, you try to access and move the data to B. For B accessing, you required a access, you required a connectivity. Then you are able to copy this data here, but not directly. Clear? You required intermediator. When application is communicating, they are not going to send data here and then here. No. Application needed direct connectivity to communicate. API calls they are sending. So this connection should be there. So what you understand, if there is a 3 VPCs and they need to communicate with each other, how many peering connection you required? If 2, we required 1. If 3, we required 2. If there is one more VPC, then guys, one more connection, 2, 3 more connection, total 5. If one more VPC is added, now guys, how many peering connection? 5 we already have. 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. If 6 is there, 9 we already have, plus 5 more connection, 14. 7 is there, we require 20. 8 is there, we require 27. 9 is there, how many? Tell me guys, how many? If 10 is there, we require 45 peering connection. So via this calculator, what you understand, if the number of the VPC increase and they need to connect with each other, the peering number is also increased in very big numbers. If there is a more peering connection, did you see some complexity here? Or it is feasible if we have a 10 VPC and handling 45 peering connection? It is very hard to manage it and track it. So it is not recommended to use this peering connection if you have more than 3 VPCs. But Rohit, in this case, if we require to connect to the VPCs, we have transit gateway, which I am going to cover once we have EC2 completed. Via this transit gateway, we are able to reduce the number of peering connections. Okay, this is the advanced level of networking. I will complete it once our EC2 section is done. Any confusion, guys? Now we are going to cover net gateway. Net gateway. There are two type of net gateways are available, or we can say this connection type. There are two connection type is available inside the net gateway. One is the public, one is the private. So first of all, we are going to understand what is the use of this net gateway. Great. So now talk about net gateway. Assume that there is one house. In this house, there are 3 and 4 rooms. B is living here, A is living here, C is here, and 3 friends are living. Unfortunately, due to Corona, this A is affected with the coronavirus. So as per the Corona rule, so this person should be isolated. Yes or no, guys? If this person is infected with the Corona, this person should be isolated or not? Then this B and C decided and requested A, hey, could you please keep inside this room? You already have washroom. So the A, B and C is going to lock the door so that this A is never going to come outside. And they requested, hey, A, if you required food, anything, any material, we are happy to help you out. One day, during the isolation time, A feel that he need to eat pizza from particular shop. Are A is able to go there and order the pizza? No. Then how is able to achieve and receive this pizza? Somebody say that use Zomato, somebody say Swiggy. But if you go here, the Swiggy will be going to drop here only. Are this A is allowed to come outside this room? So what he need to do? He need to request either B or either C. Assume that B is the person who is accepting their request. And B say that don't worry, I am going to bring pizza for you. So B will be going out, coming to this pizza store, standing here and placing the order. Now tell me guys, are B required this pizza? Are B required this pizza? No. Who requested this pizza? A. Are this order, this guy who is standing or this pizza owner who is taking the order is able to identify that actual order is given by A? What he can understand, that order will be placed by this B. Yes or no? He never knows the order will be received by this A person, not by the B. For him, the order will be placed by this B. Correct or not correct, guys? Correct? Now, order is received by this B. B again come and then hand over this pizza, knocking the door and saying that your pizza is here, please eat. And then pizza will be bring to A. Concept clear? Same concept applies on the net gateway. Let me show you. Assume that we already know that we have a VPC. Now let me do one thing. Let me copy the icon. Where is my diagram? Now guys, we wanna to access google.com or download some software from internet. RB is able to do that. RB is able to do that. Consider this B, or I will take a A. Consider this A as the A which is infected from the coronavirus. Done. This is the private subnet. And this is your public subnet. This house is your VPC. Clear? This B is running in a public subnet, is able to go outside and coming in. Done? Understood? Now, if this B wanted to download some software from internet, how is able to do that? It is running in a private one. To resolve that issue, AWS introduced the net gateway. AWS introduced the net gateway. This net gateway is going to run in the public subnet. This net gateway is going to run in the public subnet. And if you remember, I talk about there are two types of connection we can form. Public net gateway. When the net gateway is chosen as a public net gateway, it will going to run in the public subnet. Done, guys? Till now clear? And this net gateway is what? Is a server. In the back end, there is some servers are running. And on top of that, there is some app software is installed by AWS. For us, we are not aware which server it is running, how it is configured. For us, we receive a net gateway. Now, this A is aware that there is a net gateway? No, na. We need to do what? We need to modify the route table. Route table destination and target. Now think logically and tell me where this A wanted to connect. A wanted to connect to the internet. What is the destination here, guys? What is the destination we need to modify? Yes or no? This is my destination. And what is my target now? What is my target? If I am going to put IGW in the target, then this subnet is going to become a public subnet. But our case is what? We need to keep this subnet as a private subnet. Recall the example, which I just example. A need to send the traffic where? To the B, which is running inside the same VPC. Which is running inside the same VPC. So what type of connection is going to form? Private, na? Yes or no, guys? Tell me. Great. So route table will be going to hold the net gateway information. What that mean? That means once you done the route table entry, now this guy need to access Google. traffic sent to the route table. As per the route table, router will redirect to the net gateway, which is also a private network. Now, as our example say, on behalf of A, B will travel to the pizza store and bring the pizza. If this guy need to download some information, now net gateway will be going to coordinate with internet. Clear till now? Let me give you one more example so that you can understand how the functionality is there. Rohit is here, Amit and Sumit. Amit is very busy. He need to send the parcel to Sumit. So he write to Sumit from Amit, an address of Sumit. Rohit visited Amit house to meet Amit. And then Amit requested, hey, Rohit, could you please help me to courier this to the Sumit? Rohit say, yeah, why not? I can do that. The parcel will be handed over to Rohit. Now Rohit is so smart. To Sumit is keeping same. Address of Sumit is keeping same. Instead of to Amit, from Amit, it's remove and mention Rohit. Instead of from Amit, he removed the Amit name and putting their own name. And then courier this. And the parcel will be received to the Sumit level. Now tell me guys, once the Sumit receive this parcel, Sumit is going to understand what? Who sent this parcel? Rohit. He never going to understand that the parcel will be sent by Rohit. True or not? Sorry, sent by Amit. True or not true? After that, Sumit received one parcel from Rohit as per him. This is the Diwali gift. Now or New Year gift. Now Sumit need to reply back. What Sumit done? Sumit buy one gift, packed it, and say that to Rohit, address of Rohit from Sumit. Send back to Rohit. Rohit received this parcel. By reading it to Rohit by Sumit, or Rohit understand that this parcel is actually for sent by Sumit, which belong to Amit? Yes or no? Yes, he know na, because he changed the name. He sent some parcel and same parcel is reply back. So he know na, actually Sumit is replying, returning the gift because Amit sent the gift where I change my name. So what Rohit done? Rohit done same thing. To Amit, address of Amit by Sumit. Change this detail and hand over to Amit. Amit understood that this parcel he received from Sumit. Sumit understand he received the parcel from Rohit. But this Sumit never understand that this parcel will be received by Amit. Same concept applies here. When the traffic will be sent here, net gateway is going to remove the source IP address and putting their own IP address when requesting to the internet, so that this internet person never reveal the identity of this A server. I'm hoping it is clear. And the parcel will be sent back to Amit. Sorry, this net gateway. And net gateway already recording it. Yes, this parcel is basically received for B server and it's going to send this data to A. What is the benefit we get? By using the net gateway, your A server will be going to become a private server. He never going to reveal their identity on internet and never going to be accessed from the internet. But he can able to access internet through net gateway. Clear, guys? Yes or no? Yes, no, yes, no. Correct. Now, this is known as public net gateway. What's about the private net gateway, Rohit? You understand it is hiding the identity, changing the IP address, it's fulfilling the request for others. Correct? It's work like a proxy. Correct? Now, we have a VPC. We connect it to the on-prem data center. We connect it to the VPC, other VPC. In this case, net gateway running here, and one server is also running here. I'm talking on private. Okay, right now I'm talking about private, guys. Where is my diagram? So this net gateway is also going to run on the private. Your server is also going to run on the private. Now, there is one server B is running. A wanna to communicate to B, but don't wanna to relieve their identity. He say that I don't wanna to relieve identity to B that I am accessing you. How he able to do? A will be going to send the traffic to the net gateway. Net gateway will be going to send to this VPC via peering connection or transit gateway. B will be going to respond back, and net gateway again going to send this traffic here. Clear, guys? Now in route table, what you going to do? This subnet or VPC CIDR, you going to mention what? Net gateway. In net gateway route table, what you going to mention? You going to mention the CIDR of this server and peering connection. Clear, guys? Yes or no? Both are connecting to the same server, but the method of connectivity is different. Both are using the peering, but this server is sending the traffic to the net gateway. Then net gateway responsibility to use the peering connection. Clear? Concept wise clear, guys? Now, in the same AWS console VPC dashboard, on the left hand side, you're going to find the net gateway. Then what? Create a net gateway. If you already, as I already informed you, there are two type of net gateway you are able to connect. Public, private. Let me select this private one. What is written here? It's not going to reach means the internet. If it is not going to connect to the internet, which subnet you need to select, guys? Private one. But we are talking about the public one. So first of all, how are you going to create? Name of the net gateway. I will put test. Subnet of the where you going to create it. I will choose the subnet. I will say that this subnet I'm going to choose. Done, guys. After that, you can find that elastic IP address. As I mentioned that net gateway is handled and maintained by AWS. Are you aware how many servers are running in the backend? No, na. Correct? Are they, how they're configured, how they are running? We are not aware about it. Assume that they are running one server. Assume that if this server goes down, they are going to create one more server. And in AWS, when you stop the server, and start the server, your public IP address is changed. That is a dynamic public IP address. But when we keep creating a net gateway, we have to provide the static IP address. It's going to remain fixed. In a AWS, how you going to get the static IP address? Static means what? It's never going to be changed. Either your server stop, terminated, again created, you are going to use the same static public IP address. We require public IP address to access to internet. How we are able to do that? Via this elastic IP address is known as static IP, public IP. Do we have static IP? No. Then how I am able to create it? Just click here. Public IP is not free of cost nowadays. So make sure if you're going to create anything, it's not a free. Done, guys. Automatically one elastic IP is created. I'm going to show you how and where it is created. For now, just hold on. Then what? Did I need to create anything? No, na. I just need to mention, I am writing down my subnet. I just need to create the gateway. Gateway takes some time for creation. See, it is in a pending. In the backend, some servers are creating and some configuration is going on. Meanwhile, let's talk about the elastic IP. If you see here, there is nothing is attached. No primary public, no primary private. Why? Because it is in creation stage. In the left hand side, you find that elastic IP. Did you see we have a one elastic IP? This elastic IP is a static one and it is a public IP address. And this is the ID. Like whenever we create a resource, there is one ID. Same thing whenever you create a elastic IP, that is a static IP, it will going to give you the ID. Done, guys, till now? Now, once our net gateway is ready, what we need to do? What we need to do, guys, still is pending, is not created. We need to modify the route table. We need to modify the route VPs and sub. Which route table? Server A, net gateway. The route table associated with this server, which is try to connect to this net gateway and via which they need to access internet. This route table you need to modify 0.0.0.0.0.0/0 and net gateway entry. Clear till now, guys? Any confusion? Any confusion? No. See here, it is available, the IP address assigned and the IP, both IP addresses assigned. Great. So let me go to the VPC. We created in the demo VPC. Okay, this is created in the demo VPC. In the demo VPC, I need to go to the subnet and identify my private subnet. We created one private subnet as well, na? Or we just created one? Okay. We only created one. Yes. Demo IIT we created. We created on the demo IIT. See, both are the same. Net gateway is running here. I choose the wrong one. So I need to go to the private subnet of the same VPC. Go to the route table and access this route table. And now in this route table, I need to modify the routing rule. Click on the routing rule. Edit routes. Add route 0.00 slash net gateway. We have a net gateway. Save the change. See here. Now any traffic is going to send to the net gateway. Now net gateway responsibility to connect to the internet gateway. I'm hoping it is clear. People are not speaking. I'm considering all okay. Now, the net gateway, I think concept is clear. You understand the peering connection. You understand the net gateway connection. That is known as propagated routes. The propagated routes need to be updated automatically in when you're going to use direct connect, when you're going to use the transit gateways. There are multiple options where the propagated routes will be there. But in this case, we need to modify manually. In this case, we need to modify manually. Now we are going to talk about network security. No, when you need to understand. There are two net gateways are there. Okay, one is public. So right now I am talking about the public net gateway. Now A doesn't require internet gateway. A will be going to send the traffic to net. That part clear, Venu? That part. A doesn't require internet gateway. Not required for A. But net gateway is running where? It is running in the subnet layer. Subnet layer, it is running in the VPC. So it is going outside from the VPC when accessing google.com. So or it is going to pass through the internet gateway. Yes, this subnet required internet gateway. This subnet doesn't require internet gateway. Clear? Clear, guys? Yes or no? Okay, great. Now we are going to talk about the security. Security, we have two things in the network security. One is the security group. One we have a NACL, which is also stand as network access control list. Before going to dig down more about NACL and the security group, first of all, we need to understand that what? We need to understand the incoming traffic and outgoing traffic. Hey guys, I'm again repeating it. There are two types of subnets are there. Public subnet, private subnet. You need to answer, guys, how this public subnet become public? How this public subnet become public? Tell me, guys. When the internet gateway is there, yes or no, attached to the route table. When this private become private, when there is no internet gateway, this concept clear? Now requirement here, this A need to access internet, but it is not able to do that because it is a private subnet, and requirement is this private subnet need to be private, but still it need to access internet. How you able to do that? For that, they create a net gateway. So net gateway is running where? Net gateway is going to run here, guys. Where? In the public subnet. If this public subnet doesn't have any internet connectivity, our net gateway help you to connect? No, na. So please don't confuse about either we use a net gateway or either we need an internet gateway. Without internet gateway, you never going to access internet. Simple, straightforward rule. Net gateway is just utilized when you need to hide your server identity. And there are two types of net gateway. public one, private one. In the private one, did this act as accessing internet? No, na. So then why you guys are confused that net gateway is alternative for the internet gateway? If you are using a private net gateway, it's only allowed to communicate privately. It is not allowed you to go outside. No public IP assigned to the net gateway. Only in terms of when we're using public net gateway, it's allowed to communicate to internet gateway. How? Because net gateway is going to run inside public subnet. I'm hoping now it is clear. Yes, it is chargeable. In simple, just you need to select a private net gateway and nothing else. Only the IP address is not you are going to assign. If you say I'm not going to create it because it's going to charge me, but I'm going to show you. When I choose a private one, did I need to select IP address? Rest are the same name and subnet, and then you just need to click create. Nothing else. Net gateway creation is not going to say that you are not able to create it. You can create the net gateway. But to use this net gateway, definitely you require a connectivity. If in your case, we say that we need to connect to the VPC to VPC, and I need to connect to the via net gateway, then the peering is required. So right now we are discussing about the security. Security, I already mentioned there are two things, security group and NACL. When we talk about network security, why I'm talking about network security? Because right now we are talking about network part. Before discussing about the network security, you need to understand what is inbound traffic, what is outbound traffic. Now guys, I'm going to ask you one question. When you connect to Google, or first of all, I'm going to ask you, what is the inbound traffic? What is outbound traffic? How many people are aware about it? Everybody aware? Freshers, non-IT guys? Inbound traffic, outbound traffic. So you have to reply na, so that I can understand. Okay, now you open the browser. You open the browser, and what you type, guys? You type google.com. Enter it. And then this page will be appeared. Correct? So are you going to consider, think logical and let me know. From your laptop, you open the browser, enter the google.com. As I mentioned, it will going to connect to the Wi-Fi, then ISP, then it's reached to the google.com. Yes or no? Agree or not agree? So are any traffic is going outside from your laptop? Tell me. The request is going outside or not? Everybody agree? So it is going to be considered as outbound traffic. Done? Clear? Did you see this page? And if I'm going to write Rohit Malik, I received some output. Now tell me guys, once Google received that information that Rohit is searching for Rohit, our Google is replied back yes or no with some data which is visible on your browser, yes or no? So can you consider this is the inbound? Now any confusion? Inbound traffic, outbound traffic. Now any confusion? Outbound means You're sending some request outside your laptop boundary. Inbound means you're receiving some information from outside your laptop boundary. And this inbound and outbound is very, very important when we talk about security. When we talk about security. Assume that this laptop wanted to connect to the Google. How the connection will be formed, guys? Tell me how the connection will be formed. Any idea? Source IP, source port number. Source IP means what? Your laptop IP address. Your laptop IP address. Yes or no, guys? Correct or not correct? In this case, request is an inbound or outbound. Traffic is going out. Outbound traffic. The source IP will be your laptop IP. Let me consider this is my laptop IP. Done. What is the destination IP, guys? IP address of Google. When you send it, you're going to receive the IP address via DNS. Consider this is your IP address. Done. Source port number and destination port number. How I am accessing the google.com? Via HTTPS. Everybody agree? HTTPS working on the port number 443. So I am trying to connect with Google via the HTTPS. So I am sending a request to the Google and saying that, hey, Google, I need to connect to you with 443 port number. Clear, guys, till now? Now you have a monitor or TV and you have a laptop. If you wanted to connect these two devices, are you going to use a HDMI cable? Correct? Are this HDMI cable is installed in the port here? HDMI port. Same way in the TV, we have a HDMI port. In TV, you can find that there are multiple HDMI port, USB port, multiples are there. Correct or not correct? There are two ports required. One at laptop level, one at monitor level. Same thing applies to our normal connection as well. Destination port number, we already know 443. From laptop, you wanted to connect to the monitor. Monitor port number, you already know. But you also required one HDMI port in your laptop. Same way, in the laptop, there are multiple ports are available. From that port, there is a temporary ports are there. According to different operating system, different temporary ports are there. This is the temporary port range. Out of this temporary port, it will going to select one port and try to connect with Google. Assume that it selected this port number. There is one connection form. There is one connection form. All the requests sent and received on these port number only. Clear, guys? Yes or no? Clear? Now tell me, guys, simple way. Many people say, what is port? HDMI is what? Physical port. Monitor, laptop also have a physical port. How you connect it, guys? Physical cable. Are you able to attach with a single HDMI cable multiple screen? Tell me, guys. No, na. One physical connection will be only going to connect with one device. Same concept applies in the computer connection. If we have a LAN cable, two laptops are connected. If we say that this end is connected, and this connection is only utilize one application, sending one file, and you wanted to send another file, are you able to do that? No, na, because this cable is already used. That is why the computer genius came with logical port number, so that single connection, physical connection, will be utilized for multiple connections. Clear, guys? Yes or no? This is the connectivity. When you call somebody, there is a connection happen between your phone to that guy phone or that person phone. If the connectivity break, your connection is lost and you are able to seamlessly communicate it. And in your network, in your house, your parents are using, your kids are using phones, and all are going to use the Airtel connection, and they are trying to call somebody in the same time. Are they able to establish a connection? Yes. How they able to establish a connection? Because they are working on the virtualization. Are there is a physical cable? Are there is a physical cable? No, na, but still you are able to connect. Same concept applies. Over the network, I have one cable installed. If this cable is only, we have one port number, it is only allowed you to communicate one connection. But you can find that your laptop is able to open multiple tabs. You are accessing multiple websites. Each website connection is formed as a separate connection. How you are going to form this connection? Via this temporary logical ports, which is already available on your operating system. And from the temporary port, thus your operating system going to assign you one port number to create a connection with your destination. I'm hoping now it is clear. So every connection using one port number. Great. Assume that in this case, it is using 1427. Okay, 26, whatever you mentioned. Then connection received at Google. For Google, it is an inbound or outbound? Guys, reply na. Inbound. And for you, it is outbound. Google search your data and it will going to reply back with the output. Now, this connection will be, traffic will be inbound or outbound for Google now. It will going to become outbound. And now you receive a data from Google. It is going to become a inbound. So what you understand? Via this example, you need to understand a single communication having both type of traffic, inbound traffic and outbound traffic at the both level, your source level at the destination level. Clear, guys? Every connection which you're going to create, there is a temporary port will be assigned to that. That is simple, straightforward. Okay. If the new connection form, new port number is assigned until your connection is not disconnected. Now, at the outbound level, this is your source and destination. For Google, at this level, what is your source and destination, guys? You initiated the traffic, source IP, source port number, destination IP is there. Now Google is replying. The source IP and destination IP will be changed. Now your destination is what? Your laptop IP at Google level. So destination port in which Google receive a request, which port number? 1027. On the same port it will be replying. Done, guys, till now. So in this case, the source and destination is different. In Google level, the source and destination is different. Why I'm teaching you this? All the network security is depends upon the port number and the IP addresses. Let me change the diagram now. Let me say that this server is running on AWS. This server is running on AWS. If it is running in AWS, what we required, guys? If this server is running in AWS, what we required? Where the server will be going to run? Where the server will be going to run? AWS, I know. It's going to run inside the subnet. It's going to run inside the subnet. And then where? Inside the VPC. Now tell me, guys, if the traffic is initiated from outside, if the traffic is initiated from the outside, what we require to reach to the internet gateway? Great. Now you guys are experts. All the traffic will need to pass through this internet gateway. Now, you need to understand the concept now. Traffic will be go inside. There the two security layers are applied. One applied at the subnet level. One applied at the subnet level. Whatever the security applies at the server subnet level is known as NACL. And there is one more layer of security applies at the EC2 level. That is going to be considered as security group. Till now clear? Till now clear? Okay. If you see in this diagram, I'm just giving you, are this traffic is inbound traffic or outbound traffic? This traffic, inbound. This traffic is outbound traffic or inbound traffic? Outbound. So there are two rules applies. Inbound rule, outbound rule. In the both level. Because traffic is coming into your subnet, first need to check the security at the NACL level. Is my data is correct, port number is correct, which I need to annoy. Once it's done, it's enter into the subnet. SG is a short form, which means security group. NACL stand for, and NACL stand for Network Access Control List. Both are the type of firewall. Both are the firewalls. These firewalls are basically used to secure or restrict access at VPC level, or we can say that network side. Okay. These firewalls are helping you to manage the what? It's going to managing inbound traffic and outbound traffic. So when I'm saying that inbound traffic and outbound traffic, what that mean? That mean that I am not talking about your laptop side. I'm not talking about your laptop side. Don't start thinking, okay, from my laptop, if the outgoing traffic will be there is some firewall is there. No, we are talking about at the AWS level, this portion. Okay, so the firewall rules which we are going to apply in either in the security group or either in the NACL, it will only going to apply at the AWS level. At the AWS level.
And as yesterday we discussed, the security group will be applied on EC2 level and NACL will be going to apply it at subnet level. Whenever you create your VPC, whenever you create your VPC, the NACL and security group also created automatically, like your route table is created. Done. In this picture, I already explained you the NACL will be securing your subnet. Okay, but how it is going to securing your subnet? If you remember, we also say that one route table is associated with the your subnet, which is already created. Same way, when you're going to create a subnet, automatically one NACL is automatically associated or attached to your subnet. Let me show you quickly. So where we need to go? We need to go to the same VPC section. And everybody aware how to access the VPC. And once you scroll down a little bit below, and you're going to find the network security. In this network security, we have two things: network ACL, security group. Okay, but right now what I am focusing, I'm saying that we need to see the subnet. Whenever we create a subnet, the NACL will be automatically attached. So let me open my subnet. First, verify your region. So we created our VPC on the Mumbai region. Let me go to the Mumbai region. Let me open my subnet. Either click here, either click here. Which subnet we created? I think this subnet we created. I'm not sure, or this IIT one we created. I think IIT one we created. IIT one we created, na? Demo IIT one. I think this one we created. So let me select this. Did you see here? Previously we checking this route table level, correct? Now we are checking the NACL. Once I click here, did you identify there is a one NACL is already attached or associated with this subnet? Are we done it? No, we didn't done it. Automatically, when the VPC is created, the NACL will be created, and that particular NACL is going to associated with your subnet whenever you're going to create what, guys? You're going to create your subnet. As we are able to change our route table or change the association of the route table at the subnet level, and we are able to modify the routing rule, same way we are able to change the association of the NACL at the subnet level, as well as we are able to modify the inbound and outbound rule at NACL level. Any confusion till now? Okay, if you find below, there are two rules are there: inbound rule and outbound rule. Inbound and outbound, you already aware about it. So this is my subnet and this is my NACL. So when the traffic will be going to come inside, that is a inbound traffic, so which rule it's going to read? I already mentioned it is a firewall. Which rule it is going to be refer? It is going to refer outbound rule, or it is going to refer the inbound rule? Tell me, guys. Inbound rule. So before entering the traffic into the subnet level, the NACL will be going to execute and going to refer the inbound rule. Great. If it is clear, that means great. Now, how these things are working? So you need to understand one small difference between this NACL and security group. NACL is, so right now I am focusing on the NACL part. So let's talk about NACL. NACL is stateless firewall. Stateless firewall. Then security group is stateful firewall. Now, what is stateless, Rohit? What is stateful? This securing your EC2, this securing your subnet. But what is this stateless and stateful? Consider I have a building, office building. Now tell me guys, if you're trying to enter into this building, are somebody going to check you are authorized or not authorized? So there is one person sitting here, security guard sitting here, it's going to check. Once you are authorized, you have an ID card or everything, you come inside, and when you going out, are this person is again going to check you? No. No means what? Why? Because this person already know that you already authorized to go inside. If you already authorized to go inside, that means you are also authorized to come out. So it's never going to check when the traffic is going to come out. Clear, guys? Small. Second one. Or I will going to discuss the same thing in server level. This is your server. So if I am going to talk about server, so which firewall I am talking about, guys? If I am talking about server, so which firewall? Security group. Great. Security group applies here. Now traffic is coming in. Say that SSH. SSH, everybody aware? RDP, SSH. To access your Linux box is going to use SSH. RDP when going to access your Windows server. So once you coming in, security group going to check the inbound rule. Inbound rule for what? Are this SSH or this IP address from the CIDR range from your request will be coming, it's allowed it or not allowed it. If it is allowed it, your traffic will be going to come inside. Now, once you enter SSH IP address, username at the rate IP address of your server, then after the server received it, after the authentication is done, you're going to receive the console of that server. Everybody agree? You are able to access that server. What that mean? That means there is some reply came from the server. Server will be authenticate and sending some reply. So when the reply is going back at this level, security group is not going to check. Why? Because it's maintaining the state of the request. It say that, okay, I received one A request. I need to reply back to the same request. So that is why it is not going to check the at when you're going to reply back at the outbound level. Clear, guys? Only one time it's going to check the security at the inbound level. And it's maintain the state that definitely if there is an incoming traffic, your server will be definitely going to reply back. So that is why it's not going to check the outbound rule. Straightforward. Now you need to ask me here with, okay, this is the incoming traffic. For example, this server wanted to communicate to B server. So traffic will be initiated like this. Yes or no? It is the outbound traffic. Who is initiating the request? This server is initiating the request. If this server is sending the request, your laptop is try to access google.com. So who is initiating this request? Your laptop now. Same way is if this server EC2 need to connect to other server. So the traffic is going out. In this case, R it is going to look for the security group. Tell me. Or it is going to look for the security group outbound rule. Why no? Why no? Why no? Think logically. Consider this first action. Your laptop is try to access this server. So traffic will be coming in. First time this server is going to receive the traffic. First time. The traffic will be land at the security group level at a first time, na? It's receiving the traffic. So it is going to check at the inbound and the same request is going out. So it is maintaining the state. Yes, I received a request and now my server is going to reply back. That is why it is not checking the outbound traffic. But in this second case, who is the initiator? This server itself is the initiator. The traffic will be going to hit at first time. So it will going to check your outbound rule. Clear guys or not clear till now? Now this server, B server is going to reply back on the same communication, or it is going to check at inbound level. No. I'm hoping now you understood the concept of the security group level. It depends. Who is the initiator? Which initiator? Communication initiator or traffic initiator. If traffic is coming out from your server, then it's going to check at the inbound level. If the server itself requesting something, then it's going to check at the outbound level at the security group. This is the same concept which office example I gave. No, I just talking about security group. Hold on. That is why it is known as stateful. It's maintaining the communication state. Yes, there is a incoming traffic. Yes, there is a outgoing traffic. And if it is a outgoing traffic, definitely I'm going to receive a reply on the inbound. If it is the inbound traffic, yes, I need to reply back to the outbound. That is why it is not going to check vice versa. Now, NACL. NACL, I mentioned that it's a stateless at the security group level. Now, there is one building, prison, jail, whatever you wanted to call it out, this building is. All the people are not allowed to go outside this building, okay? Because due to some restriction, laws, they need to stay here because I'm talking about prison or I'm talking about jail, okay? So if somebody wanted to meet this guy, this person, so the person will be going to come. Now tell me, at this inbound level, at the entry level, is somebody going to check it? Police guy is going to check now. You are authorized to meet this person. Are you allowed to meet? Correct or not correct? Okay. Once you meet somebody inside and going to come back, are the security team is again going to check you? Yes, they are going to check you because might be you change your cloth and the prisoner is going out. Correct? At the both level, they are going to check it again. Clear? Now, how this concept work on the NACL level? NACL is securing what, guys? NACL is securing what? Subnet. Great. So NACL traffic will be coming in. It's an inbound traffic. Or I'm going to check my firewall at this level, inbound level. Yes. And then traffic will be going back. Or it is going to check it again. Yes. Vice versa. If the initiator is from inside, the traffic is going out. The traffic will be checked at the outbound level and then its reply came. It's again going to check at the inbound level. At both level, the traffic should be allowed. If there is no allowed at the outbound inbound level,
it is not going to work. And that is why it is known as stateless. It is not maintaining any state of the communication. I'm hoping you understand the concept at least. How to do that, how to configure it, now we are going to learn. And using this both security group and NACL provide you the layered security approach. Both are the firewall. One is the stateful, one is the stateless firewall. And these are the network firewall basically. And by using this tool layer, security group and NACL of firewall, it's going to provide you the layered security approach. Why I'm saying it's a layered security approach? Because first layer of defense is where the first defense you are going to received at subnet level once you entering into the subnet. Second layer of defense at the EC2 level. Correct. Stateless means it is not going to maintain the state. State means what? If I am going to say hi to you, I am waiting for your reply. Yes, the communication happen two-way, na? I send something, hi Venue, hi Naveen. So definitely you're going to reply back. Yes or no? I know that you're going to reply back. If I am going to put one filter, I first reply hi. Then the filter, there is a layer is there. It's going to check this word is proper or not proper. The bad word is not used. If the bad word is not used, it is going to send to you, Naveen. And then Raveen is going to reply back. Okay. And this Naveen is replying back to me. At that time, the incoming traffic is not checked. So what that mean? That means I know that I am going to receive the reply. So that is maintaining the state. Only filtration is done where at the outbound traffic because I am the initiator. I am running inside the EC2. Done, Naveen. That is security group. That is maintaining the state. NACL. If I first say hi, it's again filter and Naveen is replying back. NACL is never going to maintain a state. What maintain a state? That NACL just say that I send the traffic, I consider this traffic as separate traffic, and Naveen is going to reply, I'm going to consider as a separate traffic. It's not going to consider as a single traffic. It is going to consider the same communication but differently. No, I can't say that. I can't say that. Both are a different role, both are the different functionality. Now, in the secure EC2, let's focus on this diagram. Correct? In the laptop, either you connect it to the LAN port, either you use the Wi-Fi. Only one medium you use to connect via your internet. Assume that you use the LAN cable. Assume that you use the LAN cable. Now, guys, all the traffic will be going to come in and going out. From where it is going to come in and going out? Via this LAN cable and the port. Yes or no? Everybody agree? Great. If this LAN port is not there, are you able to communicate outside? Assume that you also don't have a Wi-Fi. Are you able to communicate, send any traffic or attach your laptop into the any network? No. Correct. Now, if this is the only port from which you are able to communicate outside, this port. So where you going to place your security person? Like this is your house. In this house, this is your main gate. So where the security person will be sit? At this level, or you going to place the security guard here? Or you going to place security guard here? Tell me. The security guard will be sit at the main gate entrance only? Yes or no? Great. Same concept applied at the EC2 level. if your laptop containing some network port from which you are able to communicate, either LAN port or either Wi-Fi adapter, both are working as a one device is attached via which you communicated. Same concept applies to the EC2. EC2 containing one ENI. ENI. What is ENI, guys? What is ENI? Elastic Network Interface. Elastic Network Interface. What that mean, Rohit? You consider this elastic network interface. So you consider this elastic network interface as a LAN port or LAN adapter, which is installed in your laptop. If there is a something virtual LAN adapters are there, which is known as elastic network interface. Elastic means what? Virtual. Network interface means the LAN port which is attached to your laptop. Same thing. If we have a ENI, so where the traffic will be go out and coming in via this ENI only, So where your security group basically going to attach? Your security group basically going to attach at this level, ENI level. Okay, because only via that ENI you are able to communicate outside or able to receive some network. But for the representation point of view, we are going to show the security group as complete EC2 is there. Okay, as I already mentioned, it is an elastic network interface. It is same adapter like your laptop containing the LAN port. In the LAN port, you have a one interface, one card is installed, one port is attached to your motherboard. Same way in the server, we have a elastic means virtual network interface. Why virtual? Because this EC2 is VM virtual machine. It is not a physical machine. I'm hoping clear, guys. Yes or no? ENI is elastic network interface. It is similar like your LAN port, which you receive in your laptop. It help you to communicate outside or connect to the network. All the traffic will be going to come in your EC2 or going out from your EC2 through this ENI. If ENI is the medium from which you are going to communicate outside and receiving the traffic, so you need the security group will be definitely going to attach at the ENI level. I'm hoping now it is clear. I already repeated 3 times. If still you don't have any understanding, feel free to ask question. Great. If you have a ENI, either 2 ENI, 3 ENI, 4 ENIs, still you require a security groups. 2 VMs are not going to use the same ENI. Are your LAN port is which is attached to your laptop? Are you able to attach to other laptop? Saurabh, are you able to use this for other laptop? Same concept, na? ENI is not going to create any security group. Whenever your VPC created, as I already mentioned, NACL and security group is already created by default, but you can create your own custom security group and NACL.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat is offering an AWS Solutions Architect certification course. This program is designed to help you master AWS services like EC2, S3, Lambda, CloudFront, VPC, and much more from the top 1% industry experts. With this AWS program, Intellipaat has already helped thousands of professionals achieve successful career transitions. You can check out the success stories on our Achievers channel. Link is in the description below. So if you're looking to start or grow your career in cloud computing with AWS, this course can be the perfect launchpad. Visit the course page link in the description below and take your first step towards becoming a certified AWS Solutions Architect.
If you're here, you already understand how crucial projects are when it comes to landing a job.
In fact, did you know that nearly 50% of your interview questions will revolve around your projects? Why? Because projects showcase your practical skills better than any certificates or courses you ever could do. Whether you are a fresher or even preparing for an AWS architect role, you already might know how important it is for you to build projects. Now, what if I tell you that your resume itself can become your great AWS project? Yeah, you heard right. Instead of just attaching a PDF file, you send an actual live dynamic AWS powered portfolio seamlessly deployed with CI/CD mechanism in place. Just imagine the instant credibility this would bring you. Yeah, and that's exactly what my goal is for today. I will walk you through building and deploying your AWS portfolio using just two services. Yeah, you heard right, just two services. And not just explain it, we will actually build the entire project from scratch in this video. So make sure to follow along during the entire video to stand out in the pile of applications. Now let's get started. However, to inspire us to come up with more videos like this one, do make sure to subscribe to Intellipaat's YouTube channel, hit the bell icon as well. Before we dive in, all the project requirements and resources are documented in the link given below in the description. Just fill out the form to access them and build alongside me. Alright now, let's get started with the scenario. Every time you push an update like a new project, a skill upgrade, or it could even be the design tweak you want to add in your portfolio. Now, what if your portfolio automatically updates itself smoothly and the desired changes gets reflected in the real time as your portfolio is automated through the CI/CD, and top of it all, it is live on AWS. So you see, that's how things work here. With no need of manual uploads or deployment headaches, just pure automation. As until now, you might have understood that it's not just about hosting a portfolio, it's about proving that you can actually build, deploy, and automate like a pro. Now let's talk about what makes AWS great choice for your portfolio. When it comes to deployments, you might think about the free platforms like the GitHub Pages or Netlify. But since they come with limitations like restricted customization, traffic constraints, slow performance, limited scalability, and lack of backend support, especially as you grow. While AWS, on the other hand, offers faster loading times with CloudFront scalability to handle unlimited users and visitors, complete control over your website and deployments. Hosting on AWS is about learning cloud deployment, a skill that is highly valued by employers and recruiters nowadays. Now you might be wondering, what actually is CI/CD and why do we need it? For that, let's go back to our previous example we talked about your portfolio that automatically updates itself every time you push any update or changes. That is only and only possible because of the CI/CD pipeline. CI/CD, which stands for Continuous Integration and Continuous Deployment. It ensures that each and every change that you make in your portfolio, that is the integrations, gets deployed seamlessly without any manual effort. And that is what deployments are. And that is exactly what CI/CD actually means. Without automation, every update means manually uploading files, hoping that everything must work right, and this can be slow and error prone, right? But with CI/CD, you only need to push your updated code to GitHub and the system does the rest. This approach saves you time by removing manual steps, reduces errors, and ensures consistency. It also adds the professionalism to your workflow. And here's the bonus tip. If you're aiming for software developer or even cloud DevOps roles, knowing AWS CI/CD will absolutely make you shine. And the best part is, it is easier than you actually think. Sounds unreal, right? Well, that's exactly what we are going to do and build today. Here, I will guide you through how to host your portfolio on AWS S3, set up CI/CD pipelines with GitHub Actions for the seamless deployments, automate updates so your portfolio stays fresh without any manual work. By the end of this tutorial, you will not only have a portfolio but a real-world AWS deployed pipeline-powered portfolio that works for you the best. Now let's see the execution part. Now that we have covered the concepts behind AWS CI/CD and why they are such a game changers for our portfolio, let's understand the architecture diagram depicting the flow of our project, where the user updates the portfolio, website code, or pushes changes or create files or uploads files and creates a pull request in GitHub. Next,
The GitHub actions detect the update and run the configured workflow files. Then, moving into the AWS cloud environment with IAM, where an IAM role with necessary permissions allow GitHub actions to interact securely with the AWS services integrated in this. Now, the uploaded portfolio files are automatically updated into the S3 bucket, and boom, the updates made are reflected on the live hosted portfolio via GitHub actions in the real time. Now, let's take a look at the portfolio we will be building and deploying today. But as I said before, this isn't just about hosting the portfolio. It's the tool to demonstrate your expertise in web dev, cloud deployment, automation, and scalability. And that's exactly what we are going to do and build today. So here is our portfolio, and here we have a modern and a clean look with smooth scrolling effect for our homepage, which also introduces who you are, your expertise and passion for building scalable solutions. The download CV button here allows visitors to instantly view your resume, making it easy for recruiters or collaborators to get in touch. As you can see, here it is. Your CV is live with real time progress and easily accessible for the recruiters. Moving next, we have the About Me section where you can highlight the tech stack including web dev, AWS, DevOps, or any other key skills which you want to, which is also visually represented with the progress indicators giving a quick overview of our proficiency levels. Then, it also has a timeline section where you can add your education status, internships, or previous job profiles that you want to highlight. Now, coming to the soul of our portfolio, that is our project section, where you can showcase the projects with an interactive card layout, which also includes the links to live demos and GitHub repos, which demonstrates the real world application knowledge. Next, we have this blog section where you can share your experiences, tutorials, and insights on various projects and tech trends, which also helps highlight your thought leadership into the field of your expertise. Finally, we have the contact section, making it super easy for anyone to reach out, whether it's a potential employer, collaborator, or someone who wants to discuss the tech stuff or cloud solutions. They can simply fill out the form and connect via LinkedIn, GitHub, or email. And now, here is the bonus step. It also has a light mode and a dark mode, whichever you prefer. Now that was a complete walkthrough of our portfolio. Every section here is built with impact, performance, security, and scalability in the mind. Hosted on AWS S3. Also, do let me know in the comments if you like it. Now let's get into the real action, where I will be guiding you through the entire setup from front-end development to cloud deployment and CI/CD automation. We will cover it all. So first things first, let's create our project folder and set up the essential files that I have already did. This is it, and this folder contains all the necessary files we need for our project. Coming to our portfolio, let's see how we can begin. So first, go to your GitHub, click here on the new repo. Now here, give the repo name. I will keep the previous description as I have already created my repository. Make sure to add me a README file because it provides the perfect documentation for your project. Click on Create Repo. And here, first we are going to upload our file that we created previously, which contains all the project material that we want and our project files. So since it's a folder, I'm going to minimize it and drag it. That's it. As you can see, all the files in the folder are being uploaded. Yeah, this takes a while though, as it contains a lot of files. so that you can see everything is uploaded. So now commit the changes. Alright, a folder is perfectly uploaded. Now let's create another file which will be essential for our deployment purpose as it will contain our workflow file. So come here. And the code here, we will take it from my previous repo I have created. So copy entirely and paste it here. So this is our workflow file. And the main thing here is this word, that is the name of our source directory, should be matching with our project folder that we have uploaded on our GitHub repo. This website and this website is same cause this is the name of the folder that you have uploaded on your GitHub repo, which contains all the project files. Okay, so be careful about it. First we'll commit the changes. So this website folder here contains all the front-end files, that is HTML, CSS and JavaScript, also the included assets and images used in this project. And then this thing helps us to automate the deployment of our project. And this readme file here is for the project documentation and easy resource access. This structure keeps our project clean and organized. Making it easy to manage files separately for deployment as well as the development. As you can see, it is failing because we haven't configured the files yet, right? So I will show you that in the further process. But before that, you must be wondering what exactly is workflow file and why does it play a key role in the GitHub Actions pipeline, right? So you remember previously we talked about automation. That's exactly what GitHub Actions is all about. It's a built-in tool that helps automate tasks like testing, building and deploying code. So you can focus on the important stuff, that is writing the clean code. But how does GitHub know what to automate and how to automate? And that's where workflow files or YAML files come in. Think of them as a set of instructions that tell GitHub Actions what to do whenever you push changes to your portfolio. Let me show you that. And let's understand the YAML file first. In simple terms, the workflow files act as a trigger for the automated deployment of our project. So how this file works is, whenever it detects any changes or updates that has been pushed to GitHub, it updates your files to S3 automatically, ensuring everything is public and smoothly deployed. Thus, instead of manually uploading files and setting permissions every time, this workflow is what does it all for you, like an autopilot mode. So let's understand it. This over here contains the name of your workflow file, whatever you want to name it. It makes it easier to identify by the GitHub Actions. Second, this is called as triggering the events, where this workflow runs whenever you push changes to the main branch. It ensures that the changes made into your portfolio are automatically deployed whenever you commit and push new changes. And whatever the changes you made, as long as they are on the main branch, everything gets deployed automatically. Then comes the next thing, that is defining the jobs. The job is named here, that is deploy, and that will run on a Linux based virtual machine. The machine that we have used here is Ubuntu latest in the GitHub servers. Then moving to the next steps, there are the steps to execute. The checkout repository fetches your repository code into the GitHub Actions runner, ensuring that the workflow has access to all the files in your project folder. Remember the website folder? Exactly that. It gives access to all the files in your project. Coming to the next step, that is sync files to S3. What it does It syncs your portfolio files stored in the website directory to your S3 bucket using the Jake Jarvis S3 sync action, which is provided by the GitHub Actions marketplace itself. And the arguments here, that is ACL public read, it ensures all the files are publicly accessible. Next, the thing is follow symlinks, which follow symbolic links in your projects. And then this delete argument removes files from S3 that no longer exist in your repository, keeping the S3 bucket clean and maintained. Now the last section contains the environment variables, configuring AWS credentials using GitHub secrets to authenticate the S3 upload. Now I'll show you how to configure this environment variables into GitHub Actions. So that was it. Simple, right? Now that our portfolio is ready, let's deploy it using the GitHub Actions and AWS. Let's go to AWS. Click on S3. Here we are going to set up an S3 bucket to host our portfolio. For that, come here, click on create bucket, name your bucket. I will give it as portfolio AWS. So this will be our name, portfolio bucket CI/CD. Then enable the ACLs, that is access control lists basically. Keep it as it is. Turn the block all public access off. Acknowledge it. Enable the versioning. So versioning is what helps us to keep all the versions of your buckets as it is. You can use it later when needed. Now click here. This was our bucket which we created just now. So why we choose S3, right? Because S3 serves as a storage for our website files, and it also helps us configuring the permissions correctly, ensuring the safety and security of our website as it is publicly accessible. Next up is using IAM. For that, go to the search tab, search IAM. Here it is, click it. Now this is the IAM dashboard. From here, go to users, create user. I'll name it as GitHub. We don't need to provide this whole access to AWS Management Console, so I'll skip it. Next, we have to attach the policies. Search here. S3 full access. Yeah, here it is. Next. You only need the S3 bucket permissions, so S3 full access is just fine. Now click on create user. Click on it. Go to security credentials. Here, create access keys. Click on other. Next. You can describe anything. For now, I'll give it as GitHub access. Okay. Create access key. And here, our access key and secret access key that we are going to need for the authentication of GitHub Actions is here. Don't close this tab as we are going to need it for the further things. Now come to your GitHub. Click on your project. Go to settings. Scroll down here to secrets and variables. Click on actions. Click on new repository secrets. And here, AWS S3 bucket, as we have used it in our workflow files. Let me show you. See, this is needed for this. So let's configure the secret now. And for this, we are going to need the bucket name. So this is our bucket name. Copy it. paste it, add. Now again new for the access key. Now let's go to the IAM tab, copy the access key and paste it here, add it. Now again we have to use it for the secret key here, secret access key. Go to IAM tab, copy the secret access key, come to GitHub, paste it, add secret. Okay, since everything is just working fine until now, now let's go to our portfolio repo and refresh this once. Now go to our S3. Okay, now come back to the our S3 bucket. Click on the permissions. Click on this edit bucket policy. As we don't have any, we have to generate one. Click on policy generator. Now here, click on S3 bucket policy, effect allow. The principle should be ARN of the IAM user we have created previously. I'll open a new tab, go to IAM, users. This is our user. Copy the ARN of this, go to the bucket policy, paste it in the box of principles. Now here, select all actions. And now, this should be the ARN of our S3 bucket. Here it is, copy it. All actions, generate policy. Now copy the whole policy, close it, and here, paste it. Save changes, and here, our bucket policy is successfully set. Now, let's move to the properties, and we are gonna do the website hosting. Enable it. Keep it as index.html as we have already configured it in our GitHub repo. Yeah, so everything is perfect. Save changes. Here it is. And this will be the link for our portfolio. First, let me come to the objects, refresh it. As you can see, everything is deployed seamlessly, and here is a check. Let's check it once. So everything is working just fine, and everything is automated for now. Let's check our S3 bucket that everything is updated or not. Okay, refresh this, and here it is. Everything is updated and deployed. Now let's check the URL. And this final step completes our automation, as any feature updates will be there that will be deployed automatically with just a git push. Now every time you update your code, your portfolio updates automatically. No manual uploads or no extra efforts. Now let's check whether it updates in real time or not. Go to your website, index page. We'll change something. Software engineer, no, cloud engineer will be better, right? So coming here, just switch it to cloud here as well. Commit changes. Now this change will trigger a workflow file and it will redeploy itself. Let's see. Yes, it is in process. Let's check how things work in behind the scenes. Okay. All the jobs are running just fine. And here it is, the job is completed. It's deployed. Now let's check our portfolio. This was it, right? Refresh. And it has been changed to the cloud engineer. So everything is automated and deploying just fine. And that's a wrap now.